So you can't go. I mean, that's just a life example, but like you have thousands of them, and you
Yeah, those
can't
are good
go.
examples. I get what you're saying.
So yeah, you can't go in your life, in your daily life, without verifying what people tell you, because you can't know anything then, basically.
So I see what you're saying, and in general, I agree with you that you shouldn't just take assumptions based on somebody's word. That you should verify it. When I was pointing out the thing about the radius, I'm saying that there are two separate questions. Question number one is the Earth a globe or not? And then question number two is, if you think it's a globe, then how do you measure the radius? And so you're right that if you're answering question number two, you have to assume that it's a globe, but you better answer question number one first. You have to have good evidence that it's a globe before you would measure the radius. So I agree with you there.
Wait, can you repeat the last part? Sorry, I didn't hear you well.
Yes. So there are two parts, two questions. Question number one, is the Earth a globe, yes or no? And then if you answer question number one as a yes, then question number two is, okay, what is the radius? But you are right. You shouldn't just do question number two, what is the radius, without first answering question number one. So you shouldn't just assume it. I was saying that if you do assume it, then you can measure the radius.
Okay, well, alright, okay, let me just type in chat because I have to. Okay, so first you said Q1 is Earth a globe, and then Q2 you said what is the radius then? Okay, that's right.
Yes.
Okay.
And it doesn't make sense to ask what the radius is if you don't think the Earth is a globe. If the Earth is flat, then obviously there is no radius.
Yeah, obviously. So okay, when you wake up, okay, so let's say you're asleep, right? When you wake up in the morning, what tells you that you're on a spinning globe? Wake up, open your eyes.
Nothing tells me that. Just when I wake up and look around, I mean, it's based on a whole series of assumptions and measurements and observations and education and what other people say. So there's a whole bunch of things that over the years have convinced me that we're on a globe. But just waking up in the morning, I don't specifically see any of those.
All right. So for example, let's say okay, I wake up, I open my eyes, I put clothes on, I go outside. There's a road, okay. So there's a road, and I see the cars passing by, and I feel the motion of the cars passing by, the displacement of air, and I see the cars going by, like coming from one point and going to another. So now that I observe those things, I have the information that those things are as they are, because like I have my eyes opened, so I can't ignore those things, and I won't close my eyes. So if I cross the road, what happens? If I choose to ignore the fact that I feel the motion and I see the cars going by and I even hear the engines, if I choose to ignore that, to say, well, no, it's fine, you know what, it's all fine, I'm just going to ignore that because obviously I can trust my senses, then, and I just go on to cross the road, then what happens? I get hit, right? I mean, at some point, I may be lucky, but
Yeah,
if I just repeat
you
that,
shouldn't ignore that. That's right. No, that's a good example.
yeah, so I'll just get hit. So in order for me, like, I'm 22 years old now. I don't know how old you are, but for you to make it up to that point right now, like to be talking right now with you, both of us have to trust our senses because otherwise we will be dead. So the very fact that we are having this conversation right now proves that you have to trust your senses and you cannot not trust them. So if you don't feel that you're moving, but you still choose to say, well, I'm moving, and if you don't see any curve anywhere, but you still choose to say, well, I assume there's a curve or a curvature, and if since you don't hear any sound because you're not spinning, then obviously, I mean, since when you are moving, you hear the sound of you moving through the air or through water, but right now you're not hearing any sound, then it means you're not moving. So if you choose to ignore that, then it's the same as saying that right now you're not alive.
Yeah,
So
I
if
see
you,
what you're saying.
yeah. So if today, Matthew, you're saying, well, I am a living being made in the image of God and living on this earth and waking up in the morning, falling asleep in the evening, living my life, going to work, um, eating, anything, driving. You have to. The only necessary antecedent is that you have to trust your senses, and you can trust your senses, and you can't not trust your senses. It's not even a matter of trust; it's a matter of knowing that without your senses, you're just a dead being. Because I use the example of the road, but I can use the example of the water. For example, if I'm just swimming, but I don't like I feel the pressure in my ears, but I still choose to ignore that, then guess what happens? Like my vestibular system just explodes. Uh, Again, if I feel the pressure on my skin, it's the same thing. My skin explodes. So everywhere you go, as soon as you wake up, as soon as you're conscious, you have to go by your senses, or you're dead. So the thing is, Matthew, you're not stupid, and nobody on earth is stupid. People are just either ignorant or they. So that means they choose to ignore the facts, and a part of the facts is that you don't sense any motion, you don't feel the motion, and you don't hear the motion as well, and you don't see the curve.
He's either lying or he's stupid. You can't have both.
No, but the thing I'm saying, chill. The thing I'm saying is,
He's not stupid. I agree. He's not stupid. Therefore, ipso facto, he's lying to us.
Yeah, so I appreciate what you say about us needing to trust our senses. And yes, functionally, when I wake up and walk outside and cross the road, I basically treat the world as if it were flat and motionless. Like when I navigate, I use flat maps. I don't feel any motion or any acceleration. So functionally, I live my life as if it were flat. But sometimes our senses deceive us. And so I think that even though we can live our life as if it's flat, like if we look at the bigger picture, there's evidence that it's not flat and motionless.
well, what you said is contrary to what I mean. The last part of what you said is contrary to your senses. So either you trust your senses,
Yeah,
and you
I trust my senses for the most part.
yeah, but like you can say that you trust your senses, and at the same time you have evidence that your senses tell you something wrong.
Can I use an analogy? I know some people don't like analogies, but I think there are other cases where we definitely do go contrary to our senses.
All right, sure.
Your cell phone, your mobile phone, has a wireless signal coming out of it. And even though I can't see it or taste it or touch it or feel that wireless signal, My senses say that there's nothing coming out of there, but I use logic and reason to say, oh, I think there is actually a wireless signal coming out of my phone.
Yeah, but I agree with you, but the problem is you can see the effect of the wave of the cell phone because
Right.
like I have a connection right now.
Right.
Yeah, you can have this conversation, right, which is proof of the wave, right?
Yeah, that's my point. Is that the direct observation, direct senses tell us one thing, but then we use other reasons for saying, "Hey, but there's a signal coming out of there," to realize that there really is something coming out of my cell phone.
Sorry, man, you're off in the weeds again. Where's the curvature? Come on, go.
Like I said, Acid, people don't like when I use analogies to explain things in a simple way.
I know what you just said.
Yeah,
it
but
wasn't a curvature problem.
The thing is, it's not a okay. It's an analogy, but my point was not. It is something that you don't see. I mean, does something that you don't see can't exist? My point is something that is contrary to your senses real? And the answer is no, because something that you don't see is not contrary to your observation. It's just something that you don't see.
Well, and it's a bad analogy because most of the things you don't see don't exist. That's why you don't see them. So.
Yeah, and it's a particularly bad analogy because you haven't illustrated how the cell phone signals is somehow making you see something that's not true. Like how is the cell phone signal or the cell phone or the radio waves, how are any of those things showing you something that's not really true? How's that doing that?
Yeah, the cell phone thing, my eyes tell me that there's nothing coming out of my cell phone.
My eyes also tell me that there's no unicorn in my backyard. Do they deceive me?
Yeah, so that's why you'd have to use something other than your eyes
field
to determine what's true.
I don't think that works as an analogy. Like I think your analogy would work better if you were talking about like a magician on a stage doing a magic trick and then saying, oh, it looks like he's doing this, but he's not really doing that. See, I think that would actually work for an analogy if you were trying to make this analogy and the Earth were actually a spinning ball, but it appeared flat. See, then that analogy would work.
Yeah, that you're probably right about that. I didn't think it through very carefully.
That's why you would have to go to another proof, pictures of unicorns. Right, Matthew?
Right. I wouldn't believe in unicorns.
Well, if you're making shit up, then you could just jump to the pictures, right, of satellites or unicorns, whatever your favorite fantasy is. You have to skip to that part, to the unicorn pictures. We got unicorn pictures, too.
Godzilla. My favorite's Godzilla.
Godzilla pictures, yeah. Gamora, whatever. That was a weird one. Or what is it? Gamera? There we go.
My favorite was Mothra, the giant moth. You all remember that one?
Mothra. The battles between Mothra and Godzilla. I mean, Globe, Earth, or 50s Japanese sci-fi movies. I mean, take your choice. They're the same thing. Just different genres of film artistry.
Matthew, my concern is, since your reasoning, and you yourself, you said that you just believe that the Earth is a globe, but you can prove it. So why do you still hold on to that?
Well, so I'm a math and computer science guy. I usually say proof is only reserved for math type stuff and logic. So I generally don't say that you can prove that the Earth is a globe. I would say something like, I think there is evidence that points to the idea that the Earth is a globe. So I'd say it that way.
All right, Matthew. Again, at the start of this conversation, because you're saying proof is like for mathematics. And
Right.
yeah, all right. Again, when you open your Bible and you see that what's written in Genesis 1, that's a proof that it's really written there, because you opened it and you verified it. So proof is not just for mathematics.
Yeah, I would say even that's not proof. It's just a verification and more evidence.
Right, so that's a proof.
People, can we stop, please, with that bullshit evidence proof? Matthew, please, Matthew.
Matthew, can you read the definition
I
of a
have
proof?
I have a problem, people. I have a problem with Matthew and proven evidence. Prove in creation mean one word, evidence means the same word. Now, how I can in how I like a member of one population, how I can think? I need to learn English and to distinguish that two things. Again, stop with that bullshit.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. We generally use those two words about the same in colloquial English. In
Yeah, but
mathematics, when we say something like proof, we mean something like, oh, I can have a definitive logical proof that there's an infinite number of prime numbers, for example.
Or let's put it like this, Matthew. Don't say it proof, don't say evidence. Let's call it X, and that X will do something what will show something what is fact. And that we will call that X, you and me, the same. It is proof or evidence, whatever you want. But let's call it, let's have the same language. Let that be number one. I cannot speak if my number one is your number two. If you're speaking miles and I'm speaking in kilometers, where we are.
No, you make a good point that we need to use language carefully and consistently. That makes sense.
If you, I don't know how to understand, how to tell you. If you want proof, let's say proof for something, what will in the end come to the conclusion. I'm not speaking about word proof. I'm speaking about conclusion. That will be conclusion. This is fact, and after that we get point. That's proof. Let's say that's proof. And not speak about what is proof, what is evidence. This is mathematically. This is after what is the proof or evidence, whatever you want. But let's agree with the one word. That's the word what we'll use to come on the end. To see if we have conclusion or not.
Alright, so Matthew, are you fine with the word evidence for yours?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay. So do you think you can have evidence for the Earth, for what the surface of the Earth is? But I think I haven't finished my point. So I think you can verify those things. I mean, you can verify things. Either the evidence is true or the evidence is wrong. Okay, just like in a court.
Right.
If I show you a photograph, I can either that photograph is unedited or it is edited, and so it's falsified. Okay. So, all right, it's fine. You don't want to use the word proof. Okay, let's use evidence.
Okay, so we'll use the word evidence. So what's your question?
What is evidence for the globe?
You mean you want me to list what I think it counts as evidence for it?
No, I mean, where is the sphere in reality? I mean that.
No, but the thing is, we went over that, and he said he doesn't. I mean, he just believes it.
Yeah, based on evidence.
Okay, so you believe based on the evidence. All right.
Right.
So if it's on evidence, it's no more a belief then.
Yeah, so I have evidence that I believe, based on evidence, I think that the Earth is a globe. If I put it that way, would that be okay?
I will say that but okay. So what is a globe, Matthew?
Okay, so you're asking for my list of evidence. Is that what you're asking?
No. I'm asking for the definitions of words. What is a globe?
roughly a spherical shape.
Okay. What is a sphere? How will you define a sphere? If I'm 3 years old and I need to know what is a sphere.
A sphere is a three-dimensional theoretical object that of all of the points that is equidistant in 3 dimensions from the center.
Okay. How do I know an object is a sphere?
By looking at it, by measuring some things. There are different ways to find out what the shape of objects are.
Okay, and what did you say? Like, you said measurements?
Oh, that would be one way to do it, yeah.
Okay, what is the other way to do it?
By looking at it.
Okay, how does looking at something tell you the shape of it?
Human beings are fairly good at geometry, so by looking at, even though our eyes give us two-dimensional information, we can interpret that and infer a three-dimensional shape. So if you look at a box versus a football, you can see one is roughly cube and one is roughly spherical.
Matthew, Matthew, if I put in front of you on 10 meters the sphere, big like 500 meters, how we will know that it's sphere?
But yeah, I mean, the farther away it is, the harder it would be to tell. So you would need to like do lots of different things to figure out shapes of something that's far away.
That you mean you need to go around, or you need to go up, or something down?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You see, the problem with you is that I agree with observation, but it only works with two-dimensional geometry, like circles. Because, for example, you provided the example of a box, but a box has visible angles. It has visible edges. Meanwhile, a sphere, as you said, the only edge it has is equidistant to the center, and you don't even see the center. So, if I want to know that it is a sphere, I have to measure it. I just can't observe it.
Yeah, I mean, a sphere looks like a circle from all the different angles. The two-dimensional image basically looks like a circle.
Right, so if it's a sphere, I have to measure it, I just can't observe it. So we can rule out the rule that just by observing something, I can tell what shape it is. So measurements, how do you measure something? So for example, if I want to, one sec. For example, if I want to measure my height, what do I do? What do I use?
You put a ruler next to it, or use a tape measure.
Okay, is that ruler curved or straight?
That's for straight.
All right. Why is it straight?
Because a meter stick is straight. I don't know what you're asking.
No, okay. My point is, am I a ball? Am I a sphere? Or am I a human being that is like straight, roughly
straight? Yeah, you're
straight?
a human being that is generally about 2 meters high.
All right. So a sphere there's no straight lines on a sphere. So a sphere is nothing straight. So how do I measure a sphere with?
You would have to use some other type of geometry to figure out the size.
No, it's not. It's not about the size. It's about the shape. What tools do I use? Physical tools, because a sphere is a physical object.
So what are you saying? I mean, basically, you just look at something to see if it's a sphere. What are you talking about?
No, the thing is, okay, we said that I mean, you have to rule out the principle of observation, because that only works with two-dimensional geometry, not three-dimensional. At least for spheres. Because the only edge it is equidistant. So you can't tell which part is farther from you or closer to you just by observation. The thing is, on a sphere, you can't measure a sphere unless you have like a tape that goes around the sphere. So the point is, now I am claiming something, that you can't measure Earth to be a globe unless you put a tape around that globe. The thing is, we don't even need to do that because we have straight lines just like the matter and the ruler that is straight in order to measure my height because I am a straight human being. We have lasers that just go straight and measure not the ground but the waters to be straight, meaning have no surface curved. So I don't even need to spend billions of tax dollars to have a giant tape to put around the earth because I know that I see lasers going straight from one point to another. Therefore, I know that the surface of the earth is not curved, it's straight. Because from point A to point B, there is no curve. And that's done, that's it. So for example, if I tell you that I have a red car, and you come to my house and you see that I have a blue car, that means I lied to you and you don't make it a big deal. So it's the same thing for the earth. It doesn't curve. Shouldn't be a big deal. It's just a shape. Why is it so much of a big deal? Flat isn't a shape, it's a surface description. But the earth being a globe, yeah, it's a shape, but if it's not why, if I tell you that some object is a sphere and you measure it not to be a sphere, is that a big deal? No. Okay then, the earth is just a bigger object. So why is it that much of a big deal? When it's literally so easy to prove that the earth is not a sphere. Just send a straight laser from one point to another and it's over, it's done. And you can't claim refraction for why you can't see the laser further away that's what you should, because the atmosphere isn't layered in vertical sections. Again, you'd have to put millions and millions and millions of detector literally every inch between you and the laser. But guess what? Lasers don't have ends because it just goes straight. So where will you put those sensors in order to measure the density of the air, in order to know that refraction is applying? You can't do it. So you can just roll that too, because you just don't observe. You can't even measure that type of refraction people are claiming, which doesn't exist. You can't even measure it. So there's no excuse as to why you can't see the laser too far. But again, it's just a shape. So the Earth is flat, period. And you can't test anything that's on the sky. And it doesn't matter what you have, what angles do, what the sun does, what the moon does, what the moon is or is not, what the stars are. The ground doesn't curve. And you don't even see it curving. Again, back to the senses. You don't see it curving. As far as the eyes goes, as high as you go, there's no curve. So what you see up high and even at sea level just validates what the laser tell you, that there is no curve.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I still think that the sun and the moon and the stars can provide valuable information to us. So I think that should be part of the equation.
Yeah.
Also, I hear what you're saying, that if you shoot a laser across a lake and it's perfectly straight, and the water of the lake is perfectly straight, then that would mean that the Earth is flat. So I don't think that's what's happening, but I hear what you're saying.
Okay. So yeah, you posted that video of a refracted light on a gradient.
Yeah, sometimes lasers curve in a gradient.
Sure. So what's the object, like on this video, that the light is refracting in?
This video is only about that piece of plastic. It shows that lasers curve in plastic if there's a gradient. And my point in posting it was that maybe the same thing is happening in the atmosphere. If the atmosphere has different gradients and different temperatures and humidities over a lake, then maybe the same
And
thing
a bit
could
of
happen.
plastic also we need in atmosphere.
Yeah, that's the problem I see, because the atmosphere isn't plastic, and as I said, you can't. I mean, you can prove it to yourself, or you can try to prove it. You don't have any vertical. The atmosphere isn't layered in vertical sections. That's yet another claim globers have to prove, or have to have evidence for. Unless you can prove that the atmosphere has vertical sections.
Yeah, we know that the atmosphere is affected by temperature and humidity. And so it's not unreasonable to think that maybe it has a tiny little effect on the laser.
Well, what I ask is vertical sections of density inside the air.
We know the atmosphere is more dense lower than higher, and sometimes due to weather, it could reverse.
Yeah, but that's not. I'm not asking about lower or higher. I'm asking about left or right. Left to right density. Which
Yes.
means, like, you have 1 sec. You have to have, for example, 1 meter away from the laser, you have to have a different density, then a meter again, a different density, then a meter again, a different density. But it's not only a meter. Perhaps it's a millimeter. Perhaps it's 1 inch. Perhaps it's 2 meters. Perhaps it's 5 meters. Perhaps like 10 miles. Who knows? Because who measured that?
Yeah, I think that if you go 1,000 meters, the air might be a slightly different temperature or density from you.
All right. But you have to prove it. And you have to have evidence for it. And you have to have evidence that it does so in such a way that refracts, that the light bends upon miles and miles, like 20 miles.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And if I were trying to use refraction to prove that the Earth is a globe, I would have a hard time doing that. But yeah, I don't think that the refraction is evidence of the globe.
All right. So since lasers don't curve, and you can see the laser like 20 miles away from its source point, what does it mean about the shape of the ground? I mean, about the surface of the ground below, or the waters below?
Yeah, if lasers never curve even the slightest, then that would show that the water underneath it is perfectly a perfect straight line, and that would be evidence that the Earth is flat.
Sure. So do lasers curve?
They do.
Okay. Do you have evidence for that?
No.
All right. So then we can dismiss that.
Well, let me ask you it the other way. Do you have evidence that lasers never curve?
I have evidence that there is evidence that lasers curve based on the density of the medium they are in, if there is a difference in density. But again, the burden of proof is on the one who make the claim that there is vertical section, because that's what they assume, that there are vertical sections. So to answer your question, yes, there is evidence that lasers curve, just not on the atmosphere.
So you're saying that that you think that the laser never curves even the slightest because the density
No,
of the
we are
atmosphere is
saying, Matthew, the
identical?
water doesn't curve, not lasers.
I'm
Yeah, we're
saying,
using the laser to measure the water.
I'm saying my point is, the atmosphere isn't layered in such a way that the laser bends. And since that's the case, or you'd have to have evidence for that this is the case, then you don't have curving waters. Matthew, if water doesn't curve, what does it mean?
Then it's flat. If water doesn't curve, then the Earth is flat.
Alright, you have it. So Matthew, since nobody has ever provided evidence that
That's
lasers
wrong. That's wrong what you said. Because if water doesn't curve, that means that water is flat and Earth is whatever it is. It's elevation, nothing else. The Earth is not flat. The water is flat if it's flat.
So Matthew, since we don't have any, so since there is no evidence that the atmosphere is layered in such vertical sections so that the laser bends, which means that the water doesn't bend, then what is the shape of the water?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So you're right. If I cannot prove that there is a curve to the laser, then I cannot say that that is proof that the Earth is a globe. However, I don't think that we can disprove that that's possible. And so I think it's possible that it could curve. Even if I don't have evidence for it, I think it's possible. And that's enough for me to reject the flat Earth hypothesis.
Well, the problem is you say if, but it's not an if, it is since, because you know it's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, all these laser things.
Matthew, question: how is possible if you cannot prove?
Lots of things are possible that I can't prove.
Okay, can you show me one thing what is possible but you cannot prove?
Let's see. Yeah, I think it's possible that eating more fruits and vegetables is healthy, but I can't prove it.
No, but
Oh my God.
the thing is, you can test that, so you can verify it.
Yeah, you can try it out for yourself, and for some people it works, and then it's good for you, right? So.
And the thing is, the verification about atmosphere being layered in such a way that the laser bends has never been verified.
Right.
So,
It's based on a preconceived notion. So I would have to assume the Earth is a globe and then use that as an explanation for the laser tests.
all right. So why do you still hold on to it? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, other reasons. Wait, what did you ask?
No, I said yeah. Like what other reasons? Because we can rule out the physical.
Yeah, based on other things like photographs from NASA, eyewitness testimony of Apollo astronauts, sunsets exist, constant size of the full moon all night. You know, GPS works everywhere, even in the middle of the ocean. There's a 24-hour sun in December in Antarctica.
All right.
All those things.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay. One claim at a time. What did you say first?
Oh, I don't want to go over all those claims. Those are just. I mean, I said something like, I don't know. There's a 24-hour sun in December in Antarctica. That's one of them. But I admit that's looking up to the sky. That's looking up to the sky to give evidence for the shape of the Earth, and I know you don't like that.
Well, it's not that I don't like that. It's useless. Because if I want to know, like, okay, do you live in a house or in an apartment?
Yeah, I'm in a house.
All right, sure. So let's say you want to know what the floor of the house is. Do you care what the lights in the ceiling are doing?
No.
All right. So why will you do the same for the Earth? It's just a bigger
I think
ground.
the analogy would be if you have carpet on your floor, and instead of being a person, you are a tiny little ant, and then you're stuck in the carpet, and you're wondering, I wonder what size this room is. But you also know that generally the ceiling is the same as the floor. You could look up the ceiling and say, oh, I can see the shape of the ceiling. That gives me evidence for the shape of the floor, even though I can't see the floor because I'm in the carpet. So sometimes looking up can give you evidence for the ground.
But if it's sometimes giving you evidence, it's not really a foolproof method.
No, of course not.
No, but the thing is, wait, hold on. The thing is, if you want to know the shape of the ground, you said it yourself. You don't care what the lights on the ceiling are doing, and
Right.
and also you're not an ant. So I understand the analogy you're making, but you're not an ant, Matthew. So let's say, I mean, let's stick with the fact that you're in your house. You want to measure the shape of the ground. Will you hire someone, Matthew, if you want to, like, change the carpet or just change the floor of your house? Will you hire someone, like, you hire someone to change the floor, and you just check what the guy is doing, and the guy is just, looking at the stars. I mean, looking at the lights on the ceiling and telling, oh well, like, there's a big chandelier right here, and like there are like 2 or 3 lights in the ceiling, and so, well, obviously the ground must be curving, or even more, like the lights are moving, and so the ground must be moving, and obviously it's a globe. So, I mean, and the guy tells you, well, yeah, obviously, according to my estimations and my calculations and what I can observe about the sky, Matthew, your house is a giant globe that is spinning. Like, wouldn't you fire that guy?
Yeah, I would fire that guy. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, sure. So, Matthew, the ground below you, the earth, is just a bigger house. So just as you will fire the guy who tells you that you're on a spinning globe based on what he sees the lights in the sky doing, then we can just fire out all the people who tell us what the globe is or what the earth is based on what they observe the lights doing, because it doesn't make any sense. It's just a bigger floor.
I'm looking for information about the whole system, the whole solar system, not just the Earth. I want to know how the sun and the moon and all those different objects work. So that's why I look at everything to kind of find out.
Well, wait. So I understand that, Matthew, and I have those same thoughts myself. I'd like to know what the moon is. I'd like to know what the sun is and what they're doing. But are you comfortable with just wondering and not actually having an answer? Because I'm comfortable with
to have an answer.
Not knowing. Wait, what?
No, I would prefer to have an answer.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what if it's the wrong answer? Like, would you prefer having an answer even if it's the wrong answer? Or would you prefer having, only an answer if it's the right answer, or no answer?
Yeah, I would prefer having no answer rather than the wrong answer. And I'd prefer having the right answer rather than no answer.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to say is we were taught a bunch of wrong answers.
I think we were taught the right answers.
Well, it's not even that we were taught the wrong answers. We were taught answers with no evidence, no definite evidence.
I'm gonna have to go in a minute, but nice chatting with you guys. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I would say that the evidence is towards the right answer, but I understand that you disagree with that.
Okay, good talks, Ian. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Yeah, you too.
Kick rocks, Matthew.
Mr. Leslie, it is of paramount importance that the occupant of cell D2 does not escape. Increase the security contingent to 3 full-time guards until further notice.
Yes, Commander. I'll see to it personally, sir.
Excellent. Carry on.
I think that the new Orion Syndicate should never become involved in armed conflicts, sir.
What if the situation is a dire emergency? Like if a group of people are in immediate danger of being taken over by the dictator?
It doesn't matter. The Syndicate has reformed their old ways and shouldn't get involved. There's no reason.
Of course there are reasons. Aside from being conquered by a dictator, there's famine or medical emergencies during wars. You have to agree that trade organizations will always need to get involved in wars to ensure freedom and combat famine and medical emergencies.
I don't agree. They never should. Never, sir.
You're wrong. How will the Syndicate deal with those situations without becoming involved with war?
I don't have to explain. I'm entitled to my opinion. Everyone has the right to their own opinion, sir.
Yes, of course. But what about...
You have your viewpoint, and I have mine.
Well, I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, you are resting on your right to an opinion instead of putting forth an argument for your contention.
But I don't have to explain my opinion.
Yes, you do, if you expect to engage in reasonable discourse about a particular controversy. I'm entitled to my opinion is a logical fallacy in which a person discredits any opposition by claiming that they are entitled to their own opinion. This logical fallacy is often presented as, let's agree to disagree. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of simply dismissing the opposing argument because you have an opposing viewpoint. The I am entitled to my opinion fallacy is also a fallacy of relevance since it fails to address the actual proposition in question.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as, I'm entitled to my opinion, or let's agree to disagree. It's only logical.
Oh no, you're not going to be quiet for that long on my Saturday. Don't chink show. Killing the globe live 24/7.
is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I can kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
One, two, three, four. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 But you didn't listen. I told you so. I told you so. Twilight Zone.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's where we live in, control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison with the television, through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a banknote. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV all day, you get politically entertainment. The news that you see is all suggestive. Lower brain frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters, and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone to be blocked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show, brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on, airplane mode when I buy my phone, if your eyes wide closed. We're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions, and they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
Never believe what you told. They say we lived on a globe, and it's getting old just to believe that you hold. The greatest lie ever sold. We packing the heat, debunking the globe, we don't do defeat. We measure no curve, ain't under our feet, but they got some nerve, their model is beat. But they never learn, just rinse and repeat, a straw man to burn. Oh, why do they cheat? Why do they lie? Why do they steal? Why do you think that these pictures are real? Tell us how you really feel. Your destiny has been sealed, so put up your shield. Flat earthers are coming and no, we ain't running. They say we are dummies. I find it quite funny that you can't debunk me. We come back like bungees with truth and abundance and y'all are just fundies.
I bet you still think that we came from monkeys.
Like nothing about that sounds funky. You are possessed like a junkie. Zombie. We murdered the globe. Ha! We pulled the Ted Bundy. So start a GoFundMe, cause this shit ain't funny. Then go get your money. This globe is no longer running. So useless and clunky. So useless and clunky. Yeah. That means it is junky. Yeah.
What? Why did it stop? Copyright claim from MIDI? I don't think so. Okay, whatever. That little that little hit was taken off the air by someone or something. Check, 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 check. I guess the bot was pulled from the room or something. Hmm. Well, once again, there's ways around this. Glad I have my little studio here. I'll just play it through my own speakers. Yes. Technology, isn't it great?
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water.
Welcome back to another edition of the NASA Fanboy Question Series. Today we're going to look at why NASA's scientists don't seem to agree with some parts of Einstein's theories. He postulated that if one is moving at a constant speed, let's say in a car, then you wouldn't be able to detect any motion unless the car speeds up, slows down, or changes direction. So if you're traveling at say 50 miles an hour and then slow down to 45, you and your passengers would easily feel the difference. The same goes if the driver deviated slightly from his course. You would feel the effect, commonly quantified as G-force. NASA tells us that the Earth is rotating around the Sun at 66,600 miles an hour. That's motoring. If we could slow the Earth down by 5%, like the car, to 63,270 miles an hour, then I'm pretty sure we'd feel it. Not only would we feel it, but everything on the Earth would be instantly vaporized due to the massive G-force. So Earth is traveling at a constant speed, right? If it wasn't, then we simply couldn't live on it. But wait, they tell us Earth's orbit around the Sun is an ellipse. If an object has an elliptical orbit, then it has to speed up and slow down twice before it returns to its original position. To save all the nitpicking fanboys the time and trouble of pointing out that the eccentricity of the elliptical orbit with its aphelion at 147 million kilometers and its perihelion at 152 million kilometers is totally irrelevant to this argument. But I'm pretty sure some dipshit will try and use it as an argument in the comments section. The common thinking on this seemingly problematic observation is that the speeding up and slowing down of the Earth is so small throughout the year that we don't even feel it. That's not what Einstein said, but hey, let's roll with this explanation. Let's find out how small that change in speed is and try to ascertain whether we could indeed feel the difference when speeding up and slowing down. Okay class, out with your abacuses. Average orbital speed, 18.5 miles per second. Speed at aphelion, 18.2 miles per second. Speed at perihelion, 18.8 miles per second. From the slowest speed to the fastest speed, there is only a difference of 0.62 miles per second. Taken over a 3-month period, that's nothing. Or is it? The fastest speed is 67,752 miles an hour. The slowest speed is 65,520 miles an hour, giving a difference of 2,232 miles an hour. So, over a time period of 3 months, we have either sped up or slowed down over 2,000 miles an hour. Now divide that into the amount of days from top speed to slowest speed, and we come up with the result that we are either accelerating or decelerating at 74.4 miles an hour every day. I'm pretty sure that Adam over at the Level Earth Observer channel would not like to be operating his 250-foot high tower crane whilst the Earth below him slows down by 70 odd miles an hour per day. By the way, head over to his channel if you want to experience some real truth bombs. That's just the speed aspect of this conundrum. We're also allegedly tilting, spinning, following the sun, rotating around the galaxy, whizzing towards the Great Attractor, and expanding outwards intact with the universe. That is one hell of a lot of motion going on. Go outside, sit on the grass, and try and feel any movement. You can't. Neither can I, and I've never met anybody that can. If you still think we're hurtling through space at breakneck speeds in 5 different directions, I don't think I can help you. Spacebusters, the channel that makes you think for yourselves.
Delicious.
Oh, that's a good point. Do go on. Tell me more. Nah, I don't think everyone's that way. Just a few of them.
Hey, Ardent.
What's up?
Not much. Just came to shoot the shit with you guys.
Yeah. We're out of ammo, dude, at the moment. So,
Hello, guys.
Who is that?
Hello, my name is Alicia. What's your name?
Alicia, nice to meet you. I'm James.
I'm James. Oh, you're James. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Nice to meet you. So, what are we talking about in this chat?
I just joined 2 seconds ago, and I was asking the same question.
What's the topic? All you, everybody.
For the most part, it's about flat Earth.
Is it about the Earth is flat? If it's flat.
Yeah.
So, what you think? What do you think, James?
I think the same way I've been thinking for the last 3 years.
So, how you been thinking?
That we're not spinning on a globe.
Low key, we fucking not.
What?
I said we not. I don't believe that either. I don't think we're
Let's
spinning.
go!
That's crazy.
Well, I guess we have something in common then.
Yeah. So what else do you think? Like what else?
Uh,
So what do you think if we're not spinning on a globe? What are we doing?
I feel like the Earth is stationary. Everything I can measure and observe tells me that.
Okay.
I see the same stars every time I look up at in the sky at night, which leads me to believe that we're not shooting through space at millions of miles per hour.
Okay.
What else? I don't know. Let's hear what you have to say.
Okay. All right. So what I have to say is
you want me to say it for you?
yes, say it for me.
You sure?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. Sorry, I left you. Do you believe that we're spinning on a globe, on a ball?
So yes, I do.
What? On what basis? On what basis do you believe that we're spinning on a ball? I'm just curious. I'm not trying to single you out.
No, it's okay. It's just like that's what we're taught.
What?
We're taught, and that's how we see the earth. If someone shows me the earth, that's what I see. So
What do you mean if
why
somebody
would they
shows you there?
lie to
You mean a
me?
picture?
Yeah.
So all it takes is somebody to show you a picture of a ball Earth, and now it's
And,
enough evidence for you.
and I don't believe it.
But what if I showed you a picture of a flat Earth? Would you believe that?
Hell no, because the earth ain't flat.
Oh my God. Put your boyfriend on the phone, please.
My dad.
I'm a single mom. Okay.
Oh,
Well, my
sorry,
dad.
because the picture, your display picture shows like a 30-year-old man.
Oh,
My dad.
oh, oh. That's my baby daddy.
My
Yeah,
dad
put him on
said
the
the
phone,
Earth
please.
is
We want to
not a
speak to the
ball,
boss,
man.
the man of the house.
The man of the house that
Yo,
provides all the pampers and all
yo,
that shit. Here you go.
because it's popular.
Sir, Dario,
Yo.
bro, you have a child with this lovely young lady, and you still haven't taught her that she's not spinning on a ball?
Hello.
Balls are trending.
Dario, you need to take control of that household and explain to your wife that she's not spinning on a ball, because if she doesn't learn this soon enough, she's going to teach your child the wrong things.
I was here. I don't believe the Earth is flat either, but I'm here to understand why you guys believe
Wait,
it's
wait.
flat.
What about Santa Claus? You guys believe in Santa Claus? Just real quick.
Yes. Santa
Like
Claus
he's
is
real?
real.
Yeah,
Santa
and he
Claus
lives
is
at the
real.
North
My
Pole.
kids.
Where is he? North or South? Like, if Santa Claus
He's
is at
at
the
the.
North, where's
He's at
Superman?
the
Is he at the
North
South Pole?
Pole.
Like,
But
where
I've
is the
seen
Cave
it
of
in the
Wonders? Is
picture.
that where? Right. So here's the question. That's what we mean. Like, so you believe these things, right? Because it's popular,
And the
right?
Tooth Fairy.
Because the Pope said so, right? Right? Do you know where this?
Because
Do you know it comes? Do you know it comes from the Pope, from the Catholic Church?
what it comes.
I think a lot of people strongly believe that there's a lot of evidence that the Earth is a ball. Yeah, yeah, especially when there's like an agency like NASA. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. But where is that evidence? Like, where, you know what I mean? Like,
Hey, hold on. We
okay,
were talking to Dario. Where's Dario?
You guys have not yet convinced me that the Earth is not flat. So I'm here to
No,
explain.
but we're not here to convince you. You're here to convince us that we're spinning on a ball, which is why we're asking you if you have any evidence of your own
Oh yes, I
firsthand.
have evidence. If you look outside, do you see the end of the circle?
what
No,
circle?
because your eyes can't see
Wow.
that far.
Okay, so maybe you need the glasses.
Wait. I think
There's
you
only
need to
one pair of
rewatch. I
glasses
think
in
you
the
need to
world
look,
where you can see the end of the
look.
globe, and you can
You're
buy them from
So you
trying to
think
Amazon.
your eyes can see forever?
hold on.
Can you
She's trying to
listen to
explain
me?
something.
There's one
You're trying.
glasses in the world from Amazon that you can
Dario.
order, and you can see the end of the
Hold
globe.
on. You're trying to explain something you saw on TV, right? And you're
I'm
like
trying to
not doing a
explain
good
something that I've
job.
seen in real life.
So what did you see in
What
real
do you
life?
see in real life?
I
Yeah.
Okay,
put
time
on
out.
the glasses and I looked outside. And when I looked
Uh-huh.
outside with the glasses, you could see X
Uh-huh.
ray vision. And I looked outside and there was a globe.
Okay,
That's a
where was the
lie.
globe
Okay.
from your? How far was the globe from your location?
It was pretty far, but you
No, I
found
mean
it anyway.
pretty
You wanted
far
to
is
have
not
proof
very
that we were
specific.
floating
Hey,
globe
look, I see a
Could you
in
tree. I see a
space.
could you
tree outside.
could you answer with
I
some
don't see a globe.
specificity, please?
I
Okay,
see
Goodness.
I would
buildings.
answer.
Okay, hold on.
Ask me
Let
specific
me ask
questions.
this let me ask this lovely young lady a series of questions, if you guys don't mind.
No, she's ugly, bro. She's ugly.
I'm
Sweetheart,
fucking
you
fine as
you believe that
fuck.
we're on a
And my
globe, is
baby
that
daddy
He's
correct?
too.
kidding. He's kidding.
Dario's wife, you believe that we're on a
I'm
globe, is
not
that correct?
kidding. She's butt ugly.
What happened?
Look at her profile pic. Looks like a freaking dude, bro, with a
Yeah.
beard. That's an ugly
Dario's
chick.
Dario's baby mama. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that we're on a globe that's
Yo,
spinning right
y'all
now?
want
Yes
to
or
see a
no?
picture of me so y'all can stop calling me ugly, bro?
Do you
No,
believe
we want you to
see,
actually take the
ma'am?
topic seriously,
Yeah,
or we
well,
want
let me ask her
Dario
a
to spit
question.
in
Let
your
me ask
face
do you
and
believe we're
Alright,
spinning
good.
on a
explain
You
it.
ball
can
right
ask
now?
Oh
me a
my
It could
god.
be
question.
other, but
Do
you
you
could.
believe that we're spinning? Do you believe we're spinning on a ball right now?
I believe
Since
Deegs, you're annoying.
I think
Okay.
that we are not spinning on a ball.
Anyway,
First, he said,
Deegs, I'm sure what you have to say is very cool and important and precise, okay? But it doesn't warrant talking through everybody else's sentence. So you're
"Hey,
gonna sit out for a few minutes to think about
Me?
your life
and the decisions you've made. Is your name Deegs?
No.
Hey, Dario, your woman can't pay attention.
Why are they trying to ban me? I'm their friend.
He's not. Well, he's
Hey,
not.
Dario.
We're trying to talk to you, and he's talking over us.
I like James. Where's James?
James is not.
James is not available.
James is unavailable, like the curvature of Earth.
Oh, hold on a second, friends. Friends, that means that she's talked to somebody previously, and she came back with the X-ray vision thing. So when she was challenged to find out evidence or proof or research it further, what she did was just came up with a nonsensical excuse to come back here and say, so she can make it all be like it's fantasy talk and fantasy land and make light of it like it's children's play.
Excuse me,
My
sir. I don't
my
know who
friend,
you think you're talking
ex-
about,
I'm
but
talking to an
I'm
ignorant
telling you that I believe what I
person like
believe.
you.
We have our own beliefs. How you gonna tell me what I believe?
What?
What happened to your
Different.
English accent?
Like our
Oh,
beliefs,
I'm
right, is
sorry. It's
different.
back
Like,
here.
look, listen.
Dario,
Listen. We're looking at a dog.
Dario, if you're too scared to take on this topic and you have to send your woman to do it for you, maybe you need to rethink your relationship. But anyway, if Dario ever
Maybe
mans
y'all
up and
need
wants
to
to actually talk, let me
understand
know.
that.
Stop hiding behind.
Yeah, your girl doesn't know how to let someone speak, so it's unfortunate. I had to put you on mute for the.
Tell your man to come fight his own battles.
Yeah, when you're ready, Dario. When you're ready, Dario, to come back to the mic, go ahead and give us a text in the live stream voice text.
Look, it sounds like he really is interested. She sounds like she's just running interference because she's afraid he won't be intelligent. Actually, accept the evidence.
Oh, you're roboting.
You roboted away AI. You
Whatever.
roboting from the Northeast.
It's King D's in the
Doing
second
your
floor.
AI thing again.
Yeah, that wasn't working very well.
She's like, so I look outside with my glasses. So I look outside with my glasses. She's like, so I look outside with my glasses. You gotta say it like 4 times first. So I look outside with my glasses and I see a globe. Okay. A bit redundant, but okay.
She would
Like
be the
a globe.
first one ever that ever did that. She would be the first one.
Well, like, was it on a desk or was it like where was it on a tree? Where did you see the globe?
On a kitchen table or
on the table? Yeah. On the roof?
On the roof?
Maybe on the dog, on the pet. Where was it? So where did you see this globe? Because
Earth was not a globe. Earth is not a globe. Earth is not a globe in your patio. Earth is not a globe no matter how slow you go. Earth is not a globe. Earth is not a globe on a train. Earth is not a globe on a train. Earth is not a globe on a car. Earth is not a globe no matter how far.
No matter how far. It's that little ball the teachers have on their, that spinning thing on the table, and they spin it, and they're like, "Hey, kids, look, isn't it fun? Come spin it. Come spin the globe." It's like, "Yay, yay!" And everybody starts spinning it. Like, what the hell are you guys doing? It's not a merry-go-round. Like, what the hell are you guys doing?
They're dancing in, dancing around the spinning globe and a ritual that they don't even know they're in. Interesting that the adults would create a ritual for children, and the children not even know what's happening. Isn't that's kind of creepy? Talk about creepy.
That's mind control. On the higher, it was developed by the governments and the psychologists of the world that were looking into modifying or manipulating human behavior by studying psychology, how people work. Psychology, the study of the soul. That's creepy, isn't it? I mean, it's science, bro. You can go take that class in college right now. Learn how to control people with words. You know what I'm saying? That's not magic. That's politics. Oh, really? The art of lying, right? That's that class right there. Yeah. The art of lying.
That's what
How
we
to
just heard.
lie.
That's what we just heard a minute ago. Control.
Yep. Cut. Roll. Yeah, man. It's like the better you are at lying, the farther you'll go. Because it's all about making something that's bad sound good, so people will, say yes to it. So, yeah, making lies look good, right? Like everybody knows the Earth is a ball. That's what we're taught. The Pope taught us. Is she muted?
No, Dario's muted for letting someone else use his mic. Here, we can unmute him. Could be more hilarity coming your way soon.
I don't remember Dario. The Glober. How long has he been here?
He just came on here just a few days ago, I think.
Oh, Where's Matthew Learns? Have you guys seen him?
Yeah, he already got spanked this morning, so he got his
Oh, how many
Hello.
times? Hello.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Is this Mario?
What?
Is Dario?
Yeah.
The mighty Dario. Hey, welcome back. Was that your girl that was on earlier?
No. Yes.
Oh, okay. So you're all right with her using your account to come and hang out?
Yes.
That
It don't matter. The shit.
okay.
Got him! Got him!
So what will it take for you, right? Like we're asking for evidence of the globe. This curved surface that they show us on TV. Like how can we measure or observe or know that that is there? Because we all understand how water works, how sea level works, how 180 degrees work,
Yeah.
So other than
Yeah.
movies,
I agree with my
like
girlfriend. I believe we can buy these goggles and we can see the planet's curvature.
so you guys aren't really worried about it. It's not something like you're concerned about, right? Whether they're lying to us or not about this thing. Is it?
I
That
concerned.
that you guys is that your attitude towards the topic? It's like,
Nah,
doesn't affect,
I'm just high right now.
right? Because I think goggles is a bit trolly, and it's kind of a bad, like, it's not really a good one.
Yo, I see the end of the earth. I see a globe. I see the end of the earth, bruh.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. You guys sound like clowns right now. Like I'm high. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I concur, but that's okay. Keep going.
So,
Fear.
listen. Can we talk about something else?
Wait. Yes, we can talk about anything else, but first we gotta agree to some things. You know what a litmus test is, right? In
Yeah.
order for us to have some more conversations, we gotta like agree. We gotta know that we're on the same page, on some things like
We're gonna have
this look like a
disagreements though.
right. So if I ask you, is this a dog? Because I think it's a dog, and you say no, I believe it's a cat. It just looks like a dog. Yeah, we're gonna have disagreements. If that's what you mean. Is that what you mean? Are you gonna call a flat table curved a ball? Are you gonna call a ball a flat? Are you gonna do things like that? You guys there? You know what I mean? So if we agree that flat surfaces are not curving, okay, then you have to show us this curving surface that you believe in. You know what I mean? Hello? Yeah, what
Are
do you
you
guys want to talk about? Okay, look, this is what we're gonna. You can talk about anything else, but if we talk about anything else, it's also gonna go like this. They're lying to us about this and that and this and that. And when we come back to flat Earth, oh no, they wouldn't lie about that. See what I mean? The Pope, the Royal Society, all the so-called science, United Nations,
But
the
let
New
me
World
tell you
Order.
something. Let me tell you something though, straight up. Straight up to all you hating ass motherfuckers. The earth is
Ah,
not a, guys, the earth is not a globe.
You're
yeah,
right.
but
Earth is not a globe. You're right.
It's
what,
not a globe. I
It's
just
flat.
learned today it's not a globe.
Yeah,
What
it's
was,
flat.
what was I thinking? Let's move on to the next topic. We're
Water's
thinking.
flat. No, I still think
nah.
you think it's a globe.
I don't think it's a
Hey,
globe.
mighty Dario, why isn't it a globe? Can you explain me? I really want to know from you.
Cause we really have the goggles, and we used them, and we seen the globe.
What are these goggles you guys
Are
talking
you
about?
are you drunk?
They're off
Are you
Amazon.
drunk? Are you drunk?
Are you high?
They're
No,
talking about.
this is like a serious question. I mean, might be drunk because I asked you a very simple question. You said it's not a globe. So tell me why you think it's not a globe.
Wait a minute, Clay Underseal, hold it. They're under the influence of fisheye goggles.
No, wait. I mean, she just or he or whatever it is. I mean, we're in 2022,
They're
so I'm
not
not gonna assume
fisheye
gender here.
goggles. They're binoculars.
So the binoculars, right, lets you see the whole globe? All of
You
it?
see
Like the whole
the full globe as you turn your head.
The full globe, or the
Wow.
horizon, right? And it's always at level. That's interesting. That a ball would always be level wherever you look, every direction over water is level and flat. That's an interesting ball. How big is this ball?
The ball is about
Uh, uh.
ball sack.
Wow. Guys,
it's
look,
about
that
it's
good
like a
argument for the globe.
That
Wow.
was sophisticated. That was
Yeah.
sophisticated.
so you think that the shape of the globe is like a ball sack. How big is this ball sack though? Like
Is it like pear
It's
shaped?
like
Does the Is it a hairy ball sack?
like what?
no,
You know
it's
what's
more like
what's
a
what's
juicy
frustrating?
ball sack.
You know what's
Does it
frustrating? It's frustrating trying to figure out at what size, right, a ball can start looking flat. That's what's frustrating, because you don't know how big a ball should be for it to start looking flat, because it always looks flat, right? So you're like, I don't even know what size of balls are. You mean really? That's frustrating, isn't it? No,
It
because
must
balls
be
aren't flat.
it must be a ball because it looks so flat, right?
Here's the
It must be a woman because she looks so masculine.
It must be a really big ball because it looks
Well,
so
that was the
flat.
first. Well, listen, that was the first part of the litmus test. So check. We got the first step was didn't know the size of Earth. Okay, so carry on.
Yeah. But the thing is, today in this day and age, we just assume things and then we say it's true, right? The same way as a man can now say he's whatever. Same way people, they see flat, but they assume no, it must be a ball,
Well,
because
if the
I feel like
scientists,
it.
if the really smart people think so, then most likely I'm just gonna go with that, right? Because they're really
Yeah.
smart.
Yeah,
I'm really
right,
dumb.
right.
I'm just a foreigner, right? What do I know?
I don't understand this,
No,
but this
I
guy
don't
in his
concern
cool
myself.
suit,
Yeah.
he tells me it's a globe, so it must be a
Uh,
globe. He also tells
I
me
put
that there
my
are no genders
These people have
specifically.
gone to school for years and have dedicated
Yes,
their lives. How can you disrespect the efforts that they've put in to memorize everything they're told? Like,
exactly.
easy.
How
Just,
can you ever actually, put into question anything about authority, Like, how stupid are you? You don't watch TV.
They're going to progress and evolve to become gods. If you
Yes.
guys are thinking like that,
Just look,
gods.
at what speed we came from rocks to human beings.
You're holding humanity back. Don't reproduce. What? Is that from the movie Idiocracy, or did you just? Hey, what's
Man,
up?
we're living in the movie Idiocracy right now.
Oh.
Literally.
Go ahead.
Like,
Yeah, you flat earthers are holding all those chimpanzees and monkeys back from fully evolving, like these people here that we have in the mic. I mean,
Hello.
we're preventing them from evolving from monkey state into something more advanced.
Got monkeypox?
Go ahead, Dario. What's up?
Monkey's uncle.
You got monkeypox.
Monkey blood. I have.
we live in a generation or in a world that where you can literally talk to certain people and it feels like you're talking to an NPC in Skyrim or something. That's how bad it has got already,
You have a monkey's uncle,
Like
though.
it's just like a random dialogue, You say like, look at curvature, and they're like, ball sacks.
You know what's the worst thing? You can't skip it. You can't X and skip it.
Exactly.
Like,
You can't skip it.
I already heard this before. Damn it.
Yeah. And the script is so
there.
boring most of the time, right?
It is. Like, who writes this stuff, man?
Right.
Anyways, Dario.
Who writes the program, right?
Listen, you guys have to listen.
Yeah, I'm listening.
What's up?
I just had a baby, and if you guys look at me right now, people will be like, "Baby, where?"
Oh man, this is like literally Skyrim, isn't it? Like, listen, guys, I just had a baby. How random.
Or Elden Ring, or Elden, or what's the new one that just came out? Elden Ring.
What's the thing?
That's so funny.
It's how Globers respond. They always respond with like the same answers, like NPCs in the video game. They say the same thing over and over again.
Like literally, like when you use 3-4 minutes of your lifetime explaining something in detail, and then afterwards, like, wait, what? It's just so funny.
We do want to thank you on the Dario. We do want to thank you on the Dario team, though, for all of your support for Flat Earth. Like, we couldn't do what we do or spread this information far and wide across the plane if it wasn't for people like you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Do you have another script, maybe something else? Please say something random, like always. Come on, Mighty. Can you answer what we just... Any answer, man. Or woman, or whatever. Come on, Mighty. There must be one more sentence. You guys have an idea how to. You guys have an idea how to make them speak?
Here, I'll just give a hint. Maybe it's something they can go by. So, just tell us anything about how, like, some place in your life where you practically use the globe Earth. Just tell us anything about your regular life that you use globe Earth. That'd be great. We'd like to hear it.
It's not rocket science, man. Like, life is not rocket science, right? Like, life is not difficult. Life is not complicated, right? Like that. It's hard. It's not, rocket.
I forgot. We gotta be patient, right? Let's be patient for a second. Picture change.
Bueller.
Bueller.
Hey. Jen. So Jen.
How's Brian? Hi.
How you been?
Oh my gosh. Where do I start? Okay. So I came back in here because it is, believe it or not, usually I pull you guys into the weeds with me, but not this time. Okay. So I'm in Tennessee and I happen to be at a national park called the Land Between the Lakes. So I'm right kind of smack dab in the middle of Tennessee and Kentucky. So I haven't looked it up just yet because it just now, very much just now occurred to me. This is a very long piece of, like, I don't think it's a lake. It looks more like a river to me, but I haven't investigated it too much because I got a lot going on right now. But I just bet I could do an observation on this stretch of water. So I
bet you could.
I'm kind of excited. All I need is another person and 2 mirrors. And then I could confirm once and for all. I don't know. We'll have to do the math.
You just need one mirror and one one mirror and one camera.
Hello. Who
I got
are
it.
you?
I got that.
Yeah.
And guess what? So this is maybe a synchronicity of sorts, right?
This is who are you?
Oh wow. The script has changed.
So I was traveling unfortunately, I was going to Walmart, which I hate to do, but I was doing it anyway because, you got to. And along the way, I seen somebody have some items out on their lawn, like they were leftovers from a garage sale, and it said free. So I'm like, ooh, that's right in my price range. So I stopped, and amongst other items, I happened to get this. I mean, I'm sure it's probably 5 years old or something like that, but practically brand new Canon camera. And it even came with a CD where you could put it to your computer and print out shit and everything. So, yeah.
Scored.
Yes, dude. Yes. So, I'm ready. I even got a mirror. I could do it today, right now. I got a big mirror.
Look, Jenny, you only need one person with the mirror and you with the camera. You don't need 2 mirrors, just 1 mirror.
Okay. But what if the other person? Well, I guess they can see it in the video.
The other person hold the mirror, you hold the camera and film the mirror flash.
Nice. I just need to find another person. This might have to go for another day.
You're going to check that the earth is not flat. The water is.
So, I'm only like 30 minutes. Well, yeah, about 30 minutes away from where I reside. So I can do this anytime. Super excited. But yeah. Who was trying to talk to me a moment ago? I think it was a lady.
It was Mighty
Hello.
Alicia.
Hey, dear. Sorry, I didn't want to lose my train of thought. That's why I didn't answer you. I wasn't trying to be rude.
No, it's okay. What's your name?
Jen.
Jen. And how old are you?
I'm 50.
Really?
Yeah. I'm gonna be 51 on the 17th.
Hey,
Give us
happy
your phone number and bank
birthday.
account as well, please.
I just turned 21.
Ooh.
We live in Lavish. They kicked me out.
And you have a baby now.
Oh, ha! And I have a baby. Yup, I just gave birth. January.
Jeez. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And I just got my own apartment. So I'm with Darius, Dario.
She gave birth, and the first thing she wanted to do is come on the Flat Earth server. That's so sweet of you.
Wow.
Where's the baby?
The baby's sleeping.
Is it a boy or a girl?
A girl. Her name is Sierra.
Lovely name.
Yeah,
All the
you
best
know
of
what?
luck, man.
That is a beautiful name. And what part of the terrain do you reside?
Approximately.
Just generally speaking, like
East
in North
Coast, West
America.
You need to ask it differently.
Are you like in North America?
I'm like in like America.
Okay, cool. I gotcha. That clears it up for me then.
I'm from America, man.
That's
Yeah.
specific
Are you on the
enough.
west? Are you on the west, east coast, or are you in the middle of United States?
I'm middle.
You're what?
Middle
Oh,
U.S.
okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
stand by. We're sending a flat Earth drone to your area right now. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
That would scare the fuck out of me if that happened, dude. It's probably coming too.
Then all of a sudden there really is one right outside your window. Holy shit! What happened?
I bet
We're
you
gonna
another
send
10
satellite
years.
surveillance.
Another 10 years, that'll be the new norm, I bet.
I already had someone flying a drone 3 times over our house and then stopping suddenly, as if he would take pictures of me laying in the sun.
Dang, that's a little unsettling.
Yeah, it is unsettling, but you can't really do anything about it, you know? Like,
If you want privacy, you gotta create it.
Shoot it. Yeah, you can shoot it or hack it.
yeah. I mean, I could
Ooh,
shoot it, right? But then, I don't know, Germany is so complicated, you know?
Absolutely. Listen, all that's going to do is make people like me that are ingenious find ways of shooting them out of the sky. I'd be happy
Exactly.
to do that.
Exactly. It
But
doesn't have to be a gun, right?
Like
The
all
thing
it takes
is-
all it takes is a precision slingshot or a precision
yeah.
mini crossbow that's a handheld mini crossbow.
Yeah. You can shoot an
These-
arrow at it. It'll bring it down. Arrow will
These
bring it
these drones are so loud. It's insane. You know, even these really small DJI ones, very loud. You can hear them.
Just shoot it at the propellers.
That's a great idea. I think I'm going to design a mini handheld crossbow, just like I mentioned. I'm going to draw one out.
No, I was thinking about just buying also a drone and then annoying them. You know,
Well, that's
I'm pretty sure who it is.
If you shoot the drone and then go retrieve it, and then now it's your drone. Yeah. Like that's
Once I make the first one, the prototype, then I'll be able to make custom order crossbows. It could be like a family heirloom made of like solid walnut with 20 coats of varnish. Like, yes.
And then you can refurbish or repurpose them to catch more drones. See, now you have an army of drones taking down drones.
Or you could use it. You could use it to spear fish with. Alternately, spear fish with also. Yeah, shoot down drones, spear fish, like multiple uses.
Yes.
Isn't there like a small drone that can fly down onto your head and then give you a headshot and you're like instantly dead?
Of course.
So,
But,
question.
who can pay for that? Yes. Earth is
So,
flat.
are all of you guys flat earthers?
What's a flat earther?
Nah, not really.
What is
Flat
it? No,
earther.
I'm curious. What is a flat earther?
A flat
Right.
earther is a person who thinks the earth is flat.
Okay, so what do you think flat earthers think the earth is? Do you have a concept in your mind? Does an image come up when someone says flat earth? Is there an image of what that looks like in your head? Could you tell us that?
Could you tell me that?
Well,
No.
I think what he's referring to is that there are conceptual ideas of what we think the flat Earth looks like. According to the known lands, a lot of people who believe in Earth as a realm believe in lands that are unknown to us at this time.
No,
Yeah.
listen, that's not what I'm at.
Oh.
I'm asking
Well,
just
no,
like
I went too
when
far. I went
someone
too
says
far.
flat
Sorry,
earth,
Tony.
when someone says flat earth, do you think do you think that flat earthers believe that earth is in space like a flying disc or
Yeah.
something like that?
Yeah, that was trying to get to that.
Is that what you think?
Yes, we are in a
Oh.
floating globe.
Okay, so here, no, flat earthers. Do you think flat earthers believe they're on a spinning disc in space or something like
Yeah.
that? No,
Yeah.
none of us here believe. No, none of us here believe that. So I'll let you know that any real flat earther does not believe anything like that. And
We
yeah,
don't believe in planets. We call they're luminaries, they're lights in the sky. We don't know if they can be landed upon.
So check this out. Earth is flat, stationary. It's not in motion. It's not in space. It's actually on pillars, and it has a foundation.
No,
have
you
a
guys are
foundation.
hurting my
You have
head.
to have a foundation to make something level.
Yeah, hold on. Wait. Stop. Wait,
My
everybody stop.
head is
Hold on.
hurting.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Okay?
Oh, wait a minute.
Barack
She just hit her
Obama.
cognates. Hold on, Bong. Hold on, Bong.
Listen, hold on.
Give it a
Just
moment.
stop. Let me say this.
Ban
Barack
me, see
Obama.
what happens. Ban
When
me, see
Barack
what happens.
Obama says we don't
Oh,
have time
wait,
for a
he's your friend?
meeting
Is he
with the
the
Flat Earth
producer for you?
Society, right? He's talking about a certain thing, right? He's talking about a disk in space. Okay, this is called controlled opposition. This idea of controlling the opposition is an old idea. Stalin used it, propagandists use it, corporations use it, right? So the idea that you have a flat
Darius,
Earth,
let me fart in your mouth.
the idea that people have a flat Earth comes from the government. Okay, it's an idea you can laugh at and mock at and say, "What is wrong with you people?" Okay, that's controlled opposition. That's the flat Earth Society. Those people, that group, is the government. Okay, now if you're here thinking that that's flat Earth, then you're controlled by the government. The government made you think that.
Right.
And that's
So,
not
so
what
the
flat Earth is. That's not what anything is.
Right. So that is the purpose of me asking that question is exactly what Bong just illustrated right there is to show everybody, and hopefully you're listening to this, that most people come in here with the conception of what flat earth is to us, and they have a totally false conception or premise that none of us here go by. And then what happens is we have Glovers in here trying to have us debunk their fantasy idea of what they think flat earthers are and that they're wrong about. So I just wanted to clear that up. So that's why I asked that. So we're flat stationary. Like Earth is actually not in motion at all. It's not floating. And space, as you've been told, doesn't exist because it would violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah. Well, the point is, there is no. We're not a thing that's in a space. That's the point. Like what the real thing is. There are models from ancient cultures, okay, that kind of look like what we think it is, okay. But this thing in space comes from secret societies. It comes from the same people that gave you the globe Earth. You just replace the ball with a disc. That's still the heliocentric model. That comes from the Luciferians and the people that gave you science and all this whole thing. So you haven't even discovered. You don't even know what we're about yet. You're here thinking we're about a disc in space, what the government told you, but you don't even know us yet. We're trying to get to know you and introduce to you what it really is. Okay, so how about we do that? How about we stop mocking each other and start getting to know each other?
Okay, Bong, you're doing a good job, Bong. I appreciate it, but
I appreciate it
we
too.
can. I do too. I mean, it's necessary. But yes, exactly.
Alicia.
We're only trying to
Sorry.
give you the information here. Like it's not up to us. We're not the arbiters of any truth. We're telling you what we believe is to be absolutely true and can be objectively and empirically tested by yourself as well as everyone else. Now, I just want to clear up one thing, and I'll give the floor. I'll recede the floor. Like that, all of our experience, yours, mine, everyone else listening, and everybody that's on the surface of Earth right now, everybody experiences Earth the same exact way. It's flat. We don't experience curvature in our daily lives, and neither does anybody build on a curved surface, use it for architecture, bridges, anything like that. Any kind of mechanical device that's traveling over the surface of Earth or on the surface of Earth doesn't use any kind of curvature anywhere, no technology. So there's one on curvature. It's not used by anybody practically.
That's not true. Bridges are curved.
Number two, we'll go into suspension bridges. That's a mechanical thing. So no, there's no curvature in it. And the longest bridge in the world in China is 110 miles long. There's no curvature.
Why did he turn into a man?
So the other part, the thing is this. So we don't experience curvature. We don't experience motion. We do feel every single motion that your head is tilted or moved in any direction all the way around you. Your vestibular system knows if you're tilted a minute degree, you feel every sensation and angularity changes with your vestibular system. But they're telling us we're in motion. You don't experience motion that they're telling us. So that's number two. Number three axiom is that we only know gas pressure can be obtained by the assistance of a physical container, a barrier that's solid or rigid enough to contain gas pressure. So Earth is contained. It's still, it's not moving anywhere, stationary, just like you feel it. And there's no curvature anywhere. We've tested it. There should be a drop over distance, and it doesn't exist. That's it. So, therefore, because of those experiences we all have, the globe has the burden of proof. Flat earthers aren't there writing the curriculum in all the schools, putting globes on or putting flat earths on all the classroom desks of all the teachers across the plane. So the globe has a burden of proof. They need to show us verifiable information of this curvature of Earth, axial rotation, and gas pressure that can exist without a container. And that's the end of my statement. Thanks.
You know, the thing is, the Earth must be a globe because every time I watch a blockbuster, or most of the time, I see the globe. So it must be true, right? The reason why they need to stick it into your face the whole time.
Yo. Can we talk about something else?
No,
the globe
this
is flat, man. The globe measures to be flat.
The Earth is flat, okay.
What is something else?
They talk about real life shit, not the Earth's shape.
Well, then you're in the wrong server. Sorry.
What is real life for you?
Wait.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Alicia or whoever is behind this meeting?
Wait. Real life shit, okay? Is the globe real life shit?
I mean, if it's flat or not, like, it's not going to change my life, is it?
It is. Well, you didn't say wait, Dario. You can't make that assumption. First of all, to make that assumption is a mistake. Two, you're going to suffer for it. And three, what that?
I mean, am I going to get a flat Earth job or something? That's going to employ me?
No.
What the fuck?
No, you're not thinking about what it means, man. Like what? Like think about if the Earth is a globe, okay? Then you can have all the problems that they're telling us we have. Those can be real, okay? Now there is no curvature. Therefore, the Earth is not a ball, right? And if the Earth is not a ball, then these problems are not real. So Number two, you know 100% that people lie. People are liars, and not just all people are liars. Politicians especially lie, right? Lawyers, judges, all of it. They lie the most. But when you know that, we know that. Come on, man. It's big. It's a big conspiracy. It's a big conspiracy and lie. It changes everything because the reason why you do anything is because you think the earth is a ball, right? And you have to live in the system where there's an economy and you got to pay taxes and do all these things. And God is this thing and is separated from church and state and government. And aliens are coming and AI is going to elevate us to God who have become God. But God, God, you can choose to believe. You see what a ball means? It means the evolution and the Big Bang could be real in God. It's just an idea that people have for alien, super advanced
Just another religion.
beings that you can evolve and become like them and then join the star gods and exploring the universe that an even bigger god made. But it's just another alien from another multi. Do you see how ridiculous? This is what is this real life? Can we talk about real life shit? Is this real life shit? Is Star Wars real life shit? Of course not.
Yeah.
So flat Earth is the realest shit ever, man. You want to talk about real life? I mean, flat Earth is so real. It scares people.
And then they'll show you a picture with many lights, and they'll say, "You live here in this dot in the middle of all of these lights." They're kidding.
Exactly.
And people believe it.
Yeah,
You are here.
You say, how will flat Earth change your daily life when the Earth is literally the everything you know, everything you experience. It's the biggest deal in your life.
Yeah.
No, bro.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
kinda
telling
like-
me. It's like telling me trees grow purple and the government turnip green. It's not going to fucking change my life.
That's not it. No,
Okay.
saying the Earth
We're
is a
talking
ball
about
is
where we
saying that,
live.
right?
We're talking about where
That's
we live.
exactly.
I mean,
When
there's
you go
trees outside
outside,
though.
no, man, because when we give you math, when we look at the math, okay, like I don't know why you don't understand math. Math tells you that the Earth cannot be a ball. It's way too small. If you want the Earth to be a ball, you need something the size of the sun in order for it to look flat, no matter how high, like 40,000 feet when you're on the airplane and it looks flat. You need something as big as the sun. Like, why don't people want to do math? Why do you say, well, it's always going to look flat until you magically enter 120,000 feet? You got to be an astronaut. Yeah, you got to be a Freemason to be an astronaut, bro.
Yeah, because they don't know the geometry of the Earth. They don't know that the Earth is meant to have a radius of 3959 miles. They don't know that if you are on a sphere with that size, the distance from you to the horizon will be 1.2 times the observer's height in feet. They don't know that because they don't deal these things in school, and that's the problem.
They left. The cognitive dissonance was too strong.
It will change your whole life. It will change the way you see the world because
Question.
the curtain will be lifted. Yeah.
Is there a difference between cognitive dissonance and straight up IDGAF? I don't give a fuck. I think that was the case with that guy. I don't think that was cognitive dissonance.
I think cognitive dissonance has a better chance surviving. Where I don't give a fuck.
Like,
Is
see,
totally
here's the
going to.
Here's the thing in my mind, it doesn't matter because I planted the seed. They're never going to forget what I said about Earth is stationary. And once it breaks through, oh, it's not a disk in space. And they're saying space doesn't exist because gas pressure laws. What are these flat earthers up to? Onto, like, so it doesn't matter. The seed was already planted. If they can forget about that, which I doubt highly someone could forget about it.
Not forever.
I used to call that information the flat worm, the flat earth worm drilling its way to the center of their brain. It'll never stop until they resolve it. So I don't care. I don't give a fuck. They're still they're still going to have cognitive dissonance. They're still going to go through the process. I don't care what anyone says, or they're going to choose like Matthew to live in fantasy.
Correct. They
I
haven't.
think
They haven't. They haven't progressed in anything in the conversation. They still believe that it's indifferent to them. They're not seeing the consequences of living on an enclosed system, flat and stationary. Meaning, if the outer space doesn't actually exist, I mean, it's a very unique place. And once that you start appreciating the unique place that we live in, you'll have a different worldview.
Yeah, I think people, if your mindset is to rely on the government and that's what the service is, and you're afraid to lose this and that, then I don't think those kinds of people are going to question what those governments teach them. I mean, they don't have the courage to do it. You know what I mean? Like
I mean,
they
like,
won't
so,
even
like,
get into the. Go ahead.
what? So you guys say the government's lying to us. What part of the government? Because the government changes when you like different people in it.
The things, the
NASA
things that are,
mainly.
the things that
NASA
are
is not
taught to us,
government though.
the things that are taught to us by government, okay, through schools and all that, has been
NASA
set
is like
down a
one
long
part.
time ago. Wait a minute. The
NASA
Royal
is a
Society
government agency. It's a wing of the government.
agency, right?
Okay, go.
The Royal Society, okay, passes these teachings down to all countries, all nations that where they have their schools in. Okay, that's what's taught to us. The government is just there to facilitate this teaching, make this happen. We're here growing up in the system being taught these things, and then we teach it to each other because it's a job, because it's a career, because my mom was a teacher and I'm a teacher and I'm come from a family, all those reasons, right? But you're still teaching the things that they're telling you to teach. Lies. That's how we're being lied to.
You
And then
have
when
to,
you
yeah.
watch the news, when you watch TV and all these things they show you out there at your job, at your work, you're being fed more lies that go with these lies, and then it's all lies. We don't know where we're teaching lies. We don't know the things we understand about science all are arbitrary. It's just a system, push this button, this happens, push this button, that happens. That's it. That's our understanding
Yeah,
of
but you have
electricity
the
and
you have
magnetism.
the you have the freedom to say science is bullshit because science made us comfortable
I'm,
to live.
it's not the freedom to just say science is bullshit. It's the freedom
Science is
to
not bullshit.
research. It's the freedom to look into the world and research it and perform experiments, right? And know the cause and the effect and why things happen
Yep.
and how the seasons work. These things are, you don't just have the freedom to just say what these things are. It is what it is. The clock in the sky is so accurate. It can't be an expanding universe that exploded. That's what those things are in the sky. You can't
He's
you
talking about
can't say
pseudoscience, not science.
right. So those are what things are, right? Now how you're free to make up any story you want to explain it, right? But then you have to provide the evidence or at least prove what your theories are. So if you say the Earth is a ball in space, what is the evidence that it is a ball? Like how did you even think? Why not a cube?
Guesswork.
That makes more
By the seats
sense.
of your pants.
Right. So you have to provide evidence that the Earth is a ball. It's NASA can't do it, and yet people, Globers that come here think they can. They come here without evidence, and they think, look, you should just accept this as evidence. You guys are not accepting the evidence. It's like that's not evidence.
And once you figure out that NASA hires artists to draw space, then you have to rethink your all those pictures you've seen.
Yeah.
No,
Why
what?
would you just accept it? Why would you just accept it and say, well, there's a reason why they're lying to us about it. So, it's probably to protect us. To protect you from what? From aliens? Ronald
Just
Reagan
to
said,
correct,
No,
just
but like I don't
a
understand.
mild
Like
correction. There are no pictures
nobody's
from outer
having
space. They are
nobody.
composites.
I don't know. I'm just saying nobody's having everyday conversations about the Earth shape. This is not really a big deal.
because
So
it's
how
been
would
put to
that?
You
rest.
should come here more often then.
Because it's been put to rest. Because it's taught in school. Why should they?
I mean, it's taught in
Everyone
science
knows the
class,
Earth
but
is a ball, right? Do you know the Earth is a ball? How do you know the Earth is a ball? Tell me that.
because I was taught it, just like I
If
was taught I have a
if you
heart.
If you found your girlfriend was lying to you, would you mind?
No, he answered it. He said because he was taught it. So you know things by being taught it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
So
that's
if
we
I
pass down
so
knowledge generation to generation.
all right. So if I taught you anything, that's how you will know that thing. If I taught you that the Earth is not a ball, right? If I taught you that, you would know that. That's how you know things.
Yeah, if that was the consensus,
Really,
yeah, the Earth would be
really
flat.
not. Well, that's not how people know things. Sorry,
Consensus.
that's not how people think. That's not how people know things. That's not how knowledge is acquired. You want to know how knowledge is acquired? By experimenting, by testing things. For real. Like if I told you that fire was hot, okay, and you said you know it, right? Like you don't know it. Like you understand what I said. It's hot, but you don't know hot until you put your hand on the fire. Then you know hot. Now you know it. So
Yeah, but you're excusing the fact that there's
we
been
were taught it.
tests
Well, you were.
about the Earth
Let me
shape.
finish, man. We were taught that the Earth is a certain size, has a certain radius, right? So that there's a curve. There's a rate at which it curves. The land curves. 3,959 miles is the radius. There's a curve rate. There's a rate of curvature, and it's so small. You should be able to see the. It should drop down the horizon because you're on a ball. You go away from ball, right? It should go down away from you. Remember that doesn't happen ever. 120,000 feet doesn't happen. Neil deGrasse Tyson says about it. That stuff is flat. You're only 2 millimeters off of this beach ball. But yeah, you should be able to see the Earth drop down the horizon, but it doesn't. It's at eye level. So how do you know the Earth
8
is a
inches
ball,
per
man?
mile square.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile. It's
And you says it's not a big deal. Is it a big deal if somebody's lying to you? Is that a big deal?
only a big
But
deal if
hold on.
if the news is talking about it, right?
8 inches per mile square in every single vector from your standing point.
I mean, the Earth is really big. We're like ants compared to the Earth, so like we really
Yeah, we
would
understand
see.
how big it is. It
Yeah.
has a radius of 3959 miles. Any distance between the observer and the geometrical supposed horizon should be 1.2 miles times the observer's height in feet.
Right. Yes.
No
And
greater than that.
what he's saying is that the Earth's size is so small that that statement is a lie. It's a straight up lie. The Earth is not big. It's so small that we should be able to see the horizon drop. We should see the curvature of the Earth easily. So saying that the Earth is so big, it looks flat, and that we're ants on it, that's a lie. No, it's not even
Yeah,
science.
that would be contradicting the globe model as well, because something is blocking the bottom of boats and buildings when they
Bro,
disappear over the
over
horizon.
200 billion animals live on Earth. 7 billion humans. The Earth is big, bro.
Yeah, it is. It's only. What's the radius of it again? Math. You do math. Look, man. If you don't do math, that's fine. But this math is so easy to see and understand.
Here, let's do
It's not a
this. Let's do this.
3959 miles.
Let's break this down. Let's break this down then, so you get an idea on your scale as a human being, what that means as far as drop over distance. So, I'm going to give you a couple of examples. The first one is going to be at 3 miles. Because of that radius claim, on the surface, that means over still water in 3 miles, there should be 6 feet or 72 inches of vertical drop. Now, let me ask you this. We're only talking about 3 miles. Could you notice 6 feet of drop if you were to look at something on a shoreline right at the shore? Would you be able to see that with the binoculars in 3 miles?
I wouldn't think so.
You wouldn't be able to see 6 feet. So in other words, if a dog was on the shoreline right at the water's edge, you would not be able to see that dog or anything larger up to 6 feet because it would be disappeared over a curve edge.
I mean, we're
could
on
you
the
see-
ball, so we're not going to see the curvature.
If you're on top of the ball, then that means a drop over distance is required. That is necessary. Otherwise, it's not a ball. So
We're
3
not
miles
on top
is
of a ball.
7.
So
Listen, 3 miles, 6 feet. Could you notice 6 feet with the binoculars at a distance.
You know,
that
weird,
means
man.
a person standing on the shoreline, you're either going to see them or you're not going to see them.
You know what's fucked up? We're explaining exactly to you why.
Hold
right?
on.
And
So
you
let me
keep
use
trolling
another.
on.
Let me
You
hold on.
keep
Hold on, Bob.
saying we're on the ball. We're not gonna see the curvature. It's
Hold
like you're
on,
not
Bob.
there.
Just let me
Like you're
go
not
through this.
listening.
Just a couple of these, Bonk. Hold on. So let's go to 5 miles. Here's what the size you're saying is so large is. At 5 miles, there should be 16.667 feet of drop. That's only almost 17 feet of drop if you are right on the water level. Okay, so at 5 miles, 16 feet of drop. Now, if you're 5 feet off the water, 6 feet off the water, your geometric horizon should be no further than 3.5 miles or thereabouts, right around 3.5 miles. So if I'm seeing the shoreline at 5 miles and I'm looking at 3-foot waves break on the shore, now subtract 3 feet from 16.667 feet and tell me what you get. Yeah, so that means 14 feet. That wave, 3 foot, should be 14 feet below your line of sight, hidden by a bulge of curved water.
And there are no flat surfaces on a ball.
So
There
my
are
point
no flat
was in all of that. Hold on, and I'm just gonna go back. My point in all of that is
Oh my
to show
God,
you
bro.
that it's not as large as like you think it's that large. Well, I just showed you exactly how large they're saying it's supposed to be, and you would see those drops. 10 miles would be 66.67 feet of vertical drop. So it gets worse.
Why do you think you can see the curvature? Why do you think you should see it while you're standing? Who told you that?
The math. Like check it out.
Yeah, that's the claim.
You know when
It's the claim. We don't even have to. It's the claim. We didn't come up with it.
You ever put a ruler on a basketball? Put the ruler on that basketball. You know that line that goes off of the basketball? Straight line, man. You know. How much of that basketball is straight?
How many horizontals are there in the sphere?
Bro, that's like trying to compare a speck of dirt to a
Exactly. But
watermelon.
check it out though.
Not the same thing.
Check it out though, man. These planes go up to so far. Pilots say they can see 3,000 miles across the U.S. That's a straight line. 3,000 miles. Look, man, the whole USA is a straight line. Okay, if the Earth is supposed to be a ball, well, now you got this flat thing up here where America is, and what ball, right? It's so flat. 3,000 miles. Blackbird, these Air Force pilots get up there. You ever considered that? Like, if this is flat, if an eighth of the whole ball is flat, then what kind of shape am I looking at here now?
And stationary.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, acrobatic pilots like the Red Arrows and so they keep level flight. The trick is to keep it flight
Okay, so
and
since you
steady.
guys say we're stationary, like there people in California or Haiti or there's tectonic plates that's always moving, and sometimes they crash and they can cause an earthquake. So those people can't feel the
What
tectonic
are you
plate
talking
moving
about?
24/7,
Okay,
but it's
can you give me
moving.
the measurement? Can you give me the measurement, the exact measurement of the North American plate, including how deep it is? Can you give me a
The
contour
plates
of
are
that
moving,
entire
bro.
plate?
Earthquakes are real.
Can you give me
They
the
happen.
entire plate dimensions, please? I want the entire plate's dimensions. I'll just give you one, just the North American plate. So can you give me all the dimensions and contours, including depth information about that plate, please?
It's a theory,
No, I
man.
don't have the
It's
information.
tectonic
Okay.
plate
Oh,
theory
sorry about
is a theory, man. It's not real. It's a theory.
Why
Just
is
like
everything not
ball,
real
just
to you
like
guys?
gravity. Because it's a theory, man. Look it up. Holy shit. You bring it up. Look it up. It's a theory. That's why I'm saying it's a theory nicely.
because I know you
What's
didn't know.
this
Well, now you
Discord?
know. Go
That's
verify it, man.
fallacious. No one in here thinks
Theory.
everything is not real.
The
So
Navy,
that's a
the
fallacious
Navy
argument.
shot, yeah. The Navy was playing with the radar, shot some sonar down, bounced back up, and like, hey, what's this? And theories came out. Okay, so look it up, man. It's theories.
P waves and S waves.
Yeah. Come on, you know what I mean? This is what I mean. Like people, we, have been so indoctrinated. Like every day we're bombarded with these things every day since we're little, movies, TV, school, that we have this detailed explanation about how everything we know how the universe works. Now we must go far beyond and travel back. And I was like, come on, man. Really? Shit from
We're gonna be
movies,
hit by a
man.
comet.
Yeah, it's like more about Darth Vader than freaking.
We all gonna die by a comet.
Right? People are talking about energy crisis and shit. Like what? Climate change.
Oh, and
like,
don't
what?
forget the fossil fuel. No pun intended.
Look, man, a lot of things are theories and are lies. Okay, like they're called theories because they're lies, and they change it.
Yeah, just observe and declare. Look, that you see is actually this.
So look, it's flat, right? It is. There's no evidence for the globe. The evidence is that you have to imagine it. The evidence is you have to listen to the scientists and NASA explain it to you. That's the evidence. You have to conceptualize it. Don't see the curvature. Neil deGrasse Tyson said about that 120,000 foot, shot of the horizon at eye level. He said, "You do not see the." He yelled it, frustrating. He was frustrated. You do not see the curvature of the earth like that. You do not see the curvature of the earth. Yelled it, like.
Yeah, but this is coming from the guy who says that doesn't know what gravity is. Come on, you cannot take it seriously. We all know what gravity is, the bending of space-time.
He's trying to correct all the globers going out there saying they can see it. Can't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat. He yelled it. That stuff is flat. Right? Because that's what we have to work with in order for airplanes to fly around and missiles to hit their target and, birds to reach their destination when they're not migrate. You know what I mean? Like dolphins and
missiles actually curve to get to their destination.
So
over
if
flat
surface.
Exactly.
Let's say that if I was on the ground and you are controlling the missile, if I would ask you to shoot a certain area, are you going to shoot that area or are you going to aim the missile somewhere else in order to shoot the area that I told you so? Let's say you're going to shoot the missile. I tell you, enemy are on these coordinates, yeah? Are you going to shoot at those coordinates that I told you, or are you going to calculate for the movement of the Earth and bullshit which direction it is in order to achieve it?
Not. He's saying well, it does curve, but it's not going around the curvature of the Earth. It goes up, right? And then it travels in a straight line the way an airplane does. And then when it gets to its target, it comes down. But it's not going over a curvature.
That's not true.
Look,
actually,
listen,
flat means curve.
You're being silly, okay? To calculate trajectories, you need a plane, okay? Assist the grid, okay? The grid is always a plane, a flat plane, okay?
Yeah, but the missiles in nowadays, they are manipulated on flight. So you give first you give a certain set of coordinates which the missile will follow, but then you'll put a different set of coordinates and it will change again. This is not to give your position to the enemy.
Yeah.
So nowadays they are controlled flight missiles.
Right. But mortars, if you throw a rock, it'll go in a curved line over a flat plane. It doesn't. It's not even an argument. Like I don't know who brought that up. Like
the problem is the radar system. The radar system for these missiles that we're talking about, they pencil the targets. So they need to detect the target, no matter what distance the target is, before you actually press the button to send the missile. So even though you cannot see the target, the radar system and the laser system needs to detect the target.
Well, the target is already on the grid, yeah, and you can just follow the grid. But I think they got drones up there now that is painted like before.
Yeah, I'm talking about the system where you have the detecting system on the same deck as the missile is shoot from.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Flat.
But yes, the globe measures to be flat. What about that?
Yeah.
Must be a flat globe. A glass globe.
You can tell it's a globe
I mean, you
because it looks
can
so
say it's
flat.
flat or a globe, but the Earth is moving underneath tectonic plates.
What? How do you know that?
Again, tectonic plates. What's that?
Well, they're below 8 miles, aren't they?
What
I
does
mean,
that
we
have
have
to
different continents because the plates moved and caused landing shift. So
The,
you
the,
can't
alle-
deny that.
the alleged plates, they're below 8 miles, right?
You know that theory only exists on a ball, right? You know the theory that everything was connected at one time and then everything got spread out. You know that's only on the ball.
The plates are on a plane, like a flat table. That's where plates are, on a flat surface.
Yeah, plates are pretty planar.
Yeah, you know what? We have the abyssal plains in the oceans. They cover 70% of the Earth's surface that we know of. Flattest places on Earth. We're talking like 8 to 10,000 miles of Pacific Ocean, completely flat bottom ocean.
Yep, not just Pacific. I mean, it's called sea level for a reason.
Exactly.
Hawaii is sticking out of the middle of the Pacific Ocean. If anything was moving beneath it, it would just tip over and fall into the ocean. Like what kind of silly land? Like what?
Only in a Dr. Seuss world do you have something like
What?
the globe that you're talking about. Yeah.
No, but seriously, tectonic theory, it's not real too, man. Like it's new to most people. You know, they didn't know. They just assumed because Tremors and all those movies.
Who has a picture of a tectonic plate to show me? Last I heard, the deepest anyone dug was 8 miles.
Yeah, the tectonic plate, he didn't have the specifications for that I asked for, the dimensions of it. From any source, I'll give you that. From any source, the entire dimensions of one plate. Give me the entire dimensions. North American plate.
But isn't that still dodging you're dodging curvature, man? We have to stick to curvature. Like,
are the plates curved?
What do the plates? They can't do anything
Wouldn't be
for
plates.
curvature.
Well, I mean, they're below the surface level, so they have to have even more curvature than the surface is supposed to have, right? Because it's an even smaller radius, right? So,
the type of plate you're talking about is like a bowl, like a pasta plate, which is a deep plate. But plates normally they're flat.
It's more like a crust.
Well, these plates are.
Okay, let the bot get it out. Let the bot get it all out. Go ahead. Okay. Thank you, bot. Great job, bot.
Come on, guys, you're killing me here.
These plates are extra curved.
That was great.
It's more like a moving crust than a
To throw you
plate.
through a plate glass window. As long as the crust is crispy, it's fine.
And under the crust is the good stuff. Yeah. Right?
No, that's where the white bread is.
But that's true. That's the only time we ever feel Earth moving is earthquakes. That's it. That's the only time. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't feel motions that are hundreds or thousands of times higher velocity and magnitude.
And they say that's because it's a constant rate. But then they also say now that daytime is getting shorter because the Earth's rotation is speeding up. So which one is it?
Really? The audacity.
No kidding.
Did you know that people learn more about the globe from movies than from school? Like Ice Age. You guys remember Ice Age? Like,
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that's not. Yeah, that's why it's like, nah, man, it's tectonic plates. They're like, like I saw it in a movie. Ice Age. Yeah, Ice Age.
Exactly.
Yeah, I saw it in Ice Age. Right, because you didn't research
Lilies
tectonic
on the pond. Lilies on the
Yeah.
pond is the description that they give to us, isn't it? The continents floating on the pond, on the lilies, yeah, the lilies floating on the pond. So everything heavy, anything heavy like iron or so on, will sink to the bottom of the pond. That's why we have a molten iron core with the lilies on the top. And guess what? When the lilies collide with one another, we have an earthquake. I mean, that's the analogy that they gave it to us, but to prove that, we're still waiting.
Or an Ice Age. It all depends on how fast.
Oh, Ice Age.
Really
Need to check
bad
on the
for
calendar
movie.
when he's coming.
Yeah. In 100 years, it will be 2,160 years. That's one eon or age. Then the age of Aquarius shall truly begin. We're like at the end of the age of Pisces.
No worries, man. Before that, we're gonna be all flooded. The ocean level is gonna rise. I don't know how many meters, and we all gonna die again.
Yeah, and it's gonna happen all over again.
It makes me want to go sleep right next to the sea level like I did a week ago. 1 foot above sea level. It was awesome.
Just want to make sure it's flat.
That water is flat. All the way up the river, that water flat. All across every ocean, sea level. Thank you very much. Thank you, Earth.
If you ask the question, well, is it going to change my life, right? Well, if it wasn't important enough to change your life, someone like the president of the United States, right, they wouldn't bother have him mention the Flat Earth Society. So because it's so important that they have to develop a whole, kind of campaign against it, right? Yes, it will 100% change your life.
Yeah, that must have hit a nerve. And actually, what they did 3 years ago, I think is really directly related to it.
Yeah, it had to, because if they didn't take control of this information, right, it would have created like chaos. I mean, think about it, right? If they didn't make fun of Flat Earth using Flat Earth Society, Flat Earth would have taken over. I mean, like people would have just woken up to lies. That's all. All looked into it and seen the obvious. But because it's being mocked, when people hear Flat Earth, like these guys, they think Flat Earth Society. Stupid. What's wrong with you people? What's wrong with you? Yeah, it'll change your life. The blue pill, red pill, yeah, it's that kind of life changing. Neo was like, no, this isn't real. What is real?
I think the problem here is sometimes lost in translation because we use the same word for different things. When we say the Earth is flat, we don't mean the ground that we stand on. We mean the realm that we live in. Because the land, the ground cannot be flat. It's what holds the oceans within. If you remove the water from the Earth, what you have left is not flat. So I don't know if I'm if I'm explaining myself properly, it's like a large pond.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't even try to explain because the word flat it was coined by the CIA. It's a stupid word to explain such things because I don't say the Earth is flat. I say the Earth is not a ball. I say that we're being lied to about the nature of our reality. Well, what is it then?
But my walls are flat. But my walls are flat too, and they're not on the same vector. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like a large pond full of water. You know what contains the water within the pond is the ground. You know there is earth underneath the oceans, and they're forgetting that. They think there's no ground underneath. That's why the tectonic plates, and we still somehow floating on these tectonic plates.
Yes, level, flat and level. But they chose the word flat, flat Earth, right? Because what they were mocking it in the cartoons on TV. They always bring it up as like a mocking point, to how stupid a person is, right? Like, or how cultish, like a cult like behavior.
Yeah, but level is more precise.
Right.
Flat is not so precise word as level.
It's a
And we
trigger word.
know that the water mainly in the oceans, have tides and things like that. So it might not be level all the time, but it's flat throughout.
Yeah, sea level is enough to explain, what it means, and when people
correct.
understand.
But still, you're still describing this place. This place is not a word or a description.
Yeah, more like a rail. It's an experience. It's a waking experience. Right?
The realm that we live in, I mean, rather than saying planet Earth, you just remove the word planet, Earth only.
Because it's not a planet. When you say planet,
It's
you're
not a
saying
planet.
it's a disk in space. Yeah, they're saying it's a disk in space.
No. The planets is the lights in the sky that we observe that we call them planets. We don't live in one of those. We're not one of those lights in the sky. There is no sky underneath our feet.
Yeah. Planet only applies to the heliocentric model because it applies to the wandering stars. But they're stars. They're all stars. The seven wandering
twinkling lights
stars.
in the sky, that's what they are.
Yeah. To light the night and help the seasons, so we know the seasons and regulate other stuff that we don't know anything about. The navigation.
They still give you the option to name one of the stars in the sky, though.
Oh, that's so
name.
That's so sweet of them. I can't wait.
There's so many of them. Yeah, there's so many of them. People are buying it. Oh man.
Sure, there's already 10 John stars named John.
We stand on the earth. The earth is in the waters, below the heavens.
Yes.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Very nice quote from Lee. Be more water, guys.
I mean, it's not. You all came from a water bag. Tell your moms. Can't deny that.
I'm trying to save the planet and drink beer instead of water.
Hey, don't you need water to make beer?
Yeah, 70% of it. Yeah, it's a long drink. Descendant drink. If you're thirsty, that's what it's recommended, a long drink.
Yeah, you start with
One
the
of
best.
the oldest drinks in the world.
That's why you start
Lost
with
in
the
history.
very best vapor distilled water. That's why my beer will be the best.
Distilled water. No, but there are minerals that you need them. You know, water needs to have contact with the minerals. Distilled water is good,
When
but is
you're distilling, you're getting pure distilled water. So there's that
yeah,
part.
but
So when
still
you're
missing minerals in it. You can only get them from the ground.
yeah, I understand that. Yeah, spring water would be the best if it was from a clean source. I don't trust any source of water in the U.S., but that's just me.
Actually, the best water is deep sea water.
Mm-hmm. We're still scratching the surface of water anyway. We still don't know what that is. Definitely
I like
not
the idea of splitting.
CO. Definitely not H2O. Because if you remove the hydrogen, what you have left is not oxygen. If you remove
I
the
know.
oxygen, what you
That's a
have
great
left
topic.
is not hydrogen.
Yeah,
So
you
we're
split
still
that.
scratching the surface of it.
Yeah, but you can make turbines. I want to develop a plan for a small, compact HHO powered turbine that could power anything I put it on, like a
What's
go
That's
kart,
nice. You can also
motorcycle.
install a turbine in your water system at home. So every time that you open your tap, you're generating power.
Well, I pour a lot of water and it spins.
But you know the
That's
water that you
what
get in
meters are
your
built on, isn't it? Water meters are built on that system.
the water
You
you get
know,
from your tap though is pumped by other pumps, right? So you kind of get electricity in the end indirectly from the electric power the water plant gets.
You can have a plate of copper, another plate of magnesium, and you can produce a charge with seawater.
Yeah, but at some point then it will just coat, like it will get coated. It's basically what you describe is metal plating. So then it will stop working, and then you have to basically brush off the coat.
one thing that I find amazing is that before water being classified as H2O was called H3O. I wonder why they
Wasn't
changed from H3 to H2. Why
the
they
the per-
reduced?
the person that gave us H2O, his last name wasn't Cavendish or something like that? The person that proposed that water is H2O is no Cavendish. I'm gonna tell you right now. Aristoteles. Let me look it up again.
Aristoteles.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, something like that. Let's see.
Aristarchus.
Oh, that guy.
Aristarchus. That's better. Aristotle is too far away. He's way back.
Actually, it was the chemist Henry Cavendish who discovered the composition of water. When he experimented with hydrogen and oxygen and mixed these elements together to create an explosion. Oxyhydrogen effects in 1811.
So now I'm suspect of water now. That's a
There you
new
go.
cover up. H2O.
So
Careful, you might explode in your house.
Cavendish, your boy Cavendish gave you H2O, boys.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is the problem is I have done the experiment myself, and you can do it too in your home. It's not so hard. So that's the thing. In that case,
Did you blow up?
You can.
Just drink
Yeah.
rainwater or spring water.
So basically, what you need is water, right? A basin of water. You need an anode and a cathode. You put into it, and then above the anode and the cathode, you put two basically glass bottles that are filled with water and that are upside down, so that gas can bubble up into them. And then basically you will have less and less water in them and gas filling up in them. On the one side, it's literally just oxygen, stuff you can breathe, and the other is it's hydrogen. And if you bring them back together and light a fire, then it explodes, and then on the walls you have water again. So that's the thing.
I actually made a device. I actually made a device. I actually made a device just like that, and I used it as a booster on my Volkswagen. The HHO gas I fed directly into the throttle body, made it into the gas mixture.
It needs to go into the filter, the air filter.
No, I went
directly.
No, I went directly into the throat of the throttle body.
That's on.
So if you were thirsty, can you make water with hydrogen and oxygen and drink it?
Yeah, you can drink it.
I think that's what he's talking about, isn't he? That
Yeah.
gas is the HHO gas that I'm talking about.
It's two. It's the H or H2. That's one thing. That's the hydrogen, and O is the oxygen. Those are two gases. You can mix the gases. Then you light a fire, and then it's water. Like if you ignite it.
You know, you can cut a piece of brick or any kind of metal with that, but put your hand in front of it, it doesn't burn you. The same flame that can cut a brick in half. I've seen this.
Yeah, Brown's gas.
Yep.
Not only that. Now more recently they've discovered that if they send a it's a what's it called? It's like a radar wave through the water. It will burst into flames, and it goes above 1,000 degrees. It amazed all the experts that came to see the results. It was above expectations by thousands. They weren't expecting water to do that. I mean, they can do everything out of it, even welding. You know, with HHO, hydrogen cell. I mean, this is technology that was created more than 100 years ago. It's been always, you know, it's been always, yeah, always been taken out of the public. The public cannot know this because water is what we have in abundance, and we cannot meter that.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting that seawater apparently is one of the best electrolytes for doing this, for splitting that seawater. Look how abundant.
Seawater
but it
is
rusts.
very close.
That's the problem.
Seawater is very similar to our blood, except that it has 3 times the amount of sodium. So
yeah, if you're doing a hydrogen cell, what they recommend is baking soda. Use tap water and baking soda. You'll have less erosion on your on your metals.
Yeah, that's true. That would be an issue, wouldn't it? Always.
Yeah, because you don't want to have sparks. If you're having a high combustible gas, you don't want to have sparks eventually.
I actually used.
Yeah, but doesn't a desiccant cause breakdown on its own though, because it's crystalline?
I actually used a lye water mixture, distilled water and lye, like the kind they make soap out of. Lye. It's very caustic, but a super good electrolyte. You just have to be really careful with it.
you can actually dilute seawater with some fresh water, 3 parts, 3 parts per one, and you can. That's really good water for you.
Oh, to drink?
I mean, this technology is used by submarines, guys. Yeah, let's not forget that. The reason as to why they can be underwater for so long is because they managed to produce oxygen enough, you know, from the seawater. So
and their own nitrogen.
They could also produce the hydrogen if they.
Sorry.
They could also produce the hydrogen. It's the same technology to power the nuclear submarine.
Yeah, nuclear power is water power.
Yeah, correct. But they don't admit that, do they? I mean, if they have the same technology to convert seawater into oxygen that the whole crew can breathe underwater in a vast submarine, it's the same technology, man. They can convert the same water into a hydrogen and power up the submarine. They don't need to have this nuclear nonsense that they dispute.
I think they demonized the uranium, was it? And
you could use uranium to produce energy as well.
And got all
So
kinds
they,
of uranium mines in Utah, in southern Utah, all kinds of them, all over the place down there. It's crazy.
so demonize. Remember, they demonize hydrogen, uranium, demonize all of these things that can be utilized for a lot of different uses.
I'm wondering how much uranium is in the rocks I actually pick up and save and bring home. Like some of them could have uranium in it, for all I know.
I think my dad has a Geiger counter, or my dad passed away, but I think we got one put away somewhere. An old Geiger counter. It still works. We've used it several times, just messing around with it. But yeah, he's got one.
Yeah, but we need to understand that whatever is for our benefit, for our use as a society, it needs to be something difficult to find, in harsh conditions to make it expensive.
Yeah,
It cannot be something, that you can find anywhere, If you have a rainy day, there you go. You have plenty of water in your garden, in your backyard. It cannot be something simple as that. It needs to be complicated to justify the money that we pay for.
Yeah, they do that on purpose. You're right. Yep. You can go down into southern Utah and there's old uranium mines here, there, everywhere. They got them all fenced off, and they got big metal doors over the mine openings and big warning signs: "Warning, uranium, dangerous." And they're all out in the desert, way out in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, that shit isn't hurting nobody out there. It's been there ever since the Lord created this earth. And,
Yeah.
it's not hurting nobody out
Asbestos,
there.
so many other things, man.
Yeah, it's not hurting nobody out there. You know what I mean? It's just sitting there. And besides that, it's in such small quantities. You can pick up a rock that's got uranium in it, and it's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt nobody. I mean, they have to really refine
Unless you know what it is.
that.
If you know
Well,
if you know it's uranium, if you know it's does much harm to you, then you'll have all the symptoms and you'll have everything. But if you don't know what it is, you just kick the rock.
yeah, but still, there's didn't you see that? Didn't you see that guy going around, traveling around the country, who had like uranium in a vial, and he held it in his hand, and he would even eat some. He's telling people, "This is all a big hoax, dude. This shit is not harmful." It's there was a guy traveling the country like 30, 40 years ago, and exposing the government about uranium, that it's not even dangerous like they say it is. Just not. I mean, he held it
It's
in
like
his hand. Need it.
it's
Right
it's
right
like
in
the
front of
fossil
people.
fuel, isn't it? The fossil fuel. The key word is fossil. Very difficult to get, and we're going to run out one day of this
No,
fossil fuel. That's
there
why
is
it's
no
so
such a
expensive.
thing. No such a thing as fossil fuel. It's all just like organic material, like trees and whatever that is ferments and turns into coal. Coal mines are just like piled up dead trees that got been buried in the ground for a few hundred years, and it turns to
Think of that.
coal.
Think of what that conference would have been like. You're in the room, and these guys are like, "Yeah, we got all this oil. Now we know we can fuel all these petrol running freaking combustion internal combustion motors with all these devices and make a bunch of profit off of it." What do
Yep.
we tell everybody? We're gonna have to tell them something. They see it seeping out of the ground and shit. They're gonna catch on. Let's see. Hold up. I got an idea. Connect it to the dinosaurs.
There's places here too in Utah where you can drive, go on the way to Wyoming. There's these big red cliffs, and you can see oil seeping out of the cracks. It seeps out and it runs right down the face of the cliffs. There's all kinds of oil rigs up there drilling for oil and natural gas and all kinds of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of that stuff here where I live. It's crazy. And a friend of mine has a bunch of land that he inherited from his dad, by a place called Lost Creek Reservoir, and it goes all the way down to Weber Canyon, like thousands and thousands of acres. And he's got oil wells that are drilled and capped off with Chevron and Exxon caps on them. I've been up there, and he's actually taken me up there and showed me a bunch of them. It's a big concrete slab with a metal cap on it, that says Chevron or Exxon, or I can't remember. There was like 2 or 3 different companies that went up onto his property, drilled all these wells, and they cap them off. They don't even pump oil out of them, and they pay him royalties every month to not pump the oil. To not pump it. They pay him every month.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They're paying farmers to get rid of the crops, not to
Yep.
sell them.
Yeah, they're
That
trying,
controls the price and it controls the economy.
and it controls the people too. I mean, talk about control. Talk about fear mongering.
We all gonna die.
Fabricated food shortage and all. Yeah, it's really it's disgusting. It's evil. It's disgusting, bro. It's bad what they're doing right with the whole scenario right now. It's just I never thought I'd see this much corruption in my entire life, let alone hit all at once like it is. I mean, they're just pouring it on hard everywhere you can, any possible thing you can
But it's
think
not hidden,
of.
though. It's not hidden. They admit it.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They admit it. You just need to search and see where they are admitting it about the whole thing.
Yep.
About being flat, about everything.
Yep. You're right. Yep.
They admit it. They're not hiding it.
Yeah, they say we got oil shortages and all this kind of shit, man. I'm telling you, there are people here where I live in this state that are being paid thousands and thousands of dollars every month to not pump the oil hole or drill that's already been drilled. It's drilled and capped. All you got to do is put a pump on it and start sucking oil out. And they just sitting there. If they hooked them all up, started sucking oil at it, all the ones they got drilled here, we'd have enough oil to make gas for probably the whole damn world.
But then the climate would change, man.
Oh, sure.
And there would be a catastrophe to the world with all of this climate changing because of
you believe in
opening the tap.
Tell me no.
Wait,
Tell me
wait,
no.
wait. Hold on a second.
Climate change, of course I believe in climate change. We have
Hey,
seasons.
George,
It's always changing.
George.
Yep.
You can't be serious right now. So
Really?
they say CO2 is a problem, right? CO2 is a
Why is it not
greenhouse
killing
gas.
us? We breathe it out every day. Why is it not killing us?
It's a problem now.
Hang on.
It wasn't a problem before. It used to be.
Okay, so we're
plant food.
at 400 ppm of CO2. At 250 ppm, all plants start dying. At 150, all life on Earth dies. At 1200 ppm, that's like the best situation in which a plant can be in. It will grow and put out its optimal growth and output at 1200 ppm of CO2. You can ask any farmer. So we're at 400. They want to take us down to 0. 0 CO2 means what? Everything on Earth dies. Everything.
That's correct.
All life.
If you want to reduce the CO2, you need to have more vegetation on the ground.
No. The best thing you could do if you can make the deserts bloom just by putting out enough CO2.
Yep.
We don't have enough CO2. We're actually in the worst.
Yep.
Well, one of the worst droughts of CO2 by the ice caps. By what the ice caps tell us. The ice caps tell us that we used to have tons of CO2.
Yeah,
1200 ppm.
Drill an ice core out from way deep down in the ice, pull it out, and test the air bubbles inside the ice cores. And you're right, the CO2 was much higher back then. Whenever that cylinder of ice would date back to, I don't know whether they're accurate with their dating, information. Who knows? But yeah, you're right. They did find more CO2.
You're not saying that Al Gore is lying. What are you saying?
Yeah. You know, the funny thing about Al Gore, the whole time he said he invented the internet, he was making a joke about his name as an algorithm.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody actually ever got the joke, even though the guy was an idiot. He was actually just making a funny, witty joke that nobody ever got.
That's because everybody's so dumbed down. They just create all this fear mongering shit with this CO2 bullshit, everything else they're doing, they don't even have time to get a funny joke. You know? Yeah, it just
Yeah,
goes right
the
over their
hockey
head.
stick.
They got
joke was
everybody.
ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Al
The
Gore is
hockey
also
stick theory.
Al Gore is also the man who wanted to bring you $5 a gallon gas. So I don't think he's that great of a guy.
No,
but he was just making a joke.
He is a
The
joke.
joke was 10 years too early. Yeah. If you would have told it now, oh man. He would have gotten a lot of.
Well, if I was you, I wouldn't believe him. I know, and I don't believe in Arabs anyway.
Yeah.
You said Al Gore, yeah?
Yeah,
It sounds Arab.
algorithm.
Yeah, it sounds
It's,
like an Arab name.
What an idiot.
Al.
So yeah, the whole global warming thing is it's a lie.
fucking
They
bullshit.
want to kill you.
Yep.
They want to charge you for breathing.
Yep. If you reduce the CO2 on this planet any lower than it is, and we are going to start watching, forests are going to start dying. The plankton
So if
in the
you want to,
oceans is going to die. Everything
if
that
you want
uses.
to contribute to the CO2, do we make our own compost or what? What do we do?
I don't know that compost is the way to go. I think that produces more methane than it does CO2.
Methane will break down into CO2 because it's
Does it? Okay.
It's a hydrocarbon.
The oceans, as I understand,
Okay.
the oceans are the most responsible ones for the CO2 level.
Yes, the oceans are the most humans have ever put into the atmosphere of carbon has been 3%. That was at our height of production in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
Before the catalytic converter.
And did that raise the temperature and the lower the water levels?
No.
No.
That was at 3%. We're less than that now.
Nobody raised the temperature and caused water levels to go down. That's all been. They drained those things out. They didn't. They were purposefully drained into the ocean and wasted the water. They didn't. There was no shortage. They made the shortage, just like they're doing with the food and everything else, dude.
I'm gonna have a talk with Al Gore. I'm gonna write him a very strong letter.
Yeah, I like that.
Are you? An inconvenient email is what you're gonna send him.
Can I just sign the bottom of it when you're done, please?
You guys know what a biodigester is? Biofuel, biogas.
Biogasoline. It's naturally created oils and stuff from plant material and whatever else. Biofuel. It's just like diesel, but it's made from rather than from petroleum. It's made from plant life and different
Alcohol.
marijuana. You can make all kinds of biofuel.
Is it time for my cannabis? My hemp pitch? Yes, it is.
It's like turning your septic into a natural digester, and it gives you the gas for cooking, methane, and it gives you fertilizer. You know, the water, the liquid form, and
nitrogen,
and all kind. Yeah, and it's so cheap to set up. It's you can do it right now, like at home with
compost
if
pile.
You have a big,
Yep.
Well, no, that can replace the compost. The compost pile is basically the slowest, right? And this is like the fastest. This
Right.
Is like,
Well, it's the
nature's
slowest, but I'm
way of
just
doing
saying
it.
that if people had compost piles in their yards, everybody had a big compost pile. You'd never need fertilizer, or you'd have plenty of fertilizer for all your crops, your land, everything.
This is the compost pile, right? This is like a stomach. This is the stomach.
Yeah,
this
I
is
get
making it
you.
happen faster. Happen faster and more efficiently, right? So it's one of those things that was kept from us that we don't, because anyone can build this. You can build it out of a little container.
I wonder how many things they hid from us, Bong. How many now? What's the count up to? About 1 million or more?
Everything.
Yeah, everything. You're right.
That's the shape of the world.
We're not going to do anything else in life.
I mean, holy
this
fuck!
Is so awesome. Yeah, this is like the heart of any like permaculture or the stomach.
Hey, really quick, I'd like to apologize to George. I'm sorry I jumped on him. I didn't realize that he was as understanding as he is.
Okay.
No, man, you're cool, man.
Cool. I just didn't want to start our first talk with a bad impression.
Well, then you should just not say anything at all. That's your safest bet.
Hi, you don't know me. Shut your mouth, God, Rocket.
Yeah, man.
Dude,
We're all good. We're all good.
you can run your whole plumbing, sewage, all your, into it, right? If you have a piggery farm, that's the best for it, right? It's odorless.
Well, at least you got the joke, man. At least you understood I was joking, and that's the good part right there, brother.
Hey, I can take it as much as I can dish it out. So
That's right. So oh, that was funny.
And electricity, and you also get electricity from it. So there
Bong,
you go.
shut the hell up.
Am I boring you?
Yes.
No,
he keeps on going on about fucking septic tanks. He's like trying to sell us his newfangled septic tank that we've never heard of.
And they stink.
And they stink. A used septic tank salesman. Say that.
Yeah, thanks, Bong. Thanks, Bong. We've never heard of a septic tank before.
Why do you smell like shit? That's what I want to know. Why do you smell like shit?
It's an upgraded
change the
so
bong water.
So not only do you sound like
You can
shit,
use
now you
septic
smell
bong
like
water.
it. Fuck.
This coffee tastes like shit.
I am swimming in the shit.
Bong water.
Oh no,
That's
a good one. Bong water.
You can use septic bong water.
The science of it is so fascinating. What's
you can
happening
use septic
inside.
bong water.
Get him
happening
again.
inside.
He's being repetitive.
Dude, I'm talking about gas pressure, and how
without a container, right?
Oh no, you definitely need a container for this one.
Which a bong is a perfect representation. Yes, that's true.
You can use
but gas is halfway, don't they?
It's an apparatus for testing hydraulics and gas pressure fundamentals.
You can use septic bong water.
I just posted a meme. You're on the bottom.
Then there's
disgusting.
Then
You'll be all right. Calm down. You're not going to die from it. It's not going to hurt.
Did you die though?
Man.
No. Don't make me giggle.
That's what happens when you work.
You guys speaking Chinese now?
That's what happens when you're in the sanitation industry, eh? People like to crack jokes. Anyway.
Everybody remembers the movie Schindler's List, right?
Oh yeah.
When the kids got in the latrine, that's what that's from.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, the kids were hiding from the Nazis, and Schindler, I think, stuck them in the latrine.
This is what we get when Bong and Deuce joined the VC. Lots of
I thought
shit.
you were on Schindler's List, Bong. How did you get off that?
This was extra chosen.
You mean the winners list?
I'm like, nah, leave me on it. I'm good. I'll go now.
I mean, how many?
I'm going now.
How many Jews?
How many people in the winners list? How many people did he put it in the in the Wii?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't remember that movie. It's like,
don't worry, it was just a story. It wasn't actually real, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's all right, man.
A lot of crying.
Yeah. Abort your kids.
Yeah.
And the large cemetery in the end.
I never understood that. How come they put all those like grown ass people out there, and like it was a real story? When I was a kid and they made me watch that, I thought that show was real. Then I found out it was all just a fiction. I was so pissed.
Yeah, because it traumatized the shit out.
It's produced. It's been scripted. What do you expect?
All the stories we've been told are not real. I mean,
I thought it was a
fuck
real
that.
story. I
You'd be
thought it was a real story. They showed real
I'm
people at
straight.
the end.
I know. Well, it was on the
You're a
telly,
puppet for the
right?
New World Order.
It was on
Yeah.
the
Well,
What
telly.
part of the New World Order
they
don't you go
disclosed at the
along with?
beginning, didn't they?
No,
He said it
I
was
was
based on the real
Portion.
story.
Okay, that's good.
Based
right,
on
but
the
that
real
was a lot
story. It
to it.
doesn't
It
make it a
wasn't
real story.
the only real story is that there was a Nazi Germany. That was the only part that was real.
Well-
Everything else was a lie. I was a little kid. I believed it.
I'm
What
not so
choice did I
sure
have?
about
Come on,
Nazi
the guys
Germany,
weren't
though.
even Jewish, man.
Are you
got me
talking about
wondering.
Sky Captain? Are you talking about Sky Captain? That one?
No, Schindler's List, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
fuck?
Trauma. Yeah, it's like those astronauts that died, right? And you're like, oh my god, and then you find out they're still alive, and it's like,
They're still
Yeah, that's
teaching in
the
school, and yeah.
that's the only time they
Oh, you
rolled
mean
out the TV.
Challenger? Yeah.
That's the only time they rolled out the TV in my school, in that school
Yep.
ever, was for that specifically, so we could all watch it explode. They rolled out the TV and turned it on. We were like, oh, we're gonna get to be able to watch TV, and then we supposedly watched 7 people die. And that's the only that's the only shuttle launch or anything out into space I'd ever seen it at school. It was crazy.
7-Up.
Wow.
I remember
Wow.
voting for who would be on the thing, and we definitely knew what the TV was being rolled in for. It was like a big event.
Yeah. Is that called
What grade were you in?
Is that called predictive
No.
programming? By the way, would that be anything like
Trauma-based
what is
mind
that?
control
Why
because
does it look like that?
because there
What
was
is
the
that?
investment. There was an investment in like who's going to be on the thing, and then like it was my favorite teacher, so I had already voted for the guy in the room with me. So like when it blew up, I looked at him. I should not. I was in 4th grade. I'm like, oh man.
I don't want to look at it. What is
I
that?
looked at him and I felt bad. I felt like I almost murdered you, dude. I didn't want because it was anonymous votes.
I thought you looked at him and said, "Why, you lucky bastard."
No, I was like, dude, I voted for this guy. I was like trying to, bro. I was trying to promote him in the play yard and shit.
Don't look away, son.
And bro,
Don't
and I
look
came from
away.
a town of like 2,500 people, so like it didn't matter, right? And the votes were never counted anyway because who gave a shit? But that's why I say trauma-based mind control, because it was a whole to do. It was like a 3-month event by the time the TV rolled into the room. Like there was like updates on the little TV about like how the counting was going, and
guess what? It worked on you. That's
just quickly.
Well, I remember. I seem to remember more details about it than most other people, which is strange.
He was a
Does
child.
anybody I was
Just
4th grade.
quickly, bro. Do you remember how high it was up when it blew up?
Yeah, it was like it had been going up. I would say about 6 or 7 seconds. I wouldn't know its height, but I think it was about. I would say it was about 6, and then and when it blew up, it was obvious. Like
I would
it
say
was
longer than
there was
that.
going to
I
be
would say
nothing
around
there.
20 seconds.
Yeah, it was.
I
It
would
was
say around
pretty
20
quick
seconds
though.
or more.
20
it
or
was
30
pretty,
seconds. Yeah.
It was pretty quick. From my memory,
Probably.
it was like the blink of an eye practically. It happened so quick.
Yeah, it did. It was, but
Yeah,
I
no
still
one
think
was
it was more than. I think it was more than
expecting.
7 seconds, though. It was like 20.
You're
Yeah.
probably right. You're probably right because they
At
are
those
pretty.
heights,
They
no one
actually
was
do go up
expecting.
slow.
Yeah.
Well, they go. You
I
know why
don't know.
you know why they go up slow, right? Because the
Now I
helium,
do.
the helium
Yeah, the
inside of them
helium.
slows it down. Because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
trying to push
It's
up.
a light show.
Trying
It's
to push up a
it's
big
like a
balloon.
bottle rocket. Yeah. Well, they're not even needing to push it up. It's I think there's probably some kind of things that like kind of guide it, but it's not really being pushed that much.
No,
I
it's
mean,
pulling
it's
the
like
rocket with it.
floating.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
helium's
It's lifting
pulling
the
the rocket
weight
shell.
of it with and the rocket's kind of pushing, but they can't have too much thrust because it would push it would push it shut. It would start pushing it shut.
They tumble when you push them like that. If you can't push them,
Yeah, it would
you got
get
to
the
pull
back.
from the front. You got to pull from the front because you push
That's
from the
exactly
rear
what.
and they tumble, dude. That does not work. And rocket
Yeah, it would
technology
start
is
tumbling and
yes,
folding. Yeah,
yes. That's why you know they're not being pushed with those rocket engines because that big tall cylinder, you can't. No, it doesn't work. They tumble.
right.
Yeah.
Well, I only had one flat smack today, and it went really bad. But anyway, it was a military girl, so it was a Christian girl. So we were kind of like, she had the obligation to be nice because it was kind of an authority situation. But then when I really pushed her about continuing, it was air pressure without containment. I had to introduce, after she agreed, the reason why I brought it up. That was after I brought up the black swan and showed her it. And then she continued on about how people fly around the world and they go upside down or whatever. And I'm like, well, I mean, air pressure without containment, you know what that implies, right? And then it goes into dark matter instead of a vacuum. So there's
Did she say upside
people
down?
have their own yeah.
Even for the
Dude,
vacuum, is needed the container.
well, yeah,
even for the vacuum, is needed
some
the
people are
container. The
some
problem
people
is that
just are wing nuts making up their own shit. And she said dark matter holds it in. It's not a
yeah,
vacuum, is her statement. It's a
the
dark
globe,
matter.
the globe
They make up their own shit.
The globe model, if you understand it properly, it's an open-closed system. Yeah, okay. It's open enough for us to go through, but closed for the gases not to go through.
Well, but that's not real. But this is the second time I've heard like the dark matter, and I was like, well, what's that? And then she's like, it takes up 98% of this of reality, and it's so dumb. It's
That's
what?
racist,
Yeah, sure.
I heard it was
I should have
96%.
said it because but bro, it's like, but what is it, and how do I know what it is, and where do I find it? Is this another one of the manifest, non-manifest things that I heard so much about today? That shit was funny too.
I think she needs to do better. I just think she needs to do better.
Right. It turned out and then I mean, I have my perspective on these wars and stuff, but she was like a chaplain in the military, and I'm like, well, I don't think we should be killing people. I don't know. I feel like we've been doing it for a long time. And then she goes into how God blesses the military, and I'm like, what? Where's America in the military? Where's America in the Bible?
Oh! She's probably talking about Ares, the god of war.
Yeah.
Roman. Sometimes it's Greek. What is it? Mars. Mars. Yeah.
Oh, and it fell apart because I'm homeless due to drama and bullshit. I had $5,200 worth of my stuff stolen the other day, and I just packed what I wanted to keep and left. But anyway, so I'm living in my car. It's a Cadillac. It's kind of comfy, but it's kind of hot. Anyway, and it's kind of spendy to keep air going, and it's what it is. It's kind of uncomfortable, but still. Anyway, and then the final straw was she had to touch me with this I couldn't blow my nose on this tester. It had to go into my nose. I'm like, okay, well, I'll pick my nose and rub it on it and then wash my hand. Or I'll blow my nose on a rag, or I'll wipe my nose with the rag and then you can wipe it on what I wiped it on. None of it could work. It had to go into my nose. I'm like, why does this thing have to touch me? And she just totally wouldn't understand that I didn't want this thing to touch me at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, and then I'm like, man, I didn't say it, but I'm in my head screaming, you're a flaming fucking authoritarian, man. I can't even get a dinner.
Lumpy, do you have a YouTube?
Yeah. And it only has two things. One was a rant response to some garbage Globers were doing, and it was just like kind of rant. I could delete it. And the other one's pretty valuable. It's actually SolidWorks, and I'm showing that it will fail attempting to measure an angle if the line is curving. And how
you mean elevation angles?
Yeah, it's SolidWorks. Though it's like SolidWorks could build a Boeing 747 part by part, assemble it, and then test fly it. It's so sophisticated of a 3D modeling. It's the most sophisticated 3D modeling.
Those things get built when a hurricane hits a junkyard. That's what I've been told.
Can
Right.
you put your YouTube either in live stream or DM it to me?
Sure,
Cedric?
I'll go get it. I've invited people to grab that video and make what they can out of it, or I'll redo it, but not right away. One of the things that got stolen was my laptop, a bow, my $2,300 electric bike, which is here and there, but at the time to have a free method to get back and forth to little spots because I didn't pay the electric. I'm going to get it. When I get started about the missing shit, I get a little worked up. I'll be right back. I'm coming with this. Does that mean
I would like to hear less of people's bodily functions.
Yeah, me too. Good call.
Go ahead and mute yourself when you're not talking, please.
Yes, sir.
Talking about you, Gunlocken.
I know. No, I realize that, bro.
I have that thing
got
where
no room to talk.
I have that thing where if I hear people eat, like I get disgusted. Sometimes it happens to myself. I'll hear myself eat, and it will gross myself out.
Well, I was just in the kitchen, and I was tasting a couple things I'm cooking. I threw a couple little pieces in my mouth, and I threw my headphones on, and I didn't realize my mic was unmuted. But yeah, I'm making some really good food right now. So
yeah, it sounds great.
It is. It's going to be wonderful. So
so it's in there now.
Well, sharing is
and anybody can have it. I can DM it to you, email it to you, and you can cut my audio and then slow it down and blow it up or do whatever you want so it's more visible. Or when I get another laptop, hacking SolidWorks is not my forte, but I've done it a couple times in life now, so hopefully I can do it again.
Blowing it up sounds fun. That's a good suggestion. Thanks.
Well, no, making it expand, because I thought it would be bigger when I put it on YouTube, but it wasn't big.
I was just kidding.
Oh, okay.
Magnify.
I didn't know. Magnify.
Enhance it.
Yeah.
Magnify it.
Enlarge. Okay. I just thought you meant like I thought it was useless. So you were trying to point out that it's not. But
yeah, that's what I was doing. But it was a joke, my friend. You're all good. I did have a stick of dynamite in mind. Yes, you're right.
Right. And blow it right in front of the screen. Oh, life is weird. I love having that good humor, though. Actually, being kind of joyous is just part of what I've been lately, which is really nice. I love it. Sad and joy. So there's been a little bit. I lost night stuff that I didn't want to lose. My laptop, this electric bike, my bass amp.
Lumpy gas in a vacuum. You have 2 videos. What did Mark get in the third video going, bro?
Huh? I've never really created. I'll think about it. I'm trying to do anything that would support the work that's happening because we're really over the target. And I do have a Nikon P900, but my screen size on it, I got to get it hooked up to another laptop. I meant to do that, but then my laptop got stolen the other day, and I delayed. I put it off, so I'd have a bigger screen.
You don't have any computer right now?
No.
Okay.
It got taken. The one that you're looking at is stolen, and I'm trying to trace it, but I think they parted it out. I was living at a sober house, so I had 15 months sober, but people stole my stuff, and I just got the hell out of there with everything I could fit in my boat and my car. So and today would have been a good day to fish, but then I got to drive. So I'm Monday I'll have work, and then I fully own the vehicle. It's a 2017 Cadillac, so I'm probably just going to take enough money to go get an apartment. Because my last job, This one took my last 3 jobs because I bring up flat Earth and get a lot of ridicule. 2 of them I quit over ridicule, and the other one, the dude went to the owner of the company and said that I was a flat earther and that I'm dumb or something because I didn't go back. The HR called me when I got home. Said, yeah, don't come back.
What job did you go to that you lost because you're a flat Earth? If you don't mind me asking.
It's a shop in Perm called a shop in Perm, a machine shop, and they called Swan Machine, and they build ARs basically.
What's an AR?
Why do you feel the need to disclose that you are a flat earther? Is my question to you.
I know. I'm never. I don't know. There's an energy to it for me, bro. I was in the waiting to go back to get my meds because I have to take sleep meds because I'm screwed up. I'm like one of them guys that won't sleep for a couple of days, and I like to sleep a lot, so I need to get I take a Visceral, which is kind of like a what do you call it, antihistamine, kind of like the one you can buy. So, but at any rate,
a lot of good natural antihistamines, brother.
I should be doing something but I gotta sleep. Even if it's a bad chemical, not sleeping is worse. So, but at any rate, because I just think, but at any rate, so that's taken care of. But while getting the meds, because for whatever reason, they went into my room. Like when you pay rent for a room, it's private property, and the meds were taken, or blood pressure meds, and because I'm kind of older, my blood pressure's a little messed up. And it was garbage. So then by the time I got to the doctor's office, my blood pressure is all kinds out of whack. It was like 190 over 125, which is not healthy because it's adding a lot of pressure to your blood vessels in your brain.
Yeah, that's
and
not
then
good.
I know. I'm butthurt about it, dude. And these people were supposed to be Christian that ran it, and they lied about a couple things. They part of the problem was they wanted to change the rent, and then they wanted to add a damage because there was a change in management who owned the property since I'd lived there. So they had only had it for a few months, and then they were trying to imply all these rules I didn't want to do. So then what I think happened is I think they took my stuff, the staff, and then held it hostage to get this damage and because I'd already paid a damage. But they're like 4 supposedly Christian dudes, and that was almost the worst part because, like, the hell.
Well, a lot of those,
and even if they,
a lot of those healthcare professionals and healthcare workers, they don't. I would have to say that they don't know what they're doing half the time. They think they're doing the right thing. They've been told by their superiors to, treat somebody with a certain drug or treat them doing a certain process, and they just believe
by Google.
Yeah, or just by their superiors. I think they believe, some of them, most of them believe that what they're doing is the right treatment, and they don't look into it. None of them do.
What they do is they put in the computer the symptoms that whatever the patient claims, pain here, pain there, and the computer will give them a diagnosis.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Well, I had a really severe injury on my feet in 2018, and they were really great for that. I mean, I'm walking, no infection happened. I had to be taught how to take care of it. Basically, I didn't know that type of level of wound care. And then I needed multiple surgeries, and each one of them didn't cause more trouble than I already had. So, and I got really lucky with my orthopedic surgeon. He also works on the Vikings. And the place I ended up for the surgery was just top notch. Tria. It's just a surgical center. It's not like associated with a hospital, but it looks like a hospital. But it's basically always for surgery, and the way they did it was just really.
And now I know you're lying.
It was I could tell.
Bro, the
I could
Vikings
tell
are
it was
extinct.
the best.
How does he work on the Vikings when they're extinct?
No, I'm saying the team from Minnesota. Yeah, his name is Payne.
Some medics, they shouldn't be
needed...
called medics. They should be called butchers.
Yeah, because there's bad
ones. That's how surgeons started.
And And I think there's some that are evil because you'll meet people who have surgery problems that are like, it's obvious. They like they'll have like ripped through their kidney lines and damaged their kidney to the point where they've shortened their life by like half of what they would have had less, or maybe even only have 10%. I've heard a lot of stuff, man, over the years. And I think some of these doctors get away with making mistakes that were on purpose.
Probably. Do you mind me asking what was wrong with your foot?
I got run over. So the right side, it's crazy what happened. My backpack got hooked on a truck with like, it normally would carry concrete in the back, not the roller type, but a flatbed, but with thin tires on it because it was January 4th. And the right side heel is smashed, kind of like it's disformed, and it feels like ice all the time. But the right foot, the right side, so the left side of the left foot, so they got spun and twisted into each other. The feet were trapped under the tire. I can't even make my feet do that, no matter what I try. But the left heel, way on the back of the foot on the left side, was turned in toward the other way, so that got run over, and then the whole right side of the right foot. And I'm able to stand and work way better than I could in 2020. So I'm doing a lot better. It's improved. 2020 was rough, but I still did it. And and that was the 2018 injury was when I really got into flat earth, because I was in a hospital bed and then I was in a nursing home. So, but I already had been in, like, yeah, I don't want to
Well
do
done,
that
man. You
again,
managed
though.
through the pandemic with a foot like that, man. Well done to you, man.
Yeah, and it'll only get better as time goes on.
Yep, it keeps getting better, and I'm taking this stuff that helps rebuild nerves, and then mushrooms and a couple things. That's the thing that caused me probably the most problem, is because these nerves want to feel like they're on fire. And then there's a little bit of arthritis because the joints just are damaged to the point where they're not holding together the way the foot, like if you look at your knuckles just right now, things are being held together laterally from your pinky knuckle on the, if you're on your right hand on the far side to the index finger, you can kind of push between them with your, middle finger and your thumb. Well, you got run over on that, and then two of the fingers were wiped out, and then the stuff that's supposed to hold all of that together is wrong. It kind of hurts when it's pushing out in a way, but I got this thing in my foot that I got that pushes it in too, so that helps that a lot. But I had to get my my podiatrist sucked. He was a retard. It took me a while just to get him to understand that no, this needs to be supported this way, and it needs to be done in a certain way. Man, I should have went back to the orthopedic surgeon, but he would do surgeries. Does that make sense? I was stuck with this gay retard. I wouldn't give him a 1 star for real, except I didn't have infections. That was mostly because of what I was doing. He was just cutting away the scab as far as he could, and we kept getting live skin underneath it, which was wonderful. Otherwise they would have had to chop up my foot into a wedge and then sew it together, which would have taken a lot longer to heal.
I think it's interesting you said mushrooms are stuff that, they've just recently, over the last, 5 or 10 years, have discovered that different types of mushrooms that are edible, not necessarily ones that you would enjoy eating, but they're using for all kinds of medical stuff these days. And it's like this old ancient secret that, I think has been known about for a long time by, ancients, or, like them natural medicine books or whatever from like the Orient and stuff.
I use chaga. I use turkey tail, but I still smoke cigarettes. But I use chaga, I use turkey tail, I use a number of them. And then there's a really great book, if you ever wanted to maybe get in the business of it, is Paul Stamens put out and he shows you how to inoculate, say, straw or wood chips or a bag of sawdust to grow these. So yeah, go ahead. You're absolutely
well,
right. I'm agreeing.
I was just my brother had some really bad problems with his diabetes because he wouldn't go to the doctor and this and that until he got really sick, and then he got super sick, and then he started to have problems with his feet because a lot of diabetic people do. He started getting sores on his feet and different things like that, and until they started using some kind of weird mushrooms as part of the treatment, he was doing really bad. And as soon as they started using those Orient like medicine, or however like the natural type medicines from the mushrooms, his feet were not doing well at all. And now all of a sudden he's been using that stuff, and he's starting to come out of his feet are starting to come out of it. So I think there's a lot of medicine that the Lord made, and they don't tell us about it. All these natural herbs and whatever. I think there's really a lot to that. I think there's a cure. I really do believe there's a cure for just about everything that is a natural supplement. If we just knew about all of them, that I don't think we'd be taking all these man-made medicines, because I think they're all junk.
God
They're all
Rocket,
junk.
do you by any chance know the name of this mushroom?
Excuse me?
Do you know the name of the mushroom that you're talking about?
No, but he did tell me one the other day when we was talking about it, but I can't remember the name of it. I can ask him though.
Yeah. If you find out, please DM me.
Yeah, I will. I'll do that.
The Latin name, obviously.
Was anybody here
And
for
how are you
yesterday
taking the
that's here?
mushrooms? Are
I'm
you
not
eating
looking
the
at
raw mushroom, or are you eating like a mushroom oil, or what are you doing?
I don't know because it's my brother,
oil?
but yeah, I think it's just mushroom. I might have been just derivatives from it. I'm not really sure, but he did say that when he started using these mushrooms, that his feet started just all of a sudden started healing up, and all of his problems started going away.
Hey, do you want to know another one that was used for my wound at certain parts of the skincare was honey.
Yeah, honey's delicious, man.
Raw medical honey. It come in like a tube that looked like it was for toothpaste.
Toe jam and honey sounds good.
Yeah, toe jam honey. You would think, yeah, but the number one thing, and anybody ever has a bad cut or any of that, you should have iodine, Provido, and iodine at home. It'll help with the cut to heal faster, even.
He said something about the mushrooms having instead of the skin of the mushroom is very similar to the skin of the human body. It has some kind of same elements in it, and what it does is it gives your skin what it needs so that it can repair itself, and it's because of what the skins of the mushrooms. It's in the skin of the mushroom. So he did say that. I remember that something about that. But yeah.
Hey, I was meant to hear that. Can you figure that out whenever's convenient?
Yeah,
maybe tag me something.
Sure. I'll call my brother and ask him about what the name of that mushroom was and whatever else.
And also, how you take the mushroom?
Right.
Do you eat it? Do you
probably
rub
have
it
to ask.
on?
Right. I'm not sure what he does. As far as I thought he was taking them in capsule form. It was dried out maybe, and he was taking capsules of some kind of dried up mushroom. I think. I could be wrong.
Well, I'm taking lion's mane. He say lion's mane? Or is it something else?
I don't know.
Because lion's mane has a really weird skin.
Yeah.
Lion's mane looks like a lion's mane when it's coming off of the sawdust. But these spores are not expensive, and the space per dollars is profitable. And all over the world they buy this stuff, and you can the biggest expense would probably be bottling and boxing it.
Well, if it's fresh, if the mycelium is fresh and the mushroom skins are fresh, obviously it would have to be packaged properly and kept probably refrigerated. I'm not really sure, but
well, if you're selling in bulk, you could probably do it vacuum packed after they're dried
out,
or however they need to be cured. But but if they're going to be put in like a pill bottle that makes it look like something that's going to go on a Walmart shelf,
Well,
it's
they got to
probably
be
got to have,
dried out.
you know,
Yeah, dried
yeah,
out and crushed
some
into
stuff.
powder. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and then dose and figure it out, you know, the certain properties and have some kind of claim going on, I bet. Because I
Right.
see them on the bottles when I buy the different things. I buy about 4 different mushroom products
I've heard
because
good
I'm a
things.
big believer.
I've just heard good
Yeah,
things about it as of recently, so that's the only reason I brought that up, because my brother actually experienced some really positive effects from taking some mushroom derivatives or mushrooms. I can't remember exactly whether it was just powdered up mushrooms or whether it was, but it was
right.
something along those
Well,
lines. But anyway,
hey guys, health stuff is a big deal for us now. I mean, we're almost all most of us are I'd say 35 plus here, right? Generally. And then there's some 20-year-olds and people but most of the people I hear, I'm hearing more of an age voice or whatever, 40s, 35, 40s.
try
You know what I
66.
mean? Okay. See, I don't want to put age on people, but I knew which older voice.
I'm an old guy.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad. I don't feel old though. I feel actually pretty healthy, so I'm really grateful.
So do I still. I super duper am.
I just turned 64.
Yeah, I know you did, Sonny. You're just
That's
a couple
Sonny.
years behind me.
Happy birthday.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm 46, Sonny. We're
Just a
flip
number.
floppers. I'm
Happy
46.
birthday,
I'm
Sonny.
49 on the 17th.
46.
Happy birthday,
and
Sonny.
64. Thanks. It was
Yep.
on the 10th on Nikola Tesla's birthday. My birthday is July 10th.
Oh, weird. Are you serious? Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
You were born on the same day as Nikola Tesla. Oh, that's cool. That is.
Yes.
I thought there was another 4664 between him and you in some way.
Did you get
that's
any?
what I thought you meant.
Did you get any of his smarts because of it, or is he not really smart? Is he just another one? Is he just another one of those?
People have called me like a mad scientist because I get in and tinker with electronics, all kinds of stuff in different categories of like mechanical devices, electronic devices. I have projects like in cabinets. I have like an entire bicycle shop in the cabinet with almost an entire guitar luthier shop, tools included, handmade tools. I was a machinist in the Navy.
Nice.
Awesome.
That's fun
Hey,
stuff.
Sonny,
About.
did you follow the Grateful Dead? You really strike me as a person that might have. Am I right
No,
about that?
actually not. Actually not. Honestly, I'll tell you, growing up when they were popular, I thought they were too fucking mellow for me. That sounded like folk music.
Okay, I hear you.
I was a hard rock guy, so
I'm with you on that, Sonny. I grew up with the Grateful Dead being, always hearing about them and this and that. And I went and seen them in concert one time, and I thought the same thing. It's just like, what?
Sonny's into Slayer.
Yeah.
not
quite the same.
No, that's new music. No, you're going back with me. You're going back to like Led Zeppelin,
got my
Deep
chips
Purple,
cashed in.
Black Sabbath.
Anybody want to hear a metal
Rush?
that has its own genre? It's called Rocky Mountain Hydro Grind. The band is called Cephalic Carnage. There's something. I mean, there's a lot of metal out there, but this band literally does have its own genre. No one genre because they're just something. The bass player is a rep for Warwick Bass, which is German, one of the best basses, and the other guys are just the drummers. Everybody's just incredible. But if you ever thought you wanted to hear some new, different kind of metal, Cephalic Carnage, they're really great.
How do you spell that?
Cephalic as in the mind, the head, and then carnage as in destruction. So cephalic, CEPHLIC. Cephalic, LAC.
I'd have to say I've mellowed with my age, so I don't listen to super hard rock music anymore. Like I don't appreciate it. Headbanging music, I can't listen to it.
Me neither. Some of it's okay, but it has to have a good beat.
If it's tasteful, I'll listen to Yngwie Malmsteen. I used to listen to him all the time. Now, short burst of listening to that kind of thing is okay. But some of the death metal and that speed metal stuff, no, thank like you, man. I'm more into like every note has a voice and it needs to be heard. Like there needs to be space in the music. There needs to be
I
it doesn't have
like
to be
doom.
all the time. Yeah.
Even
Doom
ACDC, I
metal
can't
is
listen to
kind of.
that anymore. You know, Highway to Hell and all this kind of stuff. No,
Have you
I'm
tried
not a fan.
Lamb of God?
I know every single one of those songs, probably from all of their
You're talking
albums.
about syncopation, Sonny.
I learned it all,
Metal
but
followed
yeah,
Sabbath, and I like doom metal because it's got notes and it's got space. So, but it followed. There's good bands in that because it followed basically the Sabbath thing, and
I
some of
seen
them were
Black
pretty good.
Sabbath live in 1972, right after Iron Man came out in the Salt Palace in Salt Lake City. When what's his name? The singer. What's his name? For
Ozzy.
Ozzy
Oh,
Osbourne.
Ronnie James Dio.
No, when
Oh, I
Ozzy
thought maybe it
when it was
was
the
Ozzy.
original
Yep,
Black
72. You said.
Sabbath. Yeah, it was like
I saw them at
1972.
the. I saw Black Sabbath at the Cal Jam in '74.
Yeah, I seen him in 72 at the Salt Palace. Yeah, they were good. It was good.
How old are you guys, Russian?
66.
Excuse me.
Are you talking, Sonny, the one that's on YouTube where he's got the white thing on with all the tassels?
Yep.
I met James
It
Dio.
is that one.
I met James Dio in the elevator coming down the Hilton one day. I was staying in the Hilton, and I was on the 8th floor. I was staying in the presidential suite. I was up there doing things I shouldn't have been doing, by the way, and not well. It had to do with say drugs. Let's put it that way.
We did that much.
Anyway, so I got in the elevator, and in the door walks Ronnie James Dio, and I didn't know who it was. And I was talking to my girlfriend. We were sitting there, and I'm holding this aluminum briefcase. And I was talking to her about complaining about all these noise that was made. These guys were making below us, kept us up all night. And he heard me talking to her, and he said, "Oh," he said, "I'm so sorry." He says he held his hand out. He says, "Here, my name's James Dio." That was my my crew. What do they call them? The crew that follows the band around and sets up their equipment and all that kind of stuff. Anyway,
the road crew.
Yeah, the road crew. He said, "That was my roadies." He says, "I apologize. I'm so sorry for all that." But anyway, he reached his hand out and says, "My name's James Dio." I had no idea who he was. I had no idea who Ronnie James Dio was at the time, that he had taken over and went singing for Sabbath and then went out on his own. He was on his own at the time when I met him in the elevator that day. But yeah, he was just a little tiny dude, man. Ronnie James Dio is not very big. He's like 5'2" and skinny and just like this little tiny dude, man.
Interesting. He had a heck of a voice, though.
Yeah, it was all right.
And he had a style about being able to carry the energy of the music.
Never was a big fan of his, but anyway, I thought it was
Last
funny.
in Line is one of my favorite songs of all time. It's
I like that.
Really,
Last in Line is a great song.
Richie Blackburn though. That guitar playing.
Yeah, that too. I mean, that Last in Line was something, dude. That song there, and then Heaven and Hell, but I mean, for me, if I were to choose a favorite Dio, it'd be Last in Line.
I also saw Deep Purple at that first California Jam. Deep Purple, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Hold on, who was there? Aerosmith.
Wow.
Who else was there? The Eagles, Earth, Wind and Fire. Who else? So the ELP, Deep Purple, Black Sabbath. Those were the main headliners.
Was Joe Walsh with the Eagles when you seen him, Sonny? Or was that before them?
You know what? I don't even remember.
Oh.
I don't think so.
That's when they got really good.
They came off like a country band back then, man. I was like, oh, they're cool, man.
I think what's his name came with them when they did Hotel California, the double album.
Yeah. Shortly after that, so that was in '74. So in '76, then he was with. You know, he's a San Diego resident.
Oh, is
Joe
he?
Walsh.
Joe Walsh, yeah. The drinker you drink, the smoker you drink, the player you get. I seen
always
him.
loved that stuff, man.
Yeah, I
always
seen
loved
him live at the Dirt Palace in Salt Lake. At the fairgrounds, they had a little place called the Dirt Palace because the ground was all dirt. And it was Joe Walsh. The smoker you drink, the player you get. That was the album he was promoting. That was, I think, in like 72 or 3. One of those two.
Yeah, he's got some live stuff up kind of recent, like the Taking My Time song. It's
Do you remember
really
when he?
beast.
You remember when he played for the James Gang, Sonny? Joe Walsh,
Yes,
the James Gang.
I do.
Yeah.
I'm a
Yeah,
huge fan of
absolutely.
Joel.
That's when I first started listening to them. You know, along with the singer that went to Black Sabbath. I always forget his name, but that was in Free. He's the singer from. So I used to listen to Free. And
I thought Free wasn't that like Jeff Beck and I'm not really sure. Maybe not.
No, the singer went to Black Sabbath. I forget his name.
Huh.
Yeah,
He's
there
the
was
singer.
an oddball at Black Sabbath
from
singer
Black
I didn't
Sabbath.
know.
I remember Free, but I never seen him. I was thinking of Blind Faith. Who was Blind Faith? That was
The Eric Clapton.
yeah, Eric Clapton. Who else was in Blind Faith?
The one that was with oh shit.
You can at least say hi.
Low Spark of
Lady
High
that
Heel
yelled.
Boys. That singer. Low Spark of High Heel Boys. What's that singer from that band?
I can't remember.
Oh God, I can't remember the band either. Holy shit. Blank Area.
Buffalo Spring.
Oh, Buffalo Springfield. They were old. That was an old band. They were good though. I think wasn't the guitar player for Led Zeppelin in Buffalo Springfield, Jimmy Page, and
No, Buffalo Springfield is an
are you
American
sure?
group,
I
but
know
they
they
had-
was. Oh,
They had half British and half. They were some of the people that went on to Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
yeah. There you go. That's who it was. Yeah.
Buffalo Springfield. Yeah, they went on with Neil Young. Blind Faith is I think it's
Eric Clapton.
Hold on, let me see. Eric Clapton. Shoot, who was it? Hold on.
Alice Cooper. Seen him a couple times. He was always fun with his guillotine and his snakes and his crazy ass shit.
Steve Winwood. That's
Stevie Winwood. There you
Ginger
go.
Baker. Okay, so it's Steve Winwood, Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker, and Rick Gretsch.
Ginger Baker was one of the best drummers back in back in the day when he played for Cream.
This is post Cream, yeah. This is post Cream stuff. So, what was the other group we're talking about?
Cream was what? Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker, and Felix.
Steve Winwood.
Was Stevie Winwood the bass player? Are you sure?
No, Steve Winwood's the singer.
For
Rick Gretsch is the bass player from Blind Faith.
So I just want to say real quick, there's all kinds of these bands that went on back then that when the Taste of Minnesota during the 4th of July, so there'd be like 4 days, they would be having shows all day. So I got to see a lot of bands that you guys are talking about that would be like recreations or like one of them was the Four Tops and the Temptations and I've seen a lot of stuff that would have been your guys' genre for.
Yeah, so Free did songs like All Right Now and Wishing Well, both of which are great freaking songs. And they disbanded way back in 73. They played from 68 to 73. Paul Rogers went on to become the front man of the more successful rock band Bad Company. Lead guitarist
I've seen Bad Company before, years ago.
So listen, the lead guitarist formed Backstreet Crawler in 73, but died from a pulmonary embolism at the age of 25 in 1970.
Oh my gosh.
That's what happened to the guitar player in Bad Company. Holy shit.
Wow, that's crazy.
25 years
Pulmonary
old.
embolism. That's when one of your arteries explodes or something, I think, right?
It's probably cocaine, probably.
Yeah, it could have caused
like
it.
your heart explodes.
I didn't
That's
know
crazy.
that, man. One of my
Well,
favorite.
if it was today, it would be monkeypox or something like that.
One of my favorite groups, actually. One of my favorite groups from like my teenage years that I still freaking love. The Sound of Bad Company. Yeah. From my high school years.
I'm trying to think of this band that I used to really like to listen to. April
The
Wine.
Doors.
Remember April Wine? I almost seen the Doors. I was on my way to there's this little place in halfway between where I live and Salt Lake City, and it's a theme park called Lagoon. And the Who was there, Jimi Hendrix was there, I think once, and the Doors were on their way there to play. And I was 12 years old. I talked my dad into please taking me to see the Doors. And we were on our way in the car on the freeway, and they announced that their concert had been canceled because Jim Morrison had exposed himself the night before in some other place where he pulled his dick out that one time. Remember when he got in trouble for that? Jim Morrison. Anyway, it was on their way to Lagoon, this theme park, this place where they had bands a long time ago when I was 12 years old, and I missed them because they
He
got
was a big
canceled.
nuisance, wasn't he?
Yeah, fuck.
And actually,
things on stage, not acceptable.
The Deep Purple that I saw at the Cal Jam in '74, the lead singer was David Coverdale, who went on to make the band Whitesnake afterwards.
Yeah. You don't remember April Wine, though? The band called April Wine?
Yes, I do. Actually, I used to see them in Missouri, like with groups like huge groups like Pink Floyd. Like when I saw Pink Floyd, there were people like that. I think they were popular. They were popular in the Midwest. Those groups, April Wine and Wishbone Ash and King Crimson.
Never have got to see Pink Floyd, but they never came anywhere near Salt Lake City. But
I
anyway.
saw him in St. Louis before I left there in '73. Pink Dark Side of the Moon. It was like the second show.
Wow, that had to have been epic, bro.
Fucking
Gilmore is something else on that guitar, ain't he?
Wow. I mean, that was such a freaking dream. I mean, like, what a weird thing to see them playing that epic freaking album live.
Yeah,
so
live.
Can you imagine how
amazing?
Which one? Which album?
Dark Side of the Moon.
Dark Side of the Moon. Life changing
Dark
for
Side.
me as a young musician. That was life changing for me.
Fuck, that was a life changing album just to listen to it. You didn't have to be a musician, and it was life changing. That was badass fucking music there, bro.
Oh well, they were described to us as psychedelic music.
That's what people think of it.
I guess, but it's not like maybe it's a little dreamy, comfortably numb. They're talking about shooting up heroin and stuff like that, but yeah.
No, they're talking about the drug lifestyle. Like, actually, yeah.
A little pinprick, you'll feel a little pain, and it'll be no more pain. That they're talking about heroin on that for sure.
Yeah. What about Welcome to the Machine?
Welcome to the Machine.
Oh
Is
yeah.
that from? That's
I
from
wonder
Wish
what that one. Wish you were here.
Wish you were
here. Yeah.
That's from Pigs or something. Or wait a minute, what is it called?
Wish You Were Here.
Animal. Oh, Wish You Were Here. That's right.
Wish you were here. Yeah.
One of my favorite albums. That song too is.
Yeah, it is. Badass. Pink Floyd's there's so many songs that are just.
Come on here, boy. Have a cigar. You're gonna go far. You're never gonna die.
Yep.
You're gonna make it if you try. They're gonna love you.
They're gonna love you.
So you didn't want to study. So welcome to the machine then.
Welcome to the machine.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun,
And you bought a
dun,
guitar
dun,
to punish your
dun.
mom.
Money.
Bought a guitar to punish your mom. Next line.
I don't know. I know the song.
You didn't like school, but now you know that it's full.
What about school?
You didn't like school, but now you know that it's full.
You didn't like school, but you know, but it's full. So to machine. Pretty good for an old fucking man, huh?
Well done, man. Well done.
I could play it too. Actually, I can mimic David Gilmour and the Pink Floyd thing.
And the most amazing thing is that the guy that sings that song is not even part of the group.
You not even know the difference. You'd be good. Helio will get a copyright strike when I start playing like "Wish You Were Here," but he doesn't care. He gets 25 of them a day anyway. So he's like, "Fuck it, do whatever you want."
Oh,
You
well,
say
we are
when? You
promoting
say
them,
when,
you know.
Sonny? When,
What?
Sonny? When?
When what?
When are you gonna start playing it, bro? I'm keen as mustard.
I'm gonna plug it in right now. Let's see if my
He's getting his
Yeah.
guitar out. I could hear him. I was just gonna say that he's getting his guitar out right now. I can tell.
see if my
Look what you started, guys.
Uh-oh.
I'll play you a couple songs.
Yeah,
Perfect
wish you
Sunday
were here.
morning.
Saturday for us, but okay. That's funny. My sound will be going into the future.
Hey,
How is that possible?
it
How
is.
is that
That's all you need to
possible?
worry about. You don't need to know how. Just know that it is.
When you think about it, that's the only place it ever really goes.
This is the acoustic.
Unless you put it into a box and seal it real quick, and then you open the box tomorrow.
Let me turn my suit down.
And it'll be in the past.
Warm up.
Or if you wait for it to echo its way all the way around the world where you can hear it for the second time. Like, what was that volcano that went around the earth like 3 times or something, or went across the plane, bounced back and forth?
Oh, that sounds good.
I can do the coughing part, you know, at the beginning, the cough. I can do that part.
One moment, please.
1 lump or 2?
Are you comfortably numb or not yet?
So you think
you can tell?
Heaven from hell, blue sky,
rain.
Can you tell a
Green hill
from a cold steel rain? A smile
From a veil.
So you think you can tell?
There you go.
Did they get you to trade
Your heroes
Your
for
hero
girls,
goes
hot ashes for
for us to
trees.
see. And this is very important. Hot air for a cool breeze.
Did you exchange? Walk on part of the war for a leading role in a cage.
That's it.
Do, 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 do. Oh.
You know, interestingly enough, he does say with two lost souls living in a fishbowl, swimming in a fishbowl. And
Year after year.
it did remind me of Flat Earth a little bit.
Yeah, it was definitely a Flat Earther who wrote that song.
And how I wish you were here. We're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year, running over the same old ground. Have you found same old fear? Wish you were here. Do, 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 do.
Yeah, it's not bad for a picture there, Sonny.
Well done, man. The only problem is you wake up gin.
Thank you, Sonny.
How do you like that reverb?
Perfect.
Nice blues. Very good blues. Oh yeah. You know what's missing there? It's missing a bit of lyrics, man. Before you accuse me, you better look at yourself. Here we go.
Before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. Before you accuse me,
Look at yourself.
I don't even know the words for that song.
That's all right, man.
trying any less hard. Another great hit. Thank you.
Another great hit indeed.
Killing
Well
you
done, man.
24/7.
Any BB King?
No, that's about all you get from me right now.
All right, all right. Well done anyway.
If I start swinging my leg around like that at my hip, I'm gonna have a hip failure pretty soon.
Stop it.
No shit, man. Like, talk about like lumpy gas in a vacuum. Was talking about how I know he got hit by a car, which is horrendous. But when you get like our age, like, yeah, I have joint problem, man. It's fucking weird. Like, I can do the
No.
stretch. I can do the stretch where you stand there, you grab behind you, you grab one ankle, right, and you pull it back behind you, and my whole entire leg pops into place from the ankle all the way up to the knee and my hip. It's the weirdest fucking thing ever. It goes
Because of the food you eat.
but it feels better after I did that.
It's because of the food you eat, Sonny.
Well, it may be because I'm clearing out all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Could be. But I probably have
But
some
I
nerve.
feel so much better since I gave up coffee, even though you already know I absolutely love coffee.
Yeah, actually, I did pretty good. I have one. No. Did I have one? I might have had 2 cups. Confessions of a Caffeine Addict.
I
don't
know,
remember
right?
how much coffee I drank. Oh, shit.
See,
But
the
it's
thing
not
is,
bad.
it's like Lay's potato chips. You can't just have one. So it's better off if I don't have any.
I know. When it runs out, I start missing it. So instead of the 3rd cup, I had a small cup of just regular English breakfast tea, which is good.
Mm.
I didn't
They
I
say
did not sweeten it either. I just had a plain tea.
Well, sweeten it with honey. They say the caffeine is different in tea than it is for coffee. I haven't looked into it, but I just remember someone saying that.
Yeah, I managed
And
to stay
also
out of the
the
sun.
parts
I
per
managed
liter,
to
isn't it? Tea, you drink more quantity of water with tea
thought it was
than
talking, but
coffee.
I guess I thought it was talking, but I
I
guess
see
I
what
was
you're
mistaken.
saying.
What?
No. Wait, you were
No,
saying you were staying out of the sun today?
since I stayed out of the sun all day long, I think I might ride down to the coast in a little while and maybe see the sunset.
Ooh. Quote unquote. Set down on the apparent horizon. Not just any horizon. We're not talking about a geometric horizon. We're talking about an apparent. It
You're
appears.
talking about an elevation angle reduction. Yeah, from sunrise to sunset, the angle of elevation of the sun, or any other luminaries for that matter, the angle above the horizontal plane that we dwell on top.
Sorry about that.
And if you're over water, it's perpendicular to plumb. And if you're at elevation over water on both sides of you, each side is perpendicular to plumb, the apparent horizon, and parallel with each other.
Yep.
It's just so obvious once you hear that,
Absolutely.
and it's so, yeah. Man, I can't believe I ever believed in love. Jeez Louise.
Well, any
I
other
didn't
way
really
would be
though, because I didn't really know the globe. They don't really teach the globe. They just throw out buzzwords and, you know.
yeah, but any other way would be against the model anyway. I'm talking about the celestial sphere model.
Oh, I don't know what that means. All I'm trying to do is
That
measure
would be
elevation angles and to complicate it up into the celestial sphere. Like, why is it a sphere? I
well,
would say
well.
celestial circle that's parallel with the Earth, because if they're not parallel, as you traverse, the angles that you previously had would be changing. So they got to be parallel, man.
Well,
But that's
when
just
I
my opinion.
when
Yeah,
I
but the
hear
sphere is.
celestial when I
Go
hear
ahead, Jen.
celestial sphere, I think of astrology and stuff like that. You know how they look at the
That's correct.
stars.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Really, it should be a hemisphere, not a.
Yeah, correct.
Well,
Yeah.
It's like
I think it's
it's like a
parallel. I think the
melon. You
lights
know,
are.
you cut a melon in half, and the flat part in the center. That's the middle of the sphere. You know, the so-called sphere. Okay, it's not a sphere. It's just composed by different rings.
Lumpy.
Oh,
One ring for the
but
sun,
I
one
just
ring
have a
for the
question about that.
equator, so
What
on.
sphere? What sphere? That's what I'm
Well,
The
trying to ask.
overall
It's like,
view of the object, in question, you would call
well,
it
it
a
would
sphere.
appear spherical, but that's only because
Yeah,
everything, just like when it's a one sun and it goes from horizon to horizon. Well,
correct.
that's
well,
happening in 360 degrees with the stars out, rather than
well.
one line of light. Go ahead, ma'am.
That's why.
Do you
That's why.
believe in a like a dome?
No, I believe there's a container, but I think that the that it
Well,
looking
container,
like the
dome.
sphere. No, I don't think the shape is dome. I think it's parallel,
Not,
because
not
if you
quite.
don't have a
Really?
reference yeah, because if you don't have a reference that's elevated the same as when you measured it before, then how are you going to have a reference if it's not flat to the surface that you're measuring off of?
Is what they've been talking about in
Because
battle
as
mods.
you traverse, just like the sun is never changing its elevation as it rises or sets, neither are the stars. They're just appearing to rise or set in all directions.
Yeah, but to our view, that's true. But you don't know if it's not actually raising and lowering in elevation or not. There'd be no way to tell that
Well,
just from our viewpoint.
oh, because there's the charts and they already predict what they.
No,
Yeah,
no,
so you're working with the charts, right? Is
no,
that
I'm
why?
not. No,
No,
no, I'm not.
no,
No, I'm
that's.
not. Sorry, I'm not working with charts. Whatever you're
I
thinking,
think he's trying to help you understand
thinking
the
it's not
sphere.
true. All I'm trying to do is say that our perspective, the sun appears to be setting into the vanishing point. It is not actually setting or going down, but
Correct.
that's
What I mean
besides
with the
the point.
stars and the
If
sun.
the sun, that's besides the point. If the sun is actually physically, whatever it is, maybe not physically, but apparently going actually up and down in elevation as it moves through its circuit at different elevation. Yes, I believe that is possible.
You
I
think the
wouldn't say
elevation
that.
changes of it?
The
I think
elevation of the
everywhere on
sun
Earth
is
is
the
one.
same.
Here,
Because look,
let me say
in the
this
north,
one thing.
It's the elliptic
Everywhere on
movement
Earth
of the
it's
sun's
noon,
path. Yeah, but it's
and
the
everywhere
elliptic.
on Earth is level with each other.
Okay,
So
George,
if
I can get out.
everywhere on Earth at one point during the day it's noon, that same elevation is not changing when it goes to the, say, the 4 hour away level
I'll
from the ground,
It's
4
talking about
hour away
something else,
where the
though.
new noon is. That means
It's talk-
everywhere on Earth it's noon. So the only thing that's happening is the sun is lowering due to perspective as its distance grows. But at somewhere, wherever you're looking at it from, it's noon for them.
listen, if
yeah,
the
but that's not the
sun
point that
in
he's
the
talking
north,
about.
look, when the sun goes around the north, its circuit is a tighter circuit.
Yep.
It's a tighter circle above us. So it's tighter
And
around
it's
the north. So that means if
and
it's
it's
moving
further
slower,
above your head.
listen, hold on a second. I'm not done. So listen, if it's moving slower in the north because it's a tighter circle, to cover that amount of ground in 24 hours, it has to slow down. If it slows down, it has to higher its elevation or it would be too much heat. Do you understand that? When it
Not
goes out to
necessarily.
What
the
if the
Antarctic,
sun
out to the
tips?
south, listen, hold on. And when it goes out to the outer regions in the whatever the Antarctic is or in those areas, it's a much wider circuit, hugely wider.
Mm-hmm.
And so, therefore, it's moving much faster across the plane. So it has to lower itself down to create enough heat because it's moving faster. You understand that?
Yeah. What if the
Yeah.
sun is tipping like a spotlight? it's being put on something, and then it's not actually changing any speed or any of that. It's just
Well, that's all
like if you were to
possible.
move it. I mean, I'm just saying, what if? But I don't know. But as far as for geometry, you would have to have some kind of a dependable. I'm not saying actual height, but like apparent one reference to the next. So as you traverse day to day to day,
We already have it. We already have it. The analemma is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
oh, then maybe I don't understand it well enough. I just thought that it would change if it was a dome as you travel around the world, especially
Well,
north
a
and
dome,
south. Like,
We're not talking
dome
about a
is
dome. We're
required.
talking about the path of the sun.
Yeah.
well,
A
it's
dome is
celestial
required
sphere, which implies some
if the
kind of
sky
sphere.
if the sky was a vacuum, you know, a dome, a container with a barrier in between the two systems must exist. Therefore,
Wait there,
the
wait
sky
there,
is not a
wait there.
vacuum.
Wait, we're not. No, we don't need a barrier to protect us from the vacuum. That is
Yeah.
complete ridiculous. Sorry, I just have to say this. Like, and
All
I
right.
like. Well, it's a fallacy because if
Is
a
it?
vacuum exists, well, of course it is, because who tells us there is a vacuum? And I'll tell you two reasons why it's a fallacy and also why it's not needed. Who tells us it's a vacuum? NASA. Okay.
NASA.
All right. So we need a dome to protect us from a vacuum. Well, no, we don't. The antecedent relationship to a dome is air pressure, right? We need the reason why
Which requires a container.
containment,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Which is a container.
So
Yeah.
we don't need a firmament, as it were, to protect us from a vacuum.
No, firmament, according with the Bible, even the birds fly in the firmament, isn't it?
I don't really. That's not what
We
I'm
do
talking
need a
about. I'm just.
container. It doesn't matter whether there's a vacuum
Yeah.
out there or not. We
Yeah.
still need a container because we have air pressing
Gas
on a
pressure.
container.
Exactly.
Gas pressure. Hey, crackle, man. I rarely ever see you, man. Like in here. So it's
I'm
like
barely about.
barely above ground. Still, no, just kidding.
Nah, I'm still above ground. All good. Glad you're good, bro. But yeah, like no, I'm just saying it's a fallacy because you got to remember that that's coming from NASA, right? That we've got a vacuum. Yeah, no one's ever validated there's a vacuum at all. And again, containment. The only reason that we need a form of containment is because we do have air pressure. We need a container in which air pressure is pressing against for us to have this.
Yeah, well,
air
we live in
pressure.
a closed system. Yeah, we live in a closed system. Correct.
George, you agree? You don't disagree with any of that, right, George?
No, I don't disagree with any of that.
I didn't think so. I didn't think so.
No,
Most
I didn't think you did either.
But
but it's a good
what
conversation.
I'm trying to emphasize here.
Yeah, crack.
Yeah,
you
what I'm
came
trying
in
to
a
emphasize here.
Sorry.
Some people reify the existence of a dome container in order to keep dreaming with a vacuum of space. Because
Was
if
there
you
ever
had
a
a vacuum of space next to a pressurized system, you needed to have a container, a barrier in between them.
Yeah, that's
these
true.
two different systems. So some flat earthers still affirm the container is required, but I'm still dreaming about, outer space, different planets and stars that we one day we appeal to the future fallacy, and maybe one day we
They
can
would-
travel that far.
Yeah, they would be all under the waters above, just like we are.
Is there a shape assigned in the Bible at all?
It depends on what translation.
Yes.
But none of I don't know anybody in here, any of my flat Earth friends, that would agree to any kind of shape at all. Because how could you verify it?
It describes as the silk lay, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a dome
Talks
is a
about
perspective
corners.
at 360 degrees, and it's just similar to the celestial sphere, so perhaps the Jesuits made it up.
Oh, yeah, I think you're onto something there, because the celestial sphere, we actually do see the sky in a sphere-like fashion. That's the way our eye works. So they just reverse engineered the way our eye works with what the actual sky is. They imprinted that onto the ground. They imprinted the sky.
Sphere. The celestial sphere is pretty much your field of view, your horizon. No matter where you move on the plane, you'll have always a dome above you and around you, which is your field of view. of your head and sideways, 360
Mm.
degrees.
Yes. Yes.
And you'll be
Sonny,
always in the middle of it.
Sonny,
Why
have you
would
seen the Great
celestial sphere
Switcheroo?
be okay when we can't say sphere Earth because it is assuming a shape and it kind of appears to come across that way, but I think it's nomenclature coming out of the sextant guides. That's just kind of a reification of the shape that appears to be
Not
of
necessarily, because
for me. That's how I see it now.
the
But
system
I'm
that
just
we
having
have
an idea.
today, but the system that we have today, the coordinate system, for example, we get our lines of longitude from elevation angles of Polaris, but our latitude angle is from the sun. So no matter where you are and you observe in the sun, if you do an elevation angle, if you measure, let's say, 22 degrees, you'll be on latitude 22.
Yeah, that's correct.
But why would that justify it as a celestial sphere? You got
Yeah,
two
because
lines.
that's the angle of the sun's path above your head.
Sure.
That's why they put this into a ring with 360 degrees, and
Sure.
obviously it's a ring and needs to go around you, isn't it?
But I get a
But
quick question.
it's
But
sideways.
as you
It's sideways
travel the
angle.
Earth, as you travel across the Earth and make multiple measurements with, say, the same luminary, wouldn't that change the angle if it was a shape up there of the stars based on what you're looking at, or is it rising or falling based on your perspective to it, just like the sun, the stars, for example?
Yeah, exactly.
Why
Yeah,
wouldn't that be the case?
it
Rather
is the
than a
case.
sphere shape in the sky, I don't see sphere being justifiable at all. That's me.
Yeah, I mean the word
Because
celestial
like if you
sphere
travel
is.
from if
Yeah,
you
go
travel
ahead.
from say Portugal to the Bahamas sailing, you're gonna have to have, if that's a lot of sphere shape over you. That I don't
Yeah, but no
understand
one would
how.
use a sphere to do that. That would be called planar navigation, isn't it?
Oh well, then why
I know,
That's
I know a
sphere?
Glover.
that's
I
the
know a
name of it. I
Glover.
mean, you need to call it for the name of it, isn't it? Planar navigation, planar sailing. That's the name.
Well, I could say, yeah, I'd be fine with planar sailing. I just can't go. I can't go ahead and assume a shape of this thing because, like, every time you make an angle measurement, you could change that triangle that you got and flip it. And now you got a rectangle, and that's just the functions of triangles. And would the elevation to a zenith above your head, and then say you had other stars to make to follow that dotted line maybe on the top side of the rectangle, like the bottom would obviously be Earth, and if you flip the triangle on its hypotenuse, the longest line, you make a rectangle. So like I think that's kind of like how I see the sky, because every like no matter what, even if the like Alaska's almost all lit all day, like Sunny was bringing up. But how does that change the elevation of the light in reality at all? Would it have to?
What we observe, and this is something else that the celestial sphere, for all it cost me to
I
say,
know.
but that's the name of it.
Okay.
Also mentions that you need to correct after you find your latitude. You need to correct the declination depending of what time of the year, because this is the point that we were talking about before. In the summer, in the northern parts, the sun is closer to you, further above your head, if you know what I mean. In the winter time, it's further away, closer to the horizon.
And obviously, it's going to be overhead somewhere else, isn't it? So it's that oscillation, even though you are in the same position on the ground. The sun might be further up in the sky from your perspective, or lower down in the sky towards the horizon from your perspective.
Well, to
You know, so
perspective, but either way,
that
the
correction,
baseline would have been parallel. Say, like you're on the
yeah,
equator
correct,
and it's right directly over you, but I'm in Minnesota, so but either way, my noon would be a as much of a zenith in one aspect. If
correct.
on one, yeah. So why
The
would it?
highest
Why
point
would that mean
on
that
the
the
day.
height? It would all be based on perspective, still, not an actual spear-shaped
Yeah,
sky.
yeah. And we
Okay.
also drive south, east and west from it, isn't it? The sun rises in the east, sets in the west. So it also gives us the coordinates, isn't it? If you're not using a magnetic compass, that's what you would use. Sunrise and set, 12 noon. If you're in the north, it's pointing at south. If you're in the south, it's pointing at north, and so on. If you put a stick on the ground, the shadow will point either north or south at 12 noon, unless you are right under the zenith of it. We will be aiming down. But all of these angles, we require a flat plane for it. The horizontal plane. Without it, you cannot have an elevation angle. Yeah.
Right.
For instance, George, I don't know if you've heard Ruth's argument at all. Obviously, it's just a reification again, obviously, but his statement is that celestial navigation only works on a sphere.
Oh, dude,
And the
that's retarded.
reason he believes that is because he's a glober and he can do celestial navigation. That's why it's a globe. I'm like, so I said to him, so me as a flat earther, right? If I go and do this, I get a theodolite and I take angles and then I navigate using celestial navigation. I'm a flat earther, so the earth would be flat then, right? And he's like, yeah.
Hold on. The part that it's measured flat, yeah, it doesn't want you to do it. Yeah, it's going to give you that already done to you. So after you bypass that part, the elevation angle, which gives you the position, it's going to give you just the position. Look, these are the coordinates. Yeah, one here,
Yeah.
GP here, the other GP is there. It's skipping step 1 and 2. The elevation angle that requires, what? A horizontal plane. Now, on the same horizontal plane, you, the navigator, using the sextant, you need to refer to at least 2 lights in the sky. To be more accurate, you'll need a third one. But these zeniths of these lights in the sky, they're going to meet the same horizontal plane. That's how you're going to do your triangulation.
Well,
You can't do this any other way.
He keeps going back to it's about the circles of equal altitude and the distance from the GP going out to the edge of the circle of equal altitude and the
He's going to
distance
use a flat map.
between that. Well, that's what he keeps saying. I did it with a globe, and I'm like, no one's ever done this with a globe. What are you talking about? It's like you can only do it with a globe, and genuinely, I don't understand how someone can say this. Like, I just stay quiet because, again,
the coordinate system for navigation is it's Cartesian system. It's all in squares.
Yeah, it's Cartesian coordinates, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. You cannot have that on a sphere.
Yeah, I this argument, I'm just like leave that to 10th man or something because good I'm yet to get into the minutiae of it yet myself. I haven't had the time. I've been way too busy of recent.
Yeah, but Ruhi, if you cannot talk to him, because he disappears in the middle of the conversation, you're answering to him and he comes back 10 minutes later, pretending that nothing happened, I think that's what he does,
Oh yeah, he's an admitted enjoyer of just argumentation in general. again, like my theory is that anyone on the globe, right? We don't know yet that we're crackheads on this side because we're yet to be the people that are effectively what you would call mainstream, right? We could just be, we're effectively arguing from a position of our position is yet to be mainstream. There's one out there already. The position that's out there we believe to be a fallacy, and therefore
And
we put it upon ourselves. Well, we put it upon ourselves effectively to try and let other
no,
people know, right?
we just filter through the information that is given to us by the power that be, and according with that information, we made our minds up. That is contradictory, there's lots of contradictions in it. And it's pointed out by themselves. You have Professor Brian Cox saying that gravity is not a force. You have George Musa saying the same thing. You have Michio Kaku saying that there is no science, is guesswork. You have Professor Brian Cox saying again that there is no experiment we can do to detect the movement of the Earth. That's why Einsteinian. I mean, the confirmation is out there. It's not like they're lying.
Well, no, but the point, I guess the point I'm trying to make, George, is that, like, we're arguing from a point of, I guess, like, unhallowed ground, as it were, right? They've already had the Catholic priest out or the scientism priest out to sort of bless the land in which they stand on. And what I mean by that is the mainstream position, right? We don't know yet that we're crackheads just arguing about the flat earth because we enjoy dopamine hits. We do know, however, about that side that they're definitely arguing for dopamine hits because they'll stand there and say that, like, flat earth won't go anywhere because, like, they won't admit that they're afraid of it, right? So if they're not afraid of the argument and they're not afraid of flat earthers becoming the mainstream and the flat earth actually breaking it to the mainstream level, right? They won't say they're worried about that. They're like, nah, that will never happen. So, okay, so why are you arguing for? Because you enjoy dopamine, right? Crackheads. That's all the point I'm trying to make.
Well,
we'll figure out whether we are or not.
Gravity. They need to resuscitate gravity, the force, because they need that force, for the globe model. Now, once that they came along, these guys, these professors, these PhDs, when they came along, and this P. Einsteinian, it goes completely against the globe model. If gravity is not a force, I mean, there is no globe model, there is no heliocentric model. Everything cracks into pieces. They need this magic band-aid, to mend everything. To keep us standing on the ground, on the spinning earth, to keep the oceans, to keep the gas pressure. I mean, there's so many things depending on this force, which it's actually not a force. You know what I mean?
Well, the last time I checked,
and by realizing, by realizing that, that they need this force, that's why they are spewing this force again.
You can talk, George.
Go ahead, dude.
I was just going to say Brian Cox were a keyboard player for a really terrible group called D-Ream. Last time I checked. I don't really think of him as a professor. Maybe by name only. It could be they're all actors. I mean, why not? Einstein.
The world is a stage, man.
Yeah.
The world is a stage.
Absolutely. And each must play a part. Oh boy.
Did any of you see the Commonwealth opening? Should have watched that.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah, man. Prince Charles was in it. Like, they had like a big golden calf type deal going on.
Yeah, usual.
Yeah, man. Really nice and satanic it was. Like, like the type of Satanism that gets your cockles warmed. Like good wholesome satanic bowel worship. Like, just some of that good wholesome satanic bowel worship that's out there. Yeah, man. We haven't had a good occultic show like that since like that thing that CERN did in the tunnel in Switzerland. Yeah, it was on the level of that.
Yeah, but more recently, Prince Charles, the same guy, gave a speech talking about someone very special, very powerful that should take over. Question is, who is he talking about? Who should have all of this power?
Oh, what is it? What, talking about him relegating his position, you mean?
You fucking people suck.
Well,
Everyone.
he's gonna abdicate anyway. Prince Charles is to his son, without a doubt. To William, he's gonna give it to William. I don't believe that man will
If
see
you
a
don't
minute.
care, if you don't want to
Yeah, but we
fucking
hear that the crown doesn't
watch me
belong to the
fucking
queen anymore.
jacking off, then don't fucking watch. I fucking
Someone
did.
is coming to claim his
Shit. I
throne.
do what I want with it. In my room? Yeah.
Who's hot mic in?
Oh, shit. Is that me?
Sorry,
Yeah,
dude.
bro.
No way. I was thinking about other people, dude.
We're just
That was
happy you're not choking to
retarded.
death. I thought you were dying over
Not
there.
joking. I'm sorry, dude. I was thinking about another.
Who was the English guy that just spoke then?
Me. Andy.
That's very not helpful.
I have the Bob Ross picture.
Oh, Andy Homer, yeah, cool, okay, cool. No worries, man. What accent's that?
That accent is in the middle.
Midlands, alright, cool. Cool, man. I was about to
Although
say, I'm like, not quite northern, but...
I've been accused of being posh, so...
You've been accused of being posh, oh wow, okay.
I have.
You have you?
Well, yeah, a lot of people say dick bods and water. You want some water?
Water? Get me that one. We go down to the pub in car.
That's it. Yeah, exactly.
Get into the car and go down to the pub. It's brilliant, bro. Like, where's that? Like, that's like, what is it like Sheffield way? That's sort of a weird accent, but like, I can see what people are saying. I can see what people are saying that like you've got a less harsh Midlands accent than the most, right? Like,
Yeah, I've
people
listened to far too much Alan Watts. I know it's rubbed
to
off,
who?
I think. Alan Watts.
Who? Alan Watts. I don't even know who that is, bro. I'm not even
Brilliant
gonna lie.
philosopher.
Hey, he's
Okay.
a very cartoon artist.
Very drunken philosopher from 60s.
From 60s.
Crack villain, you don't know who Alan Watts is?
Well, no, I don't, mate.
Oh, rubbish.
He's probably.
Rabbit.
I'm assuming you're quite young, 20s or something.
28, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why. But then again, I used to live with someone who had a doctorate from Cambridge on philosophy, and he didn't know who Alan Watts is either.
Well, you got to be careful when you look him up because there's also an Alan Watt.
Yeah, he's quite good actually too. Scottish
Crack,
dude.
Crack, I'd be
dude.
highly interested in your opinion on Alan Watts, to be honest.
All right, I will check him out, man. I'll check him out.
When you do, message me, let me know what you think.
Okay, brother, I will do.
It goes down in the DMs, huh, Crack?
Who was that? You just said that. I'm like, wait.
Anthony Seconti.
Oh yeah, it is Anthony. I'm like, Anthony, you sound very similar to what's the like the Batman, Flat Earth Batman guy. Always get you two
Oh yeah, the
mixed
table
up.
tennis gun.
What?
Yeah, he's a table tennis gun, bro.
Oh right, okay.
I've got him
Well,
covered, I reckon, but he's pretty good.
You live near to him then?
Yeah, well, he lives in Melbourne. I used to live in Melbourne. Now I'm about 3 hours away. But he basically runs a monopoly on table tennis equipment.
For real?
In Australia. Yeah.
What? I didn't know that.
If anyone wants some table tennis bats and balls and tables, just contact FE Batman.
Sweet. Cool, man. Can't believe he's involved in selling any balls. Like, that's like messed up, being a flat earther, man. Like, reifying the globe by selling ping pong balls. Like, that's so fucked up.
Balls is his whole business.
What about the table, man? What about the table?
That DS Volt's voice I just heard.
No.
Yeah, but in the correct
smack the
position.
balls around.
Due to Coriolis, the table needs to be in a specific position. Otherwise, you can't play table tennis.
Batman's in here now. Batman, why are you reifying the globe by selling ping pong balls?
Mate, I smack the balls around.
Brilliant.
And his balls don't spin.
I don't
Oh,
know,
they
man.
do
I've seen him.
actually. They spin really
Yeah.
well. That's
don't
the
tell
only
people my
ball
balls
that
don't
spins.
spin. Yeah, you need good spin on a ping pong ball. Like, you know, are you like a pro ping pong player at all then, or are you just into selling equipment?
Represented the state.
Nice.
That's why I'm the Batman. Everyone calls me the Batman. I'm the real Batman.
Just quickly, Batman. Have you got any chance against Simon Johnson?
I push him all the time, mate.
You can take a set off him.
Yeah, all the time.
Okay, so then you're obviously better than me.
Yeah. Yeah. What's your ranking?
I don't even have a ranking, bro. I've taken a set off Simon twice.
Yeah, but he probably
And
takes it easy on you. He doesn't take it easy on me because he knows
pretty
what
sure he was hitting them at 60%, but I always beg him to go as hard as possible, and sometimes he flogs me like 11-3, 11-2,
Yeah,
11-4.
no, that'd never happen, mate. That'd never
Okay.
happen. Yeah. Nah, but he's definitely a good player. He's definitely
his
a good
hand
player.
is the bat is an extension of his hand.
Extension. Yeah, it's very natural, you know.
Yeah. Have you seen his hands? He's got the tiniest little hands.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
It's
Yeah,
bizarre.
and he's a good sportsman all round, like a top cricketer and everything.
Yeah, gun cricketer, great bloke too. You know, he's a dad now.
Yeah. You know, he's a really top bloke. Never gets angry, unlike me.
When I come to Melbourne, FE Batman, can I get flogged by you too?
If you want.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right.
If you want, I can play 60% as well.
I'd love to be flogged by you.
I love losing in table tennis. There's nothing better than losing. It's the only way you improve.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like the losing bit.
Yeah, no, I enjoy. Well, I hate it while it's happening. Then afterwards, I've got a lot out of it.
What a
So
good
you're
flogging
playing
can bring.
again, are you?
Yeah, I'm actually back into it. Yeah, this season.
What is this in Australia then? We're like all of you just into like, hey.
Yeah, I love my table tennis.
That's how I spread the FE word, mate.
Me too. Mark
Pete,
Taylor
you
hates my
You
guts.
should see the reaction. You should see the reactions I get.
Yeah, they hated me so much for spreading FE that when I came back and said I wanted to play, they threw me in B grade. So I won the championship left-handed.
They're just scared. That's all they are. They're scared. No one ever has anything to they can't rebut what you're saying.
Well, I don't know about you, Batman, but the last 2 years, it's changed. They're not as scared anymore. Heaps of people are coming up to me and asking me questions about different things, especially if they're like, anti PAND, panned, the thing.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
the awakening is happening. My breakfast is ready. God bless.
Happening, but it's still very slow.
Yeah, it's slow, but it's accelerated due to what's happened in the last couple of years. You have to say.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I ask? Somebody mentioned earlier, one of the gentlemen from the other side of the pond there was talking about Philip and advocating the throne and all that bullshit. And I kind of actually feel like feel like a faggot asking this question, but it really got me curious. I'm wondering from your perspective, the whole situation between the two brothers, Harry and William, and actually Harry and his wife and that whole side of the family, is that like a form of political theater too? Or do you guys have a different perspective on that? Is there actually something going on there?
Right. So me personally, I reckon it's a form of political theatre, right? But as it's made out to, are you on about like the stuff with Meghan Markle as well, right? That's caused a problem between the two brothers with Kate Middleton and everything, right?
All that bullshit.
Yeah, it seems that there might actually be a problem. Like, again, we've got to think of like the older people, like not necessarily the Queen, but like some of the older people that are going to be around those people, right? Like Meghan's not black at all. Like there's this whole thing with her being black. It's like she ain't black at all. She's basically
Right.
white, right? Like legit, she's pretty much white. You know,
She was
like
probably arranged for that reason, dude. You probably already thought of that.
She's a dark white.
like
Well, and the other thing I was
exactly.
wondering is does Harry feel slighted somehow in some way because he knows his older brother is gonna become absolute ruler in the future, and he really is always gonna be in his shadow and not really have a place. So did he try
Well,
to try
I
to
think he don't
make his
care for it.
own way, and then they told him no, fuck you can't do that. So he said no, fuck you, I'm gonna do what I wanted. Or is this just bullshit?
Listen, I think it's really like
That's that.
Harry's kind of like, you got to remember who their mum was as well, right? I think Harry never bought into the whole system because he never was going to be king. I don't think he bought into it. Like he didn't care when he was younger,
That's
like
correct.
what sort of message that he put across. You know, remember when he dressed up as Hitler to a party and all that, right? That happened when I was really young. He
Do you
didn't
think they
care.
know the truth of their
But
mother's
hold on,
murder?
hold on.
Of course.
They make more money. They'll make more money as a couple living in the US. They'll make more money than they'll ever earn being in the
Exactly.
UK, paid by the Queen, by
Why
the
do they need
royals.
money? They don't need money.
Well, they need to live, isn't it? Every time
How
that
they?
the
What do you mean? They live. They live better than anybody else in the world.
yeah, but they abdicated
They don't need
their
to make money. When they
yeah, I
print money.
understand that. Yeah, but they don't want to be living here. They prefer to be living there. You
If
know, it's
anything, what they want is attention and power
as well. Yeah, of
and
course.
and status. They don't need money. Fuck,
You
they
know how
print
much they
money.
charge for a speech?
Yeah,
Just
but
to be
that's
present at the party,
a
man.
form of power. They don't care about the money. They fucking
Correct.
come on. You
They
know.
have more power there. They'll be more recognized. You know, there will be
Yeah,
always a
they
prince and a princess living in the United States or Canada or anywhere else. You know, than being here. You know, here there'll be a secondary prince and princess. If you
But
know what I mean.
the reason why I was asking this question too, because was my take on it, and I mean, I don't care if you don't want to hear it. I'm gonna tell you anyways. But I started getting this wild conspiracy theory, thinking that this was all a setup to try to humanize Harry and to make general public and Americans especially and everybody really to make him feel like he's an outsider and he's one of us. He's a good guy just in
Right.
case the people turn on the other side of the family. Now they have Harry to put in place. You know what I mean? But it's still all in the family. Harry's just playing a role as like the
Yeah,
common
but
man,
there's
and,
three floors, isn't it?
you know what I mean. That's how I looked at it. Anyway, I was curious if anybody else thought of that too.
Yeah, but it will never come to Harry, will it? You know.
I like where Crack was going with what he was saying a few minutes ago. He said, "Well, you got to remember who their mother is." That he felt like he hasn't bought into the whole system from the get-go. Cuz him never being king is not a new idea. He was grown up with that idea in his head.
Yeah, exactly. Since he
Yeah,
was
correct.
born, yeah, he knew that.
He's
Yeah.
been groomed to be like that. Yeah.
Right, right. So did
Yeah.
something very recently happen with Harry and Meghan? Or are you guys talking about like the Oprah interview, like how they've been mistreated and because she's black and all that shit? Is there something
No,
new besides that?
no, we're talking about the part where they abdicated their duties as royals
Mm,
in the UK.
mm,
They decided to
mhm.
move on.
On
Yeah,
that video,
so Harry's going to be taken care of no matter what because he is still the grandson of the queen. He has no worries about anything financial ever for the rest of his life. So anybody who believes otherwise, I'm sorry, in my opinion, you're really naive.
so I seen that video, right? And my comment was is to somebody who was like taking it serious or something, or maybe about, I don't know. But I'm like, so billionaires complaining about their life, and then the prince and the princess are complaining about their life. And we're supposed to feel sorry for these people. I was like, it was bizarre. But trying to plant that seed that they're like all victims of this, this structure thing. Like Oprah couldn't buy a $40,000 purse. And, like, do you know what I
also
mean?
think it's
Like the
horseshit.
story.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I completely agree with you on that level too. But also I think it's horseshit too for people to think that the whole marriage between Harry and Meghan wasn't arranged. Like, I don't believe that they get to choose who they're going to be wed to.
Right.
Who's the mom? I mean, it's one of them long necks with them long humeruses. That's an indication of some type of surgery happening early in life. So that wasn't a mom, is my opinion. Who is it, lady? The one that got supposedly in the car accident? Supposedly in the car accident?
What are you guys talking about?
Bullshit.
Oh, well, there's some certain body features that will become apparent, and some a little bit more markedly in certain individuals. But these long neck sort of people with these long necks and the long humerus, that bone that's where your bicep is, if that thing's going below your hips, there's something up.
You talking about the Adonis belt? What they call the Adonis belt?
Yeah, and that
Yeah,
too.
I don't think
I mean,
plastic surgery
dude,
can do anything with that.
not anything. No, I don't think so. It's a muscle structure. They could remove fat, but they can't. They'd have to retie the tendons. I don't think they can do it all. I think they can do some scraping on the Adam's apple though, and then when
who are you saying is a man? I'm sorry, you lost me for a second.
the mom, the one that got in the car accident. That's not a woman. I'm almost 100%.
She was a transvestite.
Well,
I've
look
never
at the
heard that
neck and
before.
the humerus.
I think you mean
There's a bunch of
you
them.
mean lizard person.
Well, some type of an entity that definitely has probably been raised in MK Ultra to have this whole persona to be, and so that it would be a persona for the elite, for like the House of Orange, the House of, all these actual like royalty, like the
So you think that's how they get all their wives? Is there like?
Oh, well, I think it's a breeding
Things-
program. I think it's
Right.
a breeding. I don't think these women are women often, and then I catch that more. But women that search this say that they can flip it and say that like someone like David Spade, that's a female, and they can pick it out. Like I can pick out a
Weird.
dude. I know it is
I don't
weird.
know. I never got that vibe from David Spade.
The only one that I would say with confidence that there was a female to male transgender, and that would be Justin Bieber. I've never investigated like forensically, like David Spade. I've heard of that before, but I can't
Sir David Spade.
comment.
I
During
mean,
the
it's
movie,
so
he's
crazy.
bare
You
chested.
can't believe anything we see on television. So I don't. I'm not denying any of it. I'm sorry. Go
But
ahead.
Justin Bieber is
I wanted to.
undeniable to me.
Have you been
So
watching?
yeah, women can see it better. Like Bieber's kind of sus to me, but women can pick them out better. Men can pick out the other
Well,
ones better. It's pretty.
harder. It's harder to change a man into a woman. It's easier for a woman to
Look,
portray herself as a
all
man.
you
Much
gotta do
easier.
is look at the hands and feet. Hands
No,
and
a lot
feet.
of things you gotta look at. You gotta look at a lot of things. You can't just look at one or two things. You gotta take several different data points. Like what do the hips look like? Is there an Adonis belt? What's the shoulder width? All kinds of stuff. You can't just do the fingers and the hands. I mean, because there are exceptions to
I mean, yeah, I know. I have
biology.
met women that do have like what they would call man hands.
Right.
Well,
Right. That's why you can't just go with one or two data points. You got to have at least 6.
And especially if there was like a gelding situation, because the morphine begins to happen.
Yeah.
It's a sad thing. That's why that long nut.
I hate
such
this
a fucking
transvestigation
weird.
shit.
Yeah, it's such a weird.
It's weird, but it's part of
It's
the
bizarre.
elite. It's absolutely active is the problem. But I'll drop it right now.
That's just common purpose stuff. Have you heard of common purpose?
No.
It's supposed to be a charity, but they actually influence people with psychological techniques like MK Ultra type stuff.
Well,
so this discussion we've just had is part of their psychological warfare. They want you to be thinking this stuff rather
right,
than
yeah, we're
focusing on
falling right
important
into it.
things.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So people like
best advice
RV
ever.
Truth. I mean, RV Truth is just nuts. Did you hear his thing with Jaren?
He's crazy.
Oh, well, it just, they're all, I don't really dig any of that crowd that shouts each other out within that circle. I'm kind of getting away from that currently, but I don't have any opinion to be put here.
I mean, all you have to focus on is that you can't change your gender. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Jaren's
Yeah,
like flopped debating Aaron Ron. Now, how does that happen? There's no way except for just you'd have to give up because Aaron would just keep on interrupting. You'd have to just leave. But
How
not
the
to
hell would
actually.
any conversation with Aaron be any way productive? That's
It
crazy.
wouldn't
I
be,
would
but
never agree
yeah,
to
but
that.
Jaren went ahead and did it and gave him enough space to make claims and to get his story out. It really was, and then Jaren flopped pretty much. And just like RB and Professor Dave, and just like a bunch of things that happened, just like the Nathan took someone to task today pretty hard, and I think it was really appropriate because this thing's getting punted around, and it's stemming from Ken Wheeler.
Hey, if you want to find a little bit of a clip for that, or clip it yourself, we'll play it in here right now if you want to take a few minutes and find it.
I'll go get it. Yeah, the one about the manifest, not manifest. It's a short thing, takes a minute, totally worth hearing, guys. This is important because
Do you have
it's
the
trying to.
DJ? Do you
Yeah,
have DJ?
Nathan has it.
Okay.
I do. I'll be right there with it. It's important. And anybody that wants that SolidWorks, or if you want me to make an actual sphere and then try and show like 3 measurements and how stupid it gets as you move, I can do all that. Anyway, that thing that I did was super lazy. It just was proving the one thing. I figured that'd be enough. Well, we can make this thing animated even. Anyway, I'll get into this video. Nathan.
Was it the thing with Witsit the other day?
Yeah, but there's the whole thing, but I'm just going to post the little clip of it, because it's short for the house here. Maybe people haven't heard it yet.
Hey, really quick. You were talking about
they're making me join the channel. He's making me join the channel. Is anybody a member to go to Nathan Oakley's channel? You'll see it's members only, and it's that's not the short. I want the short.
No, I'm not a member. The umbrella company won't let me pay for things on there.
I am a member.
Okay, so here it is. And hey guys, I want to add, they did the full video today, and which it was far worse because he was bringing in gas go down, boom boom. He was bringing it all in.
He
it was
listens
really
to Bob
bad.
and Ken Wheeler.
It was terrible. Anyway, I'm gonna post it right here. I got it now.
Will you tell me more about this common purpose shit? I've never heard of it.
Have you heard of a news site called UK Column?
No.
If you type
I don't know if I can.
Go ahead.
Go on.
Oh, somebody wanted this played. I don't know if I can play it on here. I can only play it to myself. So if somebody wanted that played, it's about a minute. And you can finish what you were talking about. Otherwise, it'll get buried too. Who is that girl? I know your name, but I can't think of it.
Jenny?
She asked me.
Oh, what's up?
I got it.
Oh yeah, play it. We'll like to listen.
I don't think I can. It's there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I can.
Okay, unless somebody else beats me to it. Oh, I think I'm over.
It's really important to hear for anybody wanting to go into this dielectric acceleration stuff. It's super important.
Well, I'm over at Nathan's Discord.
It's on the Discord. It's in FED. It's in 24/7. It's the second thing up. It's there.
Well, post it in live stream and I'll grab it and play it.
That's what he just
That's where
said.
it is.
Oh, sorry, everybody. I wasn't looking at my phone. Hold on. Let me scroll up. Oh, okay. I got you. Oh, no. Oh,
Okay,
is Cuddy
so
getting it for me?
It's literally only a minute, so it's totally worth hearing. It's a good way to understand manifest, not manifest in argument. Nathan does a great job.
Okay, I got it. Oh,
All
I
right,
guess
cool.
shorts don't work.
Oh,
says
well, then the other one's 14 minutes and it's a member only grab. The short is so good, guys. So, anybody want to go on their own? I
Hey,
promise
you know
won't
what?
do
I
you
got to
guys.
work around. Hold on. Why
All
don't
right.
do you have another device you can play it on and just put your phone or vice versa up to it?
I think I might be able to. I have to turn my, and then I have to play it while the microphone for the car is on. So I got to get that connected. So it takes about 15.
Can somebody else do that? I can't.
I could do it easily, but I don't know how good it's gonna sound. I mean, I could go to YouTube and play the video on YouTube and then hold my phone up to my television, but I don't know.
That won't be audible. That'll be horrible.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I'll tell Nathan.
Yeah, that didn't really help me out very much. That was just a one-sided argument without a completion to it.
That's because there isn't an argument to have. It's total nonsense.
Which part?
That part with Witsit, it's
The idea of background cosmic stuff, it could be God, is fine, but as soon as you start to detail stuff that's already been discovered, like electromagnetism, you're into the weeds.
practically don't claim ether in Nathan's show. Advice.
Hey, what in the holy shit are you guys talking about now?
Yeah.
Witsit's failure on FED.
Okay, well, if you could play the clip, great. If not, we're moving on.
It's right there.
Everybody take a look at the live stream voice text. So, please, thank you. Where's the curvature? Where can I go?
It's not helpful to this part of the discussion. You know where the curvature is.
So angry.
I'm not asking him. I'm asking the ether.
You go all the way around your ass and you get to your asshole. There's the curvature.
Calm down now. I'm just asking for the server topic.
I don't sound mad.
I'm always mad.
Okay.
Has anyone ever watched Ken Wheeler while he's delivering his spiel? He's got a smirk on his face the whole time. It's Duper's delight. He just takes random words from astrophysics, which are also made up, and then swaps them around.
Let me ask you this. Is light a particle or is it a wave?
It's definitely a particle. It's proven by quantum mechanics.
Well, that depends on the conditions, right?
No, the photoelectric effect. Sorry, I can't remember the other one.
So it's always a particle.
That was Einstein's, wasn't it? The photoelectric effect. Yeah,
No,
everything is
wasn't.
particles. That's what quantum mechanics showed.
How's that possible?
Well, they studied the smallest particles in terms of light. That's quanta, they call them.
Well, they called it quantum, yeah, but they never showed it.
They did in the experiment, the delayed choice quantum eraser.
Right, the delayed choice quantum eraser showed that light somehow knew whether or not it was going to be observed, whether or not it would show an interferometer or a particle pattern.
guys. I think I might be able to make that clip work.
And that's definitely not Einstein. Einstein had nothing to fucking do with that.
The photoelectric effect, I think, was him. He got 2 Nobel Prizes for light and nothing for all of his field mechanics nonsense.
Let me know if this can be heard. I'll play. I think there's a glitch. It's just spinning.
So, okay, please stop. So
Sorry.
when light is creating an interferometer pattern, what's happening? When an electron is creating an interferometer pattern being shot in the same experiment, what's happening?
I've not heard it described like that. I'm going to have to search for what that means.
You don't know what an interferometer pattern is? It's the second part of the experiment. It's either a particle pattern or an interferometer pattern, depending on the circumstances of the experiment.
That's not how I've heard it described.
Well, you should go back and look, because that is how it's described. You have an interference pattern, basically how we set up all interferometers, even gyroscopic interferometers, or, depending on how the experiment is done, you get a particle pattern. So which one is it? You're telling me Whitsitt's wrong here, but I didn't hear Whitsitt be wrong. I just heard somebody tell Whitsitt he's wrong.
Well, if you have a particle pattern, then you must know which path.
Right.
Okay.
If you have a particle, hang on a second. If you have a particle pattern, you know which path, but you only know after, because in the quantum eraser you only know after, and the double slit experiment you know ahead of time. The quantum eraser is to eliminate the foreknowledge.
Okay, can I play this? I think it might work. It'll only take a minute to get back to it.
I still don't see how the other option for light to be a wave, though. Where would the information from that come from?
An interference pattern can't happen in a particle. It's only through a wave that an interference particle or an interference pattern would happen. So which one is it? A particle or a wave?
It is very difficult to know, right?
No, it's very obvious, and everybody keeps on whistling past the fucking truth here, which is consciousness is collapsing a waveform into a particle. But everybody says, "Oh well, humbo jumbo," and something is transmitting through something, right? And all Whitsitt here is saying is there's something there. We don't know what it is, but no, you can't say that because.
But if it's not manifest, it's not anything.
You know it's not manifest because you haven't actually studied it. My whole problem with this is
what am I going to study is something that I can't manifest. If it either there's a cookie or there's no cookie.
All right, Nathan.
Okay,
come on, calm down.
Calm down.
All right, I'm just saying, I'm not mad.
I'm not even necessarily talking to you. I'm trying to explain my position here. So stop fucking jumping all over me for it. The fact is that just because you can't see something doesn't make it not there. Just because you don't understand how something works doesn't mean that it's not working. That's a stupid assumption. That's a stupid assumption.
No, it's not a wave of magnetism. It's a field, and it dissipates.
I didn't say it was magnetism.
What are you on about?
If it's a field, then it's still transmitting through something.
No, it's an energy like a light source, like like
Yeah, we're talking about light.
yeah, but the light isn't like in your face, like everywhere. It's just
light is a transmission.
Yeah, and it pushes like a gas.
Through what?
There's
What's it
gas.
pushing through?
I don't know, but when you get
Listen,
high enough,
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. Stop talking. Stop talking. I don't know the answer either, but to assume we do is both ignorant and whistling past the obvious here, which is the observer is collapsing a waveform. That's how it goes from a wave to a particle. That's how we get an interference pattern to a particle pattern.
Well, but if it's not meant, I'm not disagreeing with what you just said, but it would be supernatural then. Almost, it would be a God-given.
Exactly.
Okay.
Consciousness is creating all matter, and that's the whole point. When they're looking for the Higgs boson, they're never going to find the God particle because it's in their fucking head.
Yeah, that's what I totally agree now, but I still don't know what it is as manifest.
It doesn't mean you have to. You don't know what the moon is. You don't know what the stars are. You don't know what we live on. All of this is stupid conversation, and to admonish somebody for being wrong, for trying to explain what he thinks might be going on, I think is the height of ignorance.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
But guys, it's getting gas to fall down, and it's stemming from
No.
Yeah.
Witsit never said that. Witsit never said that.
He never said that.
He did not correct the person previous to him, Dyslow.
It doesn't matter. He doesn't speak.
But
he doesn't
that should
speak
have been
for.
corrected.
He doesn't speak for him. My whole point is, please stop talking over me. My whole point is to admonish somebody for trying to elucidate something nobody else understands does not make them a dipshit, batshit, or worthwhile of criticism.
His whole thing on Nation Show was an appeal to ignorance from the start.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, like
I don't disagree he shouldn't have gone. I don't disagree he shouldn't have gone there. But to act like Nathan is wholly correct here is stupid because Nathan doesn't know either. Nathan is asserting that light is only a particle. Well, that's obviously not true just by the experiments he's citing.
Because you're looking into quantum mechanics, but as far as I can tell, both options are particles. It's just
no, that's not true. You don't get an interference pattern from a particle. That's not how interference patterns work. They only work in waves. You can try to get a particle interference pattern all you want. It's never going to happen.
What are you saying that for?
Interesting, man. It is why I say it because that would be in line with the collapse with an observer.
It does collapse with the observer, obviously.
That's what I'm saying. That's some interesting stuff, man. I'm so glad I come here.
What they're saying. You're not saying that. They're saying that. You just watch the TV and listen to them say these things, and then you're like, yeah.
Well, I've never done the experiment, so yeah, you'd be right. I'd be agreeing with the idea of
sit here and yeah. Oh wow, interesting. While they bedazzle us,
But you do know why they call radio waves, don't you?
Because I'm a shiny,
Tell me, why do they call radio waves?
It's the probability distribution between the frequencies.
Traveling through what?
What do you mean? It's
what
a
is
wave
traveling
function. It's a mathematical term.
No.
No, it's not.
It is not mathematical. It's physical. Traveling through what?
No, a wave function is a mathematics term. It denotes probability distribution.
The gas is a fluid.
Okay, so you are.
Am I wrong?
Is it traveling through the gas? Is that what you're
that
saying?
that as a fluid,
We
like
don't even know if
sonar.
light travels. We can't say that.
I'm saying it pushes
Is there a
like a
point
gas
source?
as well.
Hang on.
That's why it'll
Hang on.
become all
Hang on.
apparent at once.
Lumpy, let me talk to Paul here for a second. Paul, does light travel from a point source to its destination where you see it?
Travel would denote speed, and you can't measure the speed, so I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. You don't know. Perfectly fine.
Now,
How you
since
doing,
you
Crack?
mentioned that, Paul,
I don't think
if I
anyone has
may.
suggested that they do know, other than Einstein, who just made shit up.
Nobody knows what is light. Nobody knows what is light.
He was a
But
good guy to
listen,
pick, though. I think he got 2 Nobel Prizes, then they just bunged him some money, and he passed off the field equations as his own.
but Paul, listen, because since you mentioned it, every time we get into this very basic question concerning physics, take a look at the Wikipedia article I just posted about physics.
I think
When
you
you go to that
posted in the
article,
wrong chat. Oh, it's right there. Sorry.
no, I posted in a Livestream voice text.
Okay.
6 minutes after the hour. When you go to that article, okay, and you scroll down to relation to other fields, and you go down to the subheading prerequisites, it lists 2 prerequisites. It lists math, and it also lists ontology. Do you know what ontology is?
No.
You click on ontology, highlighted in blue. Ontology is the branch of philosophy which studies concepts such as existence, being, becoming, and reality. It includes the questions of how entities are grouped into basic categories and which of these entities exist on the most fundamental level. Ontology is sometimes referred to as the science of being and belongs to the major branch of philosophy known as metaphysics. You see, one of the prerequisites, the preconditions to physics, is ontology and math. Now, when you talk about physical things such as waves, frequencies, what Deus was asking you was about what is the ontological entity that the wave is traveling through. And you
I
said
don't accept that there is
probability.
a wave.
I'm sorry?
A wave function is a mathematics term. I looked it up. It is.
No,
It's a
no, no.
description.
Listen the point.
It's just a general misunderstanding, and that people don't seem to be able to get.
No, Paul, you're trembling on the point. Just pause and listen. Your answer to the question that Deus asked you was probability. The wave, supposedly, according to you, is traveling through probability. That's nonsense.
I never
The wave
said
is
there was
not
a
traveling through
wave.
probability.
It's the probability of where the particles will go, which slit they'll go through.
But he's not asking you about the probability of where the particle or wave will be. He's
Different
asking you what is the
frequencies have a
medium of the wave.
different probability
Hello?
distribution.
Hello? He's asking you what is the wave traveling through.
And I haven't accepted there's a wave.
But you just mentioned the frequency.
Can I?
Yes, it's the probability distribution of where the particle will go through one slit or the other or both.
Can I
Oh,
say something real quick?
the particle is not a wave.
Yes,
It's a
it's a
particle.
mathematics term, wave function. It should be called probability distribution, and then no one would confuse anything.
Okay, that doesn't make sense. You keep asserting it as though it makes sense, but we're critiquing it. And so the problem with the assertion is that supposedly the particle is waving, but it's not waving because particles are not waves and waves are not particles. See, there's a categorical confusion in the assertion. You keep asserting it so dogmatically and with such certainty as though it makes sense, but it doesn't.
Can I just help out? Please, the way nothing is traveling. It's like when you hold the rope and I hold the rope and I yank and I whip the rope, right? The wave will form. Okay, so there are no particles moving from me to you. There's nothing, called a wave that's coming at you, right?
the energy is disturbing the medium of the rope, see, vibrating, right? And then there's a frequency at which it vibrates at. And we hear that in sound as pitch. See, that's what's happening, is that the energy is affecting the medium, and we're calling it a wave or a particle or this or that. Does that make sense? So it's nothing moving. Energy, sound and light. Energy is disturbing the medium and causing the shape of a wave, or that's the shape of the energy. Or
Well, that's exactly what's in question, Bong. I think Gregory was on the right path. You
Right.
actually didn't help. You kind of
well, no, I'm trying to
clarified it for
explain
yourself.
This guy here is saying about a particle or distribution of particles, or nothing is being distributed. Like you know what I mean? The water or the
Yeah,
air or
I
whatever the
see
medium is.
Bong's point. He's making a good point. It's a categorical error. It's not a matter
Yeah.
of distribution and the entity traveling from point A to point B. It's the medium perturbating or oscillating.
Right.
Yeah.
And then if there is a perturbation or oscillation, that ontologically speaking falls into the category of an action. What is the thing doing the action? It's the medium.
I've posted a citation in voice text. A wave function in quantum physics refers to a mathematical description.
Right. A description of what we're seeing, of the energy
Mathematical
perturbating
is
the
not
medium.
Hang on. You did not finish. Of a particle's quantum state.
The important bit is mathematical description.
Right. Okay.
What's the point in highlighting that, though?
Just because you're saying mathematical doesn't mean shit. Everything we're saying is the same as what they're saying.
Is maths physical?
When you keep saying that, hang on, pause, because this needs to be cleared up. Because you keep saying that as a retort, as though that defends your position. What you're talking about is a red herring from the point. The point is about the concrete ontological nature of what is supposedly doing the action. So when you talk about math, it's a total red herring. You also look at the physics article on Wikipedia. You look at the second paragraph under the article under the paragraph I just read earlier concerning ontology. This paragraph says the distinction is clear cut but not always obvious. For example, no. I'll just start from the top right here. Mathematics provides a compact and exact language used to describe the order and nature. I'll say it again. Mathematics provides a compact and exact language used to describe the order and nature. It's a quantitative language. That's what math is. It's abstract. It's not concrete.
That was my point, yes. Thank you.
It's 100% what we're doing here to describe what we're trying to say. We're all using language. That was my point. It doesn't matter what you call it. You're still using a language to describe it. You're not saying anything by saying, well, a wave function is math. We get that. We get that you're trying to describe a language with the language. That doesn't change that light is either being transmitted or magically appearing from one place to another. Which is it? And if it's being transmitted, what is it transmitted through?
You see, so to then mention mathematical such and such as a red herring. Yes, there is this quantitative language that you use to represent what you're trying to describe, what you're trying to quantify, the concreta that you're trying to quantify. The point is, what is the nature of the thing that is in question? The nature of the thing in question is that this is an oscillation in a medium, not a particle traveling from point A to point B. And neither does this entity, which is a wave, have a self-contradictory, impossible duality supposed nature of being a wave and a particle.
Or it does.
But it's a physical assumption bias. Light is unique.
Right. Well,
Is it? How do you know that? You don't know what it is.
The thing about light is like there are only
Therefore, you
a few
can't
sources.
assume that it's physical.
The only sources of light are the sun, moon, and stars, and all the other sources are either a fire or artificial. So like, and light and life has something, you know, some kind of correlation, right? Like where there is light, there is life, and where there is life, there are people asking, "What is light?" You know what I mean? Like
That's true. But really quick, I don't want to whistle past what he just said. He's saying we're assuming it's something physical. You're asserting physical properties to it. You're the one assuming that it's physical. We actually don't know.
the physical properties of light are life.
Well, what
And,
are we talking about here? What are we talking about here when we say physical? What do we mean?
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, because if you're asserting that light is a particle, you're asserting that it's physical. If we say it's a wave transmitted energy through a medium, we're saying it's less than physical.
Well,
it
well,
sounds
that's
physical.
not a right dichotomy because
No,
a wave is
it's
also
physical, honestly. But
It sound physical enough. Can it blow you away? Sound.
But
Sound
yeah, it
waves
can
hit
definitely
right,
rupture your eardrums. Yes.
right.
My whole point
But
is that he's saying
what,
we're attributing something physical to it. It's already being attributed to being physical.
well
In either
again. So
way.
again,
what I wanted to piggyback on that with from God, never mind.
I don't know if this
I
is the
think
right
it's
term, but
energy.
the sun's high rays cleave electrons off physical things.
but hang on, because physical. Okay, when we say
Because for
physical,
electricity, you need electrons, but there's no
hello,
electrons in just light.
hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, when we say physical, are we saying in the sense of solid, strictly in the sense of solid, or are we saying concrete? Because those are the basic categories that we got here in ontology. Is it concrete or is it abstract? Now, a wave is something that a thing does, that a concrete thing does. So, a wave is a concrete event. Okay. A particle, we're not talking about a particle of an abstractor. That's absurd. It's not composed of anything. Abstract entities are not composed of anything. They're not concrete. They don't have components to make a composite. So if it's a particle, it's also concrete. So we're talking about a concrete
That's a
entity
false
here.
dichotomy because you've missed out energy.
Energy is a concrete thing. It's not abstract. It's not merely an idea in your head.
Now,
It's
you're
not
reducing
energy.
down
It's
to
not
two
energy.
ontological primitives where you can't do that.
Where in Wing Chun, right? Where does energy travel? If you hit something, if you punch something, right? That energy has to go somewhere, you know, and the effects of it's going wherever it's going, right? That's what we're trying to identify, right? Energy is perturbating the medium, right? Whether it's light or, you know, you hitting something or sound, it's still energy moving through the medium, any medium. You know, rock, boom, kick it, right?
Well, if you say energy, I understand energy is the ability to express power. And so
Right.
the energy isn't moving anywhere. It's
Right.
being expended to cause something else to move.
To express motion, right? Because anything that is rest remains at rest unless something in motion, something else. So, in other words, motion, right? Like moving things cause things.
Mm-hmm.
You guys agree? Yeah. Like the sun
Yeah.
is moving, right? And it's causing some kind of electromagnetic
Effect.
phenomenon. Yeah, effect that we call. So, you know, electrons, there are no, you know, when we say electrons, we're saying the medium, right, is being perturbated, you know, and it's
Right.
going this way. It's going this direction, but we're not counting electrons. We're not seeing electrons moving. That's just a word to describe.
You know,
It's
so again, like what this gentleman is saying here, you cannot have your cake and eat it too. I mean, make up your mind. Is it a particle, a particular entity traveling from point A to point B, or is it a wave which is oscillating where it is?
That depends. Gregory, it always depends.
What does it depend on? Either it is one thing or it is not that thing and it's the other thing.
Yeah, but no one's measured the speed of light, so you can't say that it travels.
That's not the implication. That's not that concluding purpose doesn't follow from that. You can still say that it travels regardless of you not knowing the quantity of its speed.
All right. Well, yeah. So like, okay, at nighttime, right? I put the flashlight here. Okay. Oh, the car is here. The light source is here, right? The dark area that we can't see is over there that we want to light up. When we turn on this car light, right? Over there it gets lit up from this light. Would you say the light is traveled, or would you say something in the medium, boom, instantly opened up? Is that what you're saying?
It's reaching over there, not necessarily moving through space and time, but but the oscillation reaches over there in the distance ahead of you. Yeah.
So Gregory, to better explain myself, if we look at the double slit, depending on the circumstances of the experiment, you either have an interferometer pattern or you have a particle pattern, right?
As far as I know.
A particle distribution pattern. So it depends on the situation, on whether or not it is.
Well, is that interpretation coherent? Because, again, the entity in question cannot be two entirely different categories at the same time. Either it's a wave and it's reaching where it is located, or it's a particle moving from point A to point B. Now, when we look at this data, are we interpreting the data correctly? And that's where people keep stumbling, is that we are so stuck with our interpretation of the data, we don't appreciate the fact that it's our interpretation of the data, which may or may not be true. Interpretations is not a pejorative that needs to be stigmatized. It's just, I mean, everyone interprets. It's not a matter of do you or do you not interpret. It's a matter of do you interpret well or poorly, correctly or inaccurately. So is the interpretation correct? So when we talk about the interpretation, when one of the interpretations is that this entity is simultaneously a wave and a particle, that's simply incoherent.
Right. I don't think that it's simultaneously a wave and a particle. I think it depends on the situation in which it is experienced. Plain and simple. I think it decides when you decide. And that's that's what I was asserting in the first place.
Yeah. Why is it said in the first place that there are these particles?
The double slit experiment.
Well, because you have those little, what look like particle collisions with the plate, but it's just a dot, really, as opposed to an interferometer or an interference pattern.
Am I looking at these plates with my naked eye and seeing dots on the plate, or is it some reading that you see on a monitor from a machine?
Exactly.
Now it's hang on. Now it is a reading on the screen, but you can do it with an actual plate and look at the little dots. You have to put it under a microscope, but you can see the little dots.
But those dots could be waves. I mean, how can you say those are particles, right? You can touch it. Right? No.
I mean,
if it's still light,
look.
It's a wave.
Well, I just think that if it's a dot, it's a dot. Like, and we're talking about like energy or lasers that shoot.
My brother thinks
It's
the world is flat. Explain to us why the world is flat, someone, please.
Right. We'll get to him in a second. But anyway, so what I'm saying is, like, because I'm wearing a black shirt right now, aren't there materials that a laser would affect? Like, if you were to point energy at it, like burn a little bit, or affect something a little bit. Like, is that what we're calling a particle?
Exactly.
Could it be?
Fire,
I'm just asking.
Yeah. Fire or a flame, right? That is not a particle. What is it then? Because that's what light is. It's this energy that is emitted from
Uh,
some kind of
so
reaction.
hang on. Fire is a plasma.
Yeah, but the energy from it that we call light, right? Like a campfire.
Well, actually, fire is not a plasma. I saw a TED talk about this. The fire
Okay.
is the it's the observable phenomenon of when we see the smoke particles in the steam, reactions. So it's a physical phenomena of change,
Right. I'm
an
talking about the
observed
light
phenomena
that
of
comes
change.
from it, right? The light that comes from the source of that light, of the energy that we call light, is actually a thing that can burn, right? Like, I mean, lasers work that way, right? The
Yes.
more the yeah, more energy.
Mm-hmm.
Cell tower.
China has those kind of guns actually.
Radio waves will fry you, right?
Don't they call
Microwaves.
them? Don't they call them like particle blasters in some like science? What do you call that? Science, like Star Wars, whatever genre that is. Anyway, all I'm saying is like if that's what we're calling particles, like, well, first of all, I don't know about that, but that being said, still, it is interesting that it seems to be disturbed when thought goes into it. Like it's like your thoughts are disrupted. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know.
Well, I would say
I
no to
don't know.
that because the reason I say no to that is because again, that's an ontological blunder to really assert that the abstract entity, which is thought, has causal power, especially as to change the fundamental nature of a concrete entity from a wave to a particle or back and forth again, is again another ontological
So then,
error.
what's wrong with the experiment then? Because
I think
you're saying that, but it's what's experienced. It's not simultaneously like Deuce was saying, and it's like depending on what happens. Like you observing it, one thing will happen. Not observing it, another thing will happen. That's the
And
phenomenon.
but I never said it was thought. I
indicate
thought
that the thought is causing the change, and
I
so
go ahead.
yeah, just to finish this sentence and then go ahead, Deus. What I gather so far in this dialogue is the question of is the reading on the screen, the monitor connected to the machine, is it correct? Is it reliable? And I think
Is it
Bong
a
was trying to
lie?
get to that also.
Well, that's what I was saying too. Earlier we were talking about journalists, right? Looking for a story, right, to report the agenda on, right? So they'll report. So why would they share something like this with the world? Like something like this, especially if they don't understand it yet. Have it under.
Yeah.
So I don't trust their interpretations of so-called data that they observed. Now I have to believe they went to the moon. Now I have to believe that the photos they showed me. You know what I'm saying? It's the same idea now. I have to put my faith in whatever aliens they discovered or what they're doing as far as what the data is or what the observations. Yeah, I can do the double slit experiment for myself, but this, particle or wave thing, that's all, from their experiments. Like we can't even verify that what they're doing. Sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead,
but
Deus.
there has to be truth somewhere, Bong, and the double
I
slit
agree.
experiment is not an easy experiment to do, but it's not impossible. It can be falsified, so we can at least say that it is something. Now, all I was going to say is
Which is saying something.
Yeah, it's saying something. But all I was trying to say is, I don't think it's thought necessarily. I think it's a consciousness manifestation.
Exactly, I agree. What it is
just
saying,
hang on.
saying
Just,
that Aleister
I'm not
Crowley.
done. I'm not done. Just like you are a consciousness manifestation, just like the world is a consciousness manifestation. I think what we're experiencing when this thing, but I'll leave it up to better men than me to say that this may also be going on. But
Moses is dead, bro. There are no better men. What I'm saying.
Hang on. I'm not done, mother.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay, but put simply, that with the interferometer pattern, it looks like a wave. With the particle pattern, it looks like dots. I don't know that makes them particles.
Yeah.
And
I agree. But the end of what this says, okay, is that we can manipulate reality with our mind. Is that magic? MAGICK from Aleister Crowley, JPL. This is when I first heard about this and saw it. This is what it told me. This is my takeaway from it. That this is what we're going. This is the end. This is the goal. Is to be able to manipulate matter. I mean, this is from John Dee's research. This is the matter to energy, energy to. This is all. So this is what I mean. Like I can't even get to that data. I can't even perform this experiment and get that data and see that. Oh wow, it really is particle or a wave when I look away or don't look away. So I have
just
to trust
because
this.
just because you find people evil doesn't make what they've discovered wrong.
I mean,
We got
there's two
guns,
different
right?
points. So I do understand Bong's point is that the disbelievers are going to try to appeal to this in their interpretation of this supposed experiment to try and substantiate some kind of antichrist, you shall become God, autotheistic doctrine.
They do it all the time. They latch onto this all the time, and I agree with that.
Kabbalah and quantum mechanics, right, are now like merging, right? And all these.
We've seen the clip, right, Bong? We've seen the clip how these
Right.
supposed atheist materialistic scientists, they say that it's amazing how Kabbalah had discovered these truths centuries before they had any sophisticated blah 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 blah. You say
facepalm. You're like, oh my god.
a lucky guess, I guess. I mean, leave it up to these people to just leave everything to a coincidence. I mean, at the same time, like these are the people who believe the universe is simultaneously utterly random and unintentional, and yet there are also laws.
Yeah.
Well, my question is this, because I really don't know. What do quantum computers do? Like, that's the okay. Wait. First question. What is the result? The knowledge of knowing of this experiment in the first place.
To manipulate matter with your mind, with your willpower.
Bong, please.
Oh man, go ahead.
I'm done, but you just please. Does anybody know?
I don't know.
Like knowing,
hold on.
knowing how to boil water is like, you know what I mean? Like there's some obviously, you can do something with that.
Are you asking what the purpose of the double slit experiment was?
Yeah, what are the applications?
No.
Yeah, the applications of this supposed knowledge.
The applications. I couldn't tell you that, but I think they came upon it by accident. Once they had the knowledge of the path information, then it changed the pattern. So this was just
but what does that help us do in the world? Like,
but how is that knowledge applied, supposedly?
That's a good question.
Well, it's like instant. 5G is about less than 1 millisecond connections, right? Well, this I've never seen I've yet to verify a quantum computer yet, but what they are saying is that we'll all be connected. Like think about, we're all connected. Thoughts.
Yeah,
monism. I know exactly. Like some kind of
that would be an appeal to the future. But there's got to be something to it, right?
This is the plan, bro. The real plan.
So I mean, that'd be something. The application is, in a sense, the application is, oh, look at this. This therefore substantiates and justifies our eschatological doctrine that one day we'll all just become one and just become God.
I think it's all about surveillance and control, more control, and we're the ones that are supposed to be connected to it. We're the ones that buy the phones. We're the ones that use the social media,
Yeah. So
free.
isn't the quantum computer? Is that it incorporates AI? Is it
Of
part of
course.
I don't
AI?
know.
AI is
I don't
already
know.
here. AI is already here.
Yeah, well, fam. I don't know. I don't think Bong is what he's saying is related to actually knowing the answer to the question, which is like, okay, what is this experiment? Not what is this experimental knowledge used for? And if it's for quantum computers, well, does someone know that? Like, and then what do they do with them? Like, how can like I've never seen a quantum computer, so I don't really even I don't know. I'm dead serious. Like I'm just trying to. I've never heard anybody ask, and I'm like, well, every other thing that we put through the scientific experiment stages, we can do stuff with all of that. Like, so, you know what I mean?
Quantum Eraser and these guys get angry when I question it. So
Let me ask
don't.
this question. Let me ask this foundational question to see where exactly we are, because we're tossing out the term quantum mechanics, quantum physics, et cetera. Someone explain to me, for instance, Paul, if he's still here. If not Paul, then Bong. Someone explain to me what is quantum and what is quantum physics.
It's the super, super small world. It's basically going super, super, super small. And no one has equipment or tools or resources. I don't even think it. I think it's all bullshit, but guys go ahead and talk
Well,
about it.
in the quantum theory, everything is probabilistic, and using that model, you can predict chemical reactions, the way supposed electrons would
Here
jump
we
from
go
one
again.
orbital to
Exactly.
another.
Predictions and divination. That's what I keep saying. That's what it's all about. Trying to predict the future and the next crime that flat earthers going to commit.
Minority Report.
So,
So,
like when you
traveler,
pour chemical reactions together, you have a probability that the energy will transfer from like this probabilistic orbital to this probabilistic orbital, and they're different shapes based off of the probability that the electron would go into that area. And so that's how you can make chemical reactions go, or like observe color change, which is just the photon packets from one of those electron jumps releasing a light at a certain wavelength, and you can actually predict which wavelength it is. So if I mix these two, I'll see this color because that's the wavelength of the packet of energy that was escaped during the electron jump from one probabilistic quantum orbital to another.
with that being said, is it fair to say that a quantum is synonymous with subatomic?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
With that being said,
Theoretic.
physics is basically parallel to classical physics, except on the
It's the
subatomic scale.
globe. It's the globe model on steroids. All right. Think about it that way. All right. Because
Supposedly,
it's all
there's
based on
experiments.
electricity and electromagnetism. They're models of the super big and the small comes from electromagnetism. That's where it comes from. And they build these, like off of their so-called experiments, and we're supposed to believe it.
You can Google. There's an experiment they did where they're able to demonstrate a needle vibrating, but it was in two places at once, and they were able to demonstrate that. Maybe it wasn't an experiment, but it was a demonstration. So they're able to capture it in two places at once, and that's what happens when you get into that really, really small subatomic uh, physics, where everything just what's probable.
It's like, I think they call it quantum locking. Is that what it is? Is that what that is? Because I don't think that's
Did you say
possible. It's
quantum
just an
mocking?
idea. Yeah, I don't know. Two needles, like
Yeah, look up
Oh,
quantum
quantum
experiment
locking, I guess. I thought you said mocking, M-O-C-K.
being in two
locking. I
places at
forget the
once.
term. Okay.
And that's what
Okay.
Schrodinger's cat is, where you don't know
And
what's there until you
oh,
observe it and
you know what this
capture that
smells
moment.
like? It smells like they're trying to open some kind of portal. I know it sounds crazy, but it smells like it. Like they're trying to, they're talking about aliens and AI and all these things, but then what are they doing? Like, what are you guys doing, and why are they telling us these silly things? Like,
But let me
just
let me
what's the
let me
point?
let me try to finish this line of questioning with Traveler since he's giving me the most answers. So, with all that being said, quantum physics is basically the parallel, very microscopic version of classical physics, trying to study the properties and behavior and interactions of these subatomic particles, aka quanta.
Exactly, but they're not
Okay.
really observable.
That leads me to my next question. So I was about to say, is there any empirical experience of these things? Do we observe them?
I mean, I guess we do sometimes. No, we really don't observe the actual change in the electron, like jumping. But as a side product, we see the chemical structure change or the color change or the odor change. Something happens. But we've been able to get these models mathematically to predict based off of these, models that we have. And I think, and to answer Elijah, I think a lot of experimentation could be done with it, but it's not profitable. So, for example, in medicine, if you're gonna be able to meditate or use consciousness to like treat yourself, that's gonna take a lot of money away
Uh,
from big pharma.
what do yeah, of course, yeah, yeah.
So,
But hey, what about the
there's a lot of
dancing
utility
outside?
utility to it, being able to understand how that works and use it and predict.
What about those rituals, those dance, those weird, strange dances, rituals they perform? Like, what do you think those are about? Do you think that has anything to do with they're doing? Like, why are they doing that?
Probably intention.
Magic?
It comes
Ask
down to
you,
that. Mhm.
uh, Travel. I wanted to ask you, since with that being said, we have supposedly they have these theories and models and equations. Now, how do we know these theories, models, and equations correspond to reality if we have no empirical experience of what supposedly is empirically real, so as to substantiate these models and equations and theories?
Well, the way I would use them in a laboratory is just with chemicals. I know I have magnesium hydroxide and I have water with CO2 gas in it. Uh, I can predict what would happen that when you put the magnesium hydroxide, you'll get magnesium bicarbonate. And that's going to precipitate out a solution as a solid. So it's like there's something there being substantiated.
But in that instance, that isn't an instance of observing subatomic particles in isolation do what they do. That's observing macroscopic classical substances doing what they do.
They're separate. The same physics doesn't work. There's no unifying theory.
So far, what I'm hearing is that quantum physics and everything quantum is purely theoretical and yet to be substantiated.
Yes.
I don't know. To me, it's being substantiated when you can, use it and predict it and get the same results over and over again.
But supposedly, quantum physics is the study of the subatomic particles themselves, not the macroscopic composites that they are a component of. The subatomic particles being a component of the atom, the atoms being components of molecules, and molecules being components of the substances, solid, liquid, or gas, or plasma.
Essentially,
And
the line
so,
is drawn at electron. Once you start to get to electron, it becomes quantum. An electron just bouncing around in just a probabilistic state, like, makes no sense. Their idea of gravity can't keep like the electron close to the nucleus. It just everything breaks down, and they use quantum physics to explain it.
in principle, I say. So again, my point that I was trying to state, that's the point I see. I mean, the supposed theories and models and equations concerning these subatomic particles, these quanta, yet there is no, as far as I know, no empirical experience that any of these scholars have had with these supposed subatomic particles themselves, alone themselves, so as to substantiate their theories and models and equations.
I think electron microscopes utilize those electrons themselves to capture images in that range. That's when you can see pictures of like bacteria and the surfaces of proteins and all sorts of molecular structures.
Not really, though. Do you know how they make slides for that?
No, I don't.
If you go on YouTube, you find a channel called A.R. Hillman.
Mm-hmm.
And that shows you how they prepare slides for electron micrographs, and they denature them in alcohol and shrink them down. That once they actually take a picture, they're nothing like what they were in vivo.
Oh yeah, I mean, even just looking at bacteria with gram staining, you got to stain it and treat it and open up cell walls sometimes. Like, it's always gonna, it has to be modified and changed. Yeah, so I guess that's not like what it would be in its natural state, but there's
However,
still.
I don't think I can go into more detail on Hillman because we're probably straying into banned topics.
You know what's funny? It's weird how people just ignore the rituals, the satanic Luciferian rituals that they perform at CERN. You know, it's like, hey, have you seen
I
this? And
don't.
people are like, what's? People are like, what's that? Oh, it's CERN. Oh, okay. You know, it's like nothing, right? Oh yeah, I saw
No, that
something
that
like
is
that on the
something.
Super Bowl. Yeah, it's like Beyonce's Super Bowl halftime shows, you know, like or at these
That
going.
chick
Yeah, all
be
these
possessed.
elaborate exhibitions that display their occult splendor and glory.
She's showing her possession.
Although
Truth.
quantum mechanics is
Her
very interesting,
pawnage.
my focus is on the law at the moment.
The lore. That's an excellent word. Got to bring it back.
I mean, it's so obvious, right? It's so blatantly obvious when you watch it. It's like, okay, science.
Yeah, I posted a
Look,
dance for
science,
you.
quote unquote.
Bong. Bong, I posted a dance for you. I thought you
Does
would enjoy
anyone
it.
here know how to hold a common law court?
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Common law. That's United Kingdom, isn't it?
It's the basis of your law as well.
I thought so. So it is kind of like, you know, Roman civil law, similar.
No, common law is separate. It's much older than that.
Oh, so older than Roman civil law? Thought I had it the other way around.
Yeah, Roman law is not. It's not totally like maritime law, but it's a different language. Put it that way.
I was saying, so it's a different version of what you just referred to as Commonwealth.
Well, no, the Roman system is more like a contract system.
What's the central characteristic of Commonwealth?
It comes from the Ten Commandments.
Oh, I see.
Sans the religious ones, because they wanted to build a society based on the just principles, and they didn't want to involve religion into it.
They didn't want to involve Yahuwah into it. Did you say Commonwealth or common law or Commonwealth
Common law.
Common law.
Same. I say to the Maoris and the Samoans, it's like, why don't you pray to the new science god? It's more powerful than your weak ass ancient gods. You know what I mean? So all these cultures.
That weak
here
ass
and there.
ancient god that maintains the uniformity of nature for them to do science. You know, he's so weak.
Right, right. The new god is the science god from the Freemasons. That's the new church of gods on earth. So yeah, especially my cultures, yeah, and it's funny how people just ignore that. This connection between science and spiritualism. You guys ever notice that? Especially Hinduism.
I mean, there is
Hinduism
no
and science.
logical sophistication behind the notion. Like people, like you're highlighting, people just take for granted that the atheistic, secularist, humanist, et cetera, kind of institution like we're familiar with today in the U.S. and the U.K. That's just the standard. That's just taken for granted. That's the standard. Everything needs to be judged by that, whether you understand it thoroughly or not. And it's just ridiculous There's no justification for that.
Yeah. Well, the
Got
atom.
all the rigor, got all the rigor got all the rigor in the world to test the church, but won't apply that same rigorous skepticism against the academics, the secular humanist, atheist,
Well, you
materialist.
see, even that I think is false. Even that is a false dichotomy. They set up a church, a false church, some kind of straw man church. That's what they call Christianity today. Yeah, and then they attack it. See, and then they prop up science, and then they separate it and say this is science. It's better than that. But that was never the real thing. It was taken over by Rome back in,
Which
Constantine.
is very true. It's a very valid point. The thing, what they are referring to as the church and trying to destroy is a straw man against the scriptures. The scriptures is against the church, quote unquote, as it
Right.
is today.
The church is in the Book of Acts. It's not the Roman
Yes.
Catholic Church.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. But it's like it's kind of obvious that science and this whole occult magic thing is all connected, but
Don't walk past the pedophilia, for God's sakes. They love to talk about the Catholic Church and the pedophilia, but ignore the amazing proportions of pedophilia in our own schools, the churches
Yeah.
of today, of science today, in the schools. They love to just ignore that. But oh man, they love to point out the pedophilia that they put in the Catholic Church.
Pump the brakes for a moment. Think about this. I like to highlight this to people to make this factoid appreciated. Pedophilia. Pedochildophilia, love. Pedophilia, lover of children. That's a misnomer for the people that we're referring to as pedophiles. The people we refer to as pedophiles are not pedophiles. They're not lovers of children. Because if they were lovers of children, if they really were pedophiles, they wouldn't do the sexual immorality that they do to children. What they really are pederasters and sodomites.
Yeah, I agree.
When I go to the
word magic.
when I go to the what's that the Met Museum in New York City, and you just look at all this Roman, like it's like you got like babe. I really can't remember the imagery because it's been so many years since I last been there, but it was a lot of weird baby stuff there.
Yeah.
Molech. Their god is Molech.
Moloch.
Whatever his name is. Santa Claus. I think Santa Claus, is one of those things today, and
As Saint Claus, Santa Latin, Santa, the Sancta Sedes, the Holy See, the Holy Seat, the Holy Throne, in what is it? Not Saint Peter's Basilica, Saint Lateran, the cathedral that is the house of the throne of the Pope. So it's similar to that, Santa, Sancta, Santa. I think from Spanish. Like over here in California, you have many people in many places called Santa Fe.
Yeah, Santa
For
means
instance.
saint.
Yeah,
House
Santa
of the
means
Pope.
saint.
Could it be that the North Pole sits the House of the Pope? Did I go like way too?
Oh, I don't think you're going too far, but how come they're always going to the South Pole and not the North Pole? I mean, they're never going to the pole, but that's what they say. The South Pole.
So, do you think the American Constitution was made then as a protection from Rome?
No.
To give rights to the individual rather than the collective? Because it seems funny to me that a secret collective would make the American Constitution, but it does make sense if they were trying to protect themselves from Rome.
Well, you see, you make a law, you make a constitution, you make a declaration. It's one thing to make the assertion, the declaration, the constitution, and write it down and have it de jure established. It's another thing to enforce it with the de facto way that the society is ran. In addition to the fact that these gentlemen which is, I'm being very polite here. These
Hey,
gentlemen
Stella.
were mystery religion initiates of
Exactly.
Freemasonry, for instance, which was infiltrated by the Jesuits, which is owned and controlled by the Holy See. So, there's that. Talk about a front.
But I will never
There's
put
your
it
front.
past. I will never put it past God to work in mysterious ways, even through people who are unwell or
Yes.
unknowing.
Yes. Yes.
I
The
mean,
Lord is
because
still sovereign of all history, nevertheless.
exactly. And, but we can look at the evils and point them out as evil, but when something is good, it just is good. So
Yes.
while there are things that are bad, we should definitely praise the things that are good.
Like what?
We can't throw out the baby with the bathwater with everything and say it's
What
all
thing?
foreboding.
What things are good?
The gospel.
The understanding that the individual should be that the individual's rights should be upheld regardless of the collective. I think that's an amazing thing to think that you can't be collectively judged upon. I think that's great. If you look at our past history, that's what we've done.
The supposed beneficial greater good for the collective does not justify sacrificing the rights of the individual.
Exactly. Thank you for making everything I say sound so succinct.
Can I ask a
Praise
question
God.
about the Bible? If anyone's a reader.
Yes.
The temple in the King James Version, that is where people settled redressed their grievances, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's a court. So that's why people think common law came from the Bible, because that's where it came from.
Yeah.
Well, the vast majority of
every civilization or culture has some form of justice system or court. Where you settle. Even at home, mom and dad settles it. So
Not every bong, but a good amount. Not every.
yeah, it's a common thing. It's not from the Jews or the Hebrews or from
right. But
they were doing that.
there are plenty of societies where judgments were made without a redress of individual rights, and I think that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the Roman system used a temple and not a court. A court was like for commerce.
Well, it depends on how you use the terms, because there is a court in the temple. There's the inner court, the outer court, and then the outer area. Excuse me, the outer court, the inner court, and then the Holy of Holies.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know about, because I'm not sure of the terminology there.
I think that's
I was going to say, in history, there hasn't been this separation throughout the majority of the cultures throughout the nations. They didn't make this separation between theism is over here, but not over here. Religion is over here, but not over here.
Yeah, your values were derived directly from your spiritual center, and that's where you made your value judgments from.
The vast majority of cultures throughout the ages did not think like that. Religion, quote unquote, theism, quote unquote, permeated all areas of life and all areas of knowledge.
I think America is a place where they perfected the idea of democracy, and at the same time made slaves.
Democracy, Bong.
Made slaves believe that they were free.
Democracy is mob rule.
I'm talking about the idea of this thing they call America, right? I think that's the under that guise you have slaves who think they are free, right? Because corporations run America. And who runs the corporations?
Hey, whatever happened to that new guy that was asking about the shape of the Earth? Did we ever get to him?
What's up, Hank? I know, right? Where is he?
Both of those guys left. It was TMD and Cactus something.
Carry on.
When you said they perfected democracy, what do you mean by that?
The idea that that like what he was saying, what Deuce was saying earlier, the individual's rights over the collective, right? That idea, the idea that you can vote, that you're free, liberty, justice for all, that all men are created equal. Freemasons wrote this.
I'm obsessed with Freemasonry and American Constitution. And English people often say to me, "Why are you bothered with this American stuff? You're not even American." But I do feel it's humanity's last hope. I really do.
No,
And
they called it the New World when they before it was even settled, before they even came here, when it was discovered, they were calling it the New World, the New World. And today, right, you hear presidents say that we can finally realize, right, the goal or the dream, the great work, right, of a new world order.
George Walker Bush.
So,
Hmm.
yeah, it's not a real.
So I know exactly the speech you thought of.
America is not real.
But Bong, this is the problem. Is again, I don't think you're looking at the good. You're looking at the corruption, and corruption is always to be fought. But we've had this conversation time and time again. Even though you're not a party to it, you continue to talk about it, and that's fine. But the truth is that I want you to point to something better, where the individual's rights are upheld over the collective.
I'm not, I'm pretty sure like life is better now than before, but I'm also pretty sure we lost the cost of what we lost is a lot more valuable than what we have gained. Say security or so-called conveniences or
because
better
people go to
health
sleep and
care.
allow because people go to better healthcare. Your right to healthcare is non-functional. You go out into the forest. If you're by yourself, there is no such thing as healthcare. You take care of yourself.
Well, that's what I mean. That people think we have better health. We live longer today. Like, no, we don't.
No, we don't live longer. Our children live longer. The whole fallacy of people dying when they're 30, that's a fallacy. If you made it past, I'm not done. If you made it past being a child back then you lived. And most people succumb at childbirth. That's where these great numbers of mortality come from.
And now they die at 16 or go to jail for life at 16 for murder. Maybe be on
Not
death row.
even Bong. Not even Bong. They're dying in the womb.
And if you make 25 and you get out of the hood, well, you're lucky. So it's not like things have improved for the better. Like, it's clamped down. Yeah, I think it seems like life is better.
Okay, again, we can look at all of these ills and say, yes, they are bad. That doesn't mean that there aren't things that are good.
Yeah, I agree. There are things like.
We're kind of hopping all over the place here. What is the point of discussion here? Are we talking about the merits of democracy, or?
Well, America. I'm saying that the whole idea of America is false in the first place, right? Right, and it's not worth even like fighting for what it really or what it used to be or what we want it to be, right? Because the real kingdom is, here we go, right? Jesus brought the kingdom, and you're not part of these kingdoms, and
this is true.
That's just my opinion. But go ahead. Sorry. Let's get back on.
But there are tribes all over the Bible, aren't there? So you are supposed to have your own defined area and your own customs.
Which has been egregiously defied. I mean, it's one of the laws in the Torah. Little to no one pays attention to it, but it is in there. You shall not move the boundary stone of your ancestors. I mean, that people gloss over that, but you look at the world you have today, all this geopolitical conflict. Now you wish you had obeyed the commandment. Nation upon nation, empire and emperor upon empire and emperor throughout the ages, constantly trying to expand their empire, violating the boundary stone of their ancestors. It shouldn't have done it in the first place.
I agree with that.
Does anyone here support collectivism?
I'm sure there is a person. Bong kind of does. Just by the way he's talking, he's making me angry. I can't even look at him right now.
You see, a community is made up of individuals, so if you make sure individuals have rights, then everyone does.
I mean, yes, the good for for the collective is not antithetical to the good of the individual.
Got any Globers in here? Globe Earthers? Globalists? Globlings?
Globalists?
I believe you
Yes,
mean.
chime in if
I
you're
believe.
here.
I believe you mean globulus, but that's okay. I'll let it pass, Maggie.
Global Morse, please stand up.
Yeah, we got a few contestants. We got Iron Bolt 124. Who else we got in here I haven't seen?
Heavy belt.
The guy who just spoke up, Ned Hogger, Paul. Is this right? VC verified. I don't see any tags in there.
Oh. Well, I live in the real world, so it's definitely flat.
Okay, so
Winner, winner,
There's
chicken
that.
dinner.
who else we got in there? I gotta look at the roles, and it's hard on the phone. Let's see.
We have
Iron
Iron
Bolt.
Bolt. He is just VC verified.
King Deegs just jumped in here.
Old folks don't have any hand-eye coordination. How is it so difficult to navigate on a cell phone?
Get him, Gregory. Don't let him go. Mickey, you're in trouble now.
What are you,
Oh,
old?
Gregory.
Miggy?
Everybody's thirsty for a Saturday Night Rumble, man. That's why I'm trying to get these globalists out before before Deuce Vault goes in on Bong, and like I'm trying to break out the tension, man. Let's look for the
Why?
globalists. Well, let's not, but it's more
Hey,
fun to
Miggy.
talk about. It's more fun to talk about what globalists are saying these days.
So what you saying, man? One.
So what do we say, Iron Bolt 124? Anything? Bueller?
Yeah, I just heard my name. I just haven't been.
Hey, what's up, man?
Move the pillow out from the microphone.
Someone mentioned me. Oh yeah, I need to probably adjust my mic.
There you go. We
Here
can
we go.
hear you.
So what's
Yeah,
your
what's up?
stance on the shape of the Earth conversation we have in here?
It's not shape as an aspect.
On
Yeah,
the
but
fence.
I feel like there's 3 people answering for the Iron Bolt.
On the fence, leaning towards flat a little bit every hour.
How long you been in here, man?
That is the right direction.
A few hours now. Just been reading in lobby and engaging in lobby.
What is your reasoning behind why you think there could be possibly still a globe?
I just haven't really been out to do some observations, and really need to get to do some observations of nature on my own.
Other than that, there's no hangups as to why you think it's a globe. Just
Yeah,
because
not really.
you just got to go out and do maybe
Just want to
line
get a
of
better
sight.
look out there.
Test.
Well,
I
that's
like
all
it.
right.
Yeah, very
That's
well.
a
I'm just here to enjoy the show.
satisfactory
Yeah,
answer.
you're pretty much in. You're pretty much in. Just let us know when you're on
You're one of the cool kids now.
there.
Let's
Is
see what else
Xanax
we
still
got.
doing the rounds with his plumb bob?
Zanuck.
Who was
Haven't
that? Who was
forever.
that? Mickey? Sorry.
What's that?
Yeah, he was
Was
trying
that
to
that we're
tell
just
me that you
talking?
could use a plumb bob for celestial navigation on a boat.
Yeah, he don't know his butt from a pipe wrench. Let's see who else we got in there.
How many of you guys, this is Iron Horse, how many of you guys saw the article about this French scientist that took a picture of a slice of chorizo sausage and tried to pawn it off as a star from the
Yeah.
telescope?
Wow.
I would
Did you,
love to
did
see
you
that.
hear
The
any?
hands down for
Go ahead and
creativity.
post that article right there in the live stream voice text
You
for us,
might as
please.
well.
Why would you ruin yourself?
It's par for the course, but
Could you imagine? You know, I don't know really why the media caught on to that, because they've been worse photos of stars. It's probably something else, and they let those slide, but they let this slice of sausage.
I mean, think about it. Look at this. Look at this beautiful star. The Sasage star.
all right, we got nihilistic Chris in here. Looks
You
like
gotta try
somebody.
everything, right? Yeah, you gotta try.
Nah, that's the Chris. Are you there?
Yeah, I just came on here to ask a question.
Yeah,
I kind of
I
wrote it
just
up.
want to know if we can talk to you about the shape of the Earth, man. It's important.
I already know it's a flat plane, but I just wanted to. Well, do you want me to tell you why it's a flat plane?
Well, actually, I just want to know.
We already answered the question.
Since we're
Yeah.
talking about it right now, and there's an important question on your mind, and you know it's flat. Kind of curious as to what is this important question about?
So I said something in another server, and I thought I was right on it, but I guess what it seemed like I was wrong, I guess. So I was telling to another flatter, his name is Ronk, from the physical server that QE runs on. And I said that, I was making, there was a picture that someone else posted of a moon. And I said, well, based on the picture, I observe it, from just looking at it. It's shown as halfway. It's not a ball for certain. Because, we can't, what I was trying to say is, I can't, verify it, explain this. The way I phrased it was wrong, I guess, but I don't know how to explain this.
English.
What was your debate with the person you were talking to? What were they saying, and why did you respond in that way?
Let me look back, and then I'll just it was already.
The French scientist is not a scientist.
So he was saying basically
theoretical physics.
Well, he was saying, why not you verify with your own effing eyes? And then, he said, you verify things with your eyes, except when you don't. What a joke. LOL. What he said.
Who was it? The guy you were debating? And what was your response to him?
It wasn't a debate. I was just having a discussion. It was, it was based on a moon pic I was looking at. And I can send you the picture, and I can tell you what I was looking at.
Yeah, what is your concern as to why you're asking the question? As what is our response to that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, how would you respond to when let's give it a scenario. You're looking at the moon. Do you say that when you're observing it, can you verify it or not? That's what I was trying to say to him, but I guess the way I said it was wrong, or not, it didn't come out correct.
I think what you tried to say was, when you observe what you observe, can you verify your belief, your interpretation about what you observe? Am I correct?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
That was trying to.
Was that it? He was.
Yeah, that's.
He was just basically laughing at you because he said it's effing round, and that's it.
Oh, he's actually a flat earther, but his name is Ronk. RONK.
He's a flat earther, but he was questioning you what the moon is.
He just didn't because the way how I was trying to explain it now, he was saying to speak English, and I have a hard time putting words together. That's really the issue.
Yeah. I thought that's what it was. The way you phrased the question, either when you were in the voice chat or text chat, it seemed like a ridiculous doozy question, but you were trying to ask a genuine question, but you're struggling to put your thoughts into words. That happens.
Friendly fire, as it were. All right. Yeah. You'll just now you know probably how to phrase it with what was being said here.
I recommend you read. Excuse me. To help you master, rhetoric better. I recommend, this is what I've been doing for a while. You listen to audiobooks, listen to articulate, erudite people speak, and not just about anything, but about a subject matter that is important, very much important, and much important to you, because then you receive the information deep into your heart, and you practice.
Or you can just go listen to Quantum Eraser debate.
Yeah, all right. So we got thank you very much. We got Jesse Gordon up on stage next. Jesse Gordon. How you doing?
Oh, howdy. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Really well. Seems like you have roles in here that pertain to somebody who thinks that the Earth is a globe. Is this correct?
Uh, my mommy is watching, so I can't talk about it right now.
I don't know what that means, but we're in this. While you're in this forum, we usually have a conversation about the shape of the Earth. So, do you still have a stance that the Earth is a globe?
I'll come back when my mommy Glat isn't watching.
Okay, I don't
I'm
know
here,
why.
bro. No, listen. Hey, I'm here. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say. It's the panel, so I'll shut the fuck up, kid.
That
Stop
doesn't
saying
keep.
mommy like that, man. It's freaking creepy.
What just happened?
I don't know. This character sounds like he wants to go on a trollish rant, but we really don't care about that. You're either gonna, put up or shut up. How about that? Do you take the shut up? Because we'll deal with
Hey,
that.
shut up, mommy.
All right, have a seat.
Yeah, that's why I had myself on mute actually before you spoke to me.
Yeah, but you know what? You can probably exit stage left because we don't need people like you to troll in this. There's a serious discussion that happens in there, and if you want to take a trollish ways, you can exit out of
No,
the server.
no, I'm not trolling, but
Kick
Glat
rock.
has given me a lot
Kick
of
rock. So
grief.
I'm gonna you exit the server myself. Leave.
A lot of clipping going on.
You know what I mean? Is that better? Here, let me help.
I give him grief because he doesn't provide direct measurements of curvature. That's all.
No,
He's gonna call that grief.
He's a complete waste of time.
Yep.
That's a complete waste of time. That deserves a ban. All right, so let's see who else we got in here. This is a serious server, guys. Like the people that come in here and act in the way they do this way, they're totally disrespecting this server and what it stands for. So we don't need that type of character in here at all. All right, so let's get back on track. We have a few people in here. Let's see what else is in here. Uncle Bob. There's maybe some folks I don't know. All right, Uncle Bob is a flat earther. Never mind.
Can I go in on Bong yet or what?
You gonna unleash Bong? I don't have no more calls. Hold on, Bong. I'm trying to call the time.
Whoa, pause.
Not going in on anything.
You're talking about America, man. You can't do that around Deuce, man. He'll rip your head off, dude. Seriously.
Americans. You think the world revolves around you.
Well, this is the land that he loves, dude. You can't just come in here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing that we have the right to contract unlimited, but unfortunately, nobody cares enough to do the work that they need to do to be properly contract with the wrong people.
What's up, Larry?
So I want to be like a figure skater. What's up, bro? I want to be a figure skater, right? But I don't want it so bad that I want to go do the work and do the training that it would require for me to be able to do all those maneuvers on ice skates, right? And it's like people want to be free, but they don't want to put in the work in order to figure out how to be free, because there's two Americas, in my opinion, right? There's the one where you can be an indentured servant if you want, or there's the one where you can, be the king of your own little castle, but you ain't just gonna, receive a castle for no work. You have to put in the work, and I think we're given, a pretty good amount of time. Like 100 years is a pretty good amount of time in order to, put in the work, put in the, educational work that it requires, start a business, get your own place, and then pass it down to your children. But, like I said, people are lazy. Thanks.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you.
Larry. I mean, who told you that you need to inhale and exhale to breathe? When did that become necessary?
All right, Larry. Appreciate your input, brother. We got King Deegs up here as well. Hasn't answered his mic. Does he have a microphone capability? Let's
He said unmute, please.
Ah, let's unmute him.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Evening, sir. What do you think about the topic that we come in here and talk about, the shape of the Earth?
Oh, I've been in this Discord for like almost a year now. I just kind of was away for a bit.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen you in here. If I have, my apologies. But what is your take on the stance? Because you don't have a role, so kind
I'm a
of
flat earther, actually.
flat earther.
Yes, sir.
Everyone is, just some don't realise it yet.
Well, I don't know. Some people
No,
say
I've been a flat earther for years.
some people say they're flat earthers and surprise me later on talking about how light bends upwards and it could be a concave Earth, and then I have to bring the hammer down and make them realize, where they're at. So that has happened before. There's a few of them that sneak in here saying they're flat earthers and they're really not.
Well, you can
But
test me if you want.
not you. I think I'm pretty much what happens is you say you're a flat earther, that's fine. But as soon as the conversation starts philosophizing into concave Earth, you're toast. So hopefully that doesn't rear its ugly head around here with people that say they're flat earthers.
Banana Earth is fine though.
Yeah, toilet Earth. Let's see what else. Dinosaur Earth. We're okay with those. You know what? I actually am okay with that because they're all beliefs. There's a few of that. LARPers are. Yeah, don't do that. Don't LARP.
They've been coming in hot and heavy the last week.
Yeah, they have. I've well, at least in the morning time. Check it out, Deuce, man. I came in the morning. These guys were kind of having a nice conversation. All of a sudden, the guy goes, "Hey, and light bends upwards, and we've have a lot of information on how the Earth is curved. It's concave." And the other guy was like, "Yeah, for sure." He's like, "But I'm a flat earther," and I was like, "What?" And I jumped in the conversation. I was like, "No, hold up." And one of the guy was named Vanu, and the other character I forgot his name because I banned him. Now I was like, "Okay, so let me get this straight. You both are flat earthers?" And they were like, "Oh yeah," and kind of nonchalant. So I was like, "All right, so you're telling me that light bending upwards it means that the Earth is concave?" "Oh no, the Earth is flat." "No, I'm just saying, like, just saying it's a possibility." I was like, "Okay, so you're not a flat earther, and the other guy, he started getting hot because I said he wasn't either. So he started busting the system. And I was like, dude, chill out." And he's like, "You're just abusing your mind powers, whatever." So I was like, "You know what? See ya." So he left, and so the other guy, he was almost starting to cry. And I was like, "Dude, chill out, man. Like, I'm not like the reason why I say this is because you can't claim you're one thing and be in here talking about you're something else. That's contradictory." I was like, first of all, if you're even philosophizing that the Earth is got light bending upwards and it could be possibly a concave Earth, you're not a flat earther by no stretch of the means.
Who was that guy, Stephen Christ, who was doing that like a few years ago?
There was another guy actually. He said why do these guys have these weird cultish titles, man? This is strange. But the guy he was referring to sounded like that guy, but it was another one. There's another cult leader that's out there with blood over intent, or I don't some weird stuff. Yeah, but it's similar to that Stephen Lord Christ or whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah. Yeah, I had one yesterday. Said they were a flat earther, and then asked me why the Earth appears to be curved when he looks out of a plane window. Flat earther, huh? Flat earther, and you bring me this piece of garbage.
I'm telling you, dudes, they're hiding underneath this idea that if they call themselves flat earthers, man, they're Gucci gold, and they're finding out that for the most part, the rest of us who've been here a while, we're gonna call them out, man, every time.
Take it till you make it.
Well, until one of us steps in here, then It's all fun and
Fake it until you get flat smacked.
One of us
it's
too.
all fun and games until one of the OGs step in here. And for anybody that wants to white knight against those guys, yeah, don't do it. Oh, just let them be in here. Let them talk. That's
And
funny.
they're concerned trolling, obviously.
Yeah.
Why did you
Come
ban him?
on.
Why did you mute him?
Yeah.
Because they lied to me in the first sentence they spoke.
How long have we been doing this, Deuce? 8 years? Something like that?
2014.
Man, you're a bit older than I am in this game. I
How
was
dare you?
2015, man. That's like I even remember too. It was October. Yeah, it was a while.
Yeah, mine was November of 2014. So
It was a Tuesday.
Who else?
It was a flat day for me. My first flat day was in let's see, 2017 maybe.
Yeah, you were about the height of the conversation, man.
Oh,
Rocking and rolling in 2017, man.
Yeah.
there was very little out there when I first heard about it, and then I was like, "There's no fucking way. This is bullshit." And I ran out to the beach. I went and looked from Huntington over to Catalina Island. I was like, "Okay, I'm wrong." Or this part of the area, or this part of the earth is flat.
It's the fucking Catalina wine mixer.
Fucking Catalina wine mixer.
I just went on like a 24-hour binge of watching everything I could find. I'm like, now what is this? What, flat Earth? What now? And I heard one thing on it. I can't remember what it was. It might have been Eric DeBay or Mark Sargent or something that made me think. Thought, wait a minute. Look, it sounds like there might be something here to this. So I just went on this binge for like 24, 36 hours nonstop, finding everything I could find and watching it. And it was like at that time there was quite a bit of stuff out there. I mean, there was really quite a bit of stuff. It was all kind of new, but it made sense, you know. I mean, it's like fuck. It was just, you know, it just made sense. I mean, the more you look at it, and you think about it for a second, you know, and you put the yabbits away. You know, I always used to say that this guy's got a bad case of the yabbits. As soon as you say something, well, there's, you know, there's this and this and this, but yabbit, what about yabbit? Shut up. You know, keep your yabbits to yourself until you have enough time to look at all, because that your yabbit's going to get covered here. It was probably next, or maybe, you know, another 30 minutes from now, it would have been covered, and you'd go, oh, that's what I used to hate about the yabbits. It was like the very next thing you were just about ready to cover, or the very next video that you were going to suggest or whatever would have completely explained that part of it. But yet they just got it. They were always searching for something to well, yeah, but wait a minute, yeah, but what about this, and yeah, but what about that? Like, oh my God, put the yabbits down for a minute, because it's coming. Your answers are coming if you just keep looking. And it took me about 36 hours. You know, it's one day and a half. I was done. It was over. It's like, this shit's flat.
36. Okay, that's ridiculous. 36 hours. You didn't go through You didn't go through, because I like to, you know, like that 5 stages of death or whatever it is, or is it 7? I think it's 5.
Five
You
stages
didn't,
of grief. Yeah.
yeah, you didn't go through that phase where you were like, it don't matter what's underneath my feet. You didn't go through that phase, because I
No,
used to.
no, not at all. Because I didn't have a big investment in outer space, and you know,
Yeah,
I wasn't like, you know, thinking, you know, that we were gonna
That
all of a sudden
helps.
go and terraform these planets and move on to out into the universe and this and that. I mean, to me that always sounded a bit sketchy. You know, I mean,
Well,
because
I would never
it just
or
didn't sound
a
like it
Star
was
Wars
possible.
person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so I didn't
So
have a big investment in that mentally thinking, oh yeah, we're outer space, this and that, whatever. It was just like, no, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? Because there was never much available about outer space. It was always just fantasy and Star Wars and the
hang on,
moon
hang on.
landing, stupid shit. Yeah.
God rocking.
What?
Now, okay, so there was never a point where I was like, who cares what's beneath my feet? I always wanted to know where I was.
Okay. What does that got to do with it? With anything that has to do with me? What's below your feet? How far? What are you talking about? Are you talking about all the way through? What's on the other side? How deep
No,
is it?
where you are, where you are. That's always been an important question to me. That wasn't an important question to you?
Well, of course it was to some degree. I mean, yeah, I'm standing on the ground. I mean, I don't understand what you're getting at. Of course, you mean was it important to me that I understood exactly what was going on from
Oh, actually,
shore to shore, or what?
I think I was responding to the other guy with his 5 stages of grief.
Oh,
you didn't go through that 5 stages of grief then, Deuce?
no. I did.
I kind of did because I was pissed off.
Yeah.
I was depressed.
Hurts, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh shit.
But I
does
was never indifferent.
Yeah, same here.
I never went
I was
indifferent.
upset, bro.
That's for sure.
I was infuriated, and I made a vow the moment that I found out the truth that I was gonna turn this on its head. Like that was it for me. That's why, like to me, it's and people can look at it differently, but this is sacred ground to me. Like this is like you don't move the truth; the truth moves you. So you either accept it or reject it. But if you reject it, then you're pretty much done. You might as well go back to your plug yourself back into the matrix and do that thing, right?
I was more like the more I learned, it was like, why them motherfuckers? They've just been lying to us from day one. I'm like, what they lied about this? You know what I mean? You look at flight paths and how they don't work on a globe, but they work perfect on the flat map. As far as for the most part, it's a straight line pretty much. When I first seen that, I just thought, well, those motherfuckers, they're lying to us about this now too. They're lying to us about. I'm like, so I was just not super pissed off, but it was like, why them motherfuckers? They just lied about that too. And then you do a little more research, and it's like, oh my god, now they're lying. They lied about just about everything. And so I just binged. I just binged on looking at all of it, and just thought, man, those
Yeah,
lying son of a bitches.
what it created was a sword, and the sword was that it split between the truth was between you and your family, between you and everyone. So now you become like a public enemy because of it.
I don't care.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just saying, like it's
know.
it's upsetting because like even though you're upset that you were taught that and other people know that, when you go tell anybody, it's gonna be like, well, you just don't believe in science, or you know what I mean? It causes that conflict. And so, like, what
I've been
happens?
through that. We've all been through that over and over and over.
What happens during the time of you being a flat earther is that there's people that try to adjust to that sort of like what's happening with the world. So they'll capitulate. They'll be like, well, let's coddle. Let's not be aggressive. Let's be, and I'm like, dude, you guys are, you don't have to pander to these clowns, man. Like whoever it is, just speak the truth. They don't
Right.
accept it, fine.
Well,
Like,
I made the mistake of trying to tell my whole family, and so like I know what you mean. There was a lot of conflict that came from that, and basically,
because they're gonna look at you like you're
there was
crazy.
good news though because I have a lot of family members, and I really thought that they would just none of them would ever like realize the truth, right? So I gave up. But then a few years later, my younger brother actually came around, and he's pretty much a glow skeptic now. So I mean, I was like, yeah, man, I was thrilled, man. When the younger bro started realizing it too, right?
So there's hope. Don't just give up on your family members and your friends. You know,
Well,
Eh,
yeah,
you already
not,
flat smacked them. So
yeah, it's not that, but the point is, what I'm saying on the onset is that it makes you like an enemy to everybody who else is believing the lie. So it's a difficult path. So when you tell people about it, the reason why I think most people actually return back to that, it's not that they're going back to the globe. It's that they're tired. They don't want to be like it's ignorance is bliss. If you just forget that you know the truth and just fall back into it, it's easier. Life is
That's
easier. Just
that's
get
weak.
along.
That's weak.
Yeah, it is. But that's why you see like what these guys. What's his name? That one guy who was claiming he was a flat earther with a camera. That guy that had the round table. I always forget his name.
Ranty.
Like
Logan Paul.
Randy or
Ranty.
Ranty.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys like him. Like they're just tired of fighting. They want to go back and plug themselves into the matrix where they're used to that, where they don't have to argue with people.
Yeah, he's just weak. That's all I see. He's just weak. He doesn't want to hold his ground, even if he knows it's right. That's weak. I don't care. If I'm right, I'm right. If it's truth, it's truth. And I really could care less what they think. They don't want to listen, and you can lay it out to them in an understandable way, and they still don't want to listen, or they don't want to even look at it with a little bit of an unbiased opinion, and they just don't even care to seriously actually look at it. Then why? Who gives a shit about them then? I mean. Find someone that
I
will.
have
Find
met
someone that will
Globies.
listen. Find someone that will
I
listen. And they're
I
out
have
there.
met smart Globies though with an open mind, and as soon as you flat smack them, they'll literally be like, you know what? I got to look into it. Like I'm not 100% sure.
Right. Yeah. That's the person you don't need. It's not a waste of time talking to.
Right.
Yeah. They're
Those
out
are
there.
rare though. Those are very rare.
No, they're out. They're out there. They're out there. There's more than you think. At least I found a few. At least. I mean, and even in my family, I got one younger brother. He's definitely a flat earther at this point. I've sat him down several times. He's 47 years old. And yeah, he gets it. My son, he's 35. He got it right away. He's like, yeah, yeah. And him and his friends, he's got his buddies that he runs around with. They're all flat earthers. And they're like 35 to 38, 40 years old, right in that age group. And they're all flat earthers. My son's friends, they are all like, yeah, they're the system hater kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah. By the way, Gigs, I gave you the flat Earth roll, so that way when I see you next time.
Okay, thank you, bro.
Yeah, if you've been here a while, nobody's ever given you that, then it's high time you get it. I like your demeanor.
Yeah, I keep disappearing like for a while.
To me, I don't mind passing out the flat Earth roll because eventually I'll find out. But either way,
Exactly.
it doesn't that doesn't matter to me. But yeah, it's definitely good when I'm actually looking over people's rolls and know if they are or not.
You better
I
check
think it's
me
kind of
out.
easy to tell.
Is it the flat Earth live stream thing?
Is this the live stream?
What did you say?
Is this
Is
the
it
live
the live
stream?
stream for YouTube for the flat Earth Discord channel?
You guys are colliding when you speak. Please, one at a time. I don't know who's talking.
Musa, speak then.
Okay, is this the live stream?
Bomber is speaking.
Bomber, how's it going, man? Yeah, we're talking about the flat Earth. We're talking about the flat Earth and globe Earth discussion in this server. But since you're here, got VC verified. What do you think on the conversation? What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Square.
I think it's a dinosaur.
Oh my god.
All right. So you can.
Time to go.
Yeah, go ahead and leave before I kick you.
Yep.
Or we can ask him why he thinks it's a globe.
Not really. I don't want to talk to him. See you later.
Yeah. I hate people that come in here and do that, say some stupid shit like squad
So
square. This is right. They're just troublemakers. They're
Yep.
stupid
So
kids that
go ahead and leave. You don't want to? Thank you. Yeah, so back to what we're saying, it's been a journey, man. Like over the years we've met a lot of people, but I think there's been some really good friendships that have happened in here for sure.
Oh, that's a fact for sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've
I've
said
met people all over the world. I mean, I never had someone I knew in Australia or Europe or China, or I mean, not China, but Japan and all these different places. I've never had friends all over the world. I mean, they're not like you're not like your buddies, but when you spend hours talking to them over and over and over, day after day after day, you do develop a friendship. I mean, it's not like one a personal like where you have got personal contact with them, where you can go out, hang out with them and shit. It's not quite like that, but it's pretty close. Once you've been talking to them for a couple of years, you get this friendship, and it's kind of cool to have friends. It's to know somebody that lives in this country or that country, and and you actually can have a civil and a fun conversation with them, and it's fucking great shit. Really, it really is. I mean,
I
what
was
else
just
are you
going to
gonna
say
do?
that. I was
Yeah,
going to say it's a privilege to come and talk to people that aren't
sure.
afraid to question things. That's the point. That's what I care about.
Yep.
Ask these difficult questions and just be around like-minded people. It's a privilege. It really is.
Yep, it is. That's what makes it worth it, really. I mean, in a maybe not entirely, but it does help. When you develop these friendships with people that are like-minded, and you have you joke around, and you develop these relationships that are, and when you see them, you haven't seen them for a couple of weeks. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Da, 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 yeah, how you been? Blah blah blah. Yeah, it's like the fucking, you got a new friend. Even though he lives in fucking China or Australia or Europe or wherever, so what? He's still a freaking friend. Sounds
I
like
am
one to me.
I am still slightly concerned though that the correction camps are just round the corner.
It might be.
And so I do feel a bit obligated to share the word a little bit around, just so there's too many of us for them to take. It is a globe with the eyes fixed open on some screen. Yeah, that is a
I don't think
concern still.
I don't know if they're going to do that. I think they got other subject matter that they're
They've
more
shadow banned us
concerned
into a
about.
corner, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while, but that only lasts. I mean, we really don't need their social media platforms. I mean, really, there's been a couple of other mediums that we can actually use, but I mean, it is what it is. They gatekeep a lot of the bigger platforms like YouTube and I think Twitch too. There was a movement on Twitch, but TikTok has been gaining a lot of these freaking globalist trolls, man, that go on there. They're dumb as rocks, and they're in there talking about how they're it's so dumb, man.
I do question the views as well. The amount of views and the comments, the whole thing. I question the whole thing. They're all bloody
Yeah,
soccer accounts and bots, I reckon, but whatever.
it's gone to the dogs, really. I mean, the conversation really is like this is probably the last place you're gonna have one of the more intellectual conversations. I'm kind of like I was astonished because I mentioned the video that I seen with the conversation with Professor Dave in quotations and Dearth. That's just the one I was looking at and kind of caught my eye. Was like, why doesn't Dearth like he should have really like ransacked him? Like it was none of that happening. Dave was really just like making fun of him, and I was like, this is wild, man. None of this would take place in the 24/7.
That's why I've
At
refused to watch
all.
it.
So
because-
radical, man.
Because they won't attack the argument, so they attack the person. So
Yeah,
I just refuse
Yeah,
to watch it.
that's chicken shit right there. That really is. I mean, you can't attack the argument, and you got to attack the person or make fun of them and try to make them look stupid. That's chicken shit. That's bitch shit right there.
But the truth is, these globies like Bomber, whatever his name is, they are like pawns of the New World Order. And that's not. I'm not even trying to like be rude or anything.
What did I do? I did
That's
nothing.
literally just like that's just literally what it is, though.
I did nothing. Like,
I don't
what
even
did
think
I
they're
do?
pawns.
You're a pawn for the New World Order, buddy.
He voiced his
What
opinion, and now you're all pissed.
I don't know what that is.
I didn't do nothing.
It's pretty much just a slave that just
Whoa, you're calling me a
repeats
slave
everything you
now.
told
I'm a
him.
slave because he's coloured.
Slave.
Why are you
That's not
acting
very
like a little
nice.
bitch? That's what I want. Fuck.
Oh, what did I do,
So
man?
please explain to us why you think you're on a ball that's spinning.
Because I'm
What?
a
I said
little
it's a
whiny
dinosaur,
bitch.
not round.
Well, why do you think we're on a disc?
A disc? Who said we're on a disc? My God,
Well, if
that's
you're a
ridiculous.
flatmate, what? Unless you want to be a square or a triangle.
Well, that's the
It ain't no
that's the thing
disc,
is
dude.
like
That's
you
one thing
guys,
you got to get out of your
What
freaking
shape is
head.
Barack
the Earth
Obama.
then?
So
Who
the
knows?
government gave a model, right? The Flat Earth Society. So you guys are coming here thinking that, and we believe that we're on a disc in space, and that's wrong. Okay, that's the Flat
We're
Earth
not on
Society.
space, though. What?
Okay?
We're not on space.
Listen, man,
Yes, we
the
are.
Flat Earth
Abdul, shut
Society,
up.
what you're thinking has been put there by the government specifically for this reason. Okay, like think you don't know what we're about. Okay,
Wait,
you're
I have
coming
a question.
here
I have a question. I
thinking
have a question.
you're coming here thinking that we're on a disc in space. That's why people
Wait,
say dinosaur. That's why they answer stupid answers because that's what
I
the
have a
government
question. I have a question.
has programmed.
So you stand for
You're
the
not even
fact you don't
listening.
know
You're
what
you're
shape that.
wrong. You're wrong about what you think we are
Yo,
about.
Bong, I have a
Okay, so
question.
why don't we
Bong, I
start
have a
over?
question.
Why don't we start over? And you guys,
I have a
introduce
question for you
yourselves and
guys.
ask
I have a
again.
question.
Ask a
Abdi, he has
genuine.
a point.
I have a genuine question. You know them the Minecraft Nether portals, like if you go inside of the Nether portals, yeah, do you just get teleported into the world? And then is it
I'm gonna
flat
make a
or is it
coffee.
round?
I'm gonna make a coffee. So you guys go ahead and figure out what you're gonna be doing, and then
Oh, but
because
Bummer, we're just asking you, why do you
yeah,
think you're spinning on a ball? Is it because you were told this, or did you do any experiment or
I
observe?
don't think it's a ball. Actually, I did an experiment. Like I told my dad to go to the other side of the world and then tell me if it's flat. And then he hasn't come back. So I don't know.
So you're
That's what
talking.
happened.
So this is
Mate,
this
if
is
you
all
were my child, I
hearsay.
wouldn't
The
come
That's
back.
king,
called hearsay evidence.
the king. I know you try to save these guys, but it's useless.
Wow.
It's useless.
You're
I
right.
yeah, they're
Let's
not. They're
We
these
not.
characters. Listen,
lost
these
mush
characters.
brains. Mush
Yeah.
brains. Mush brains. Mush brains.
Oh yeah. So these
Done
That's
characters.
a
now.
bit offensive, isn't
No,
it?
but
Hang
I
on.
thought you were supposed to be all welcoming, trying to
Done
educate people, but you
now.
just called us
Yeah,
fucking mushroom brains.
What was
Yankee.
that?
done
Well,
now.
That's not
well,
very nice.
Well,
Whoa.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but it's true. I'm sorry. I'll apologize, but it's true. Your brains are mush. I'm sorry, but we can change that if you'd like. I mean, we can actually
Hang
educate
on.
you.
Hang on, God Rocket. 1 second. No, we're not. We're not gonna apologize. And playing the victim in here when you're coming in here trolling, that's stupid, dude. Really. Think about it. You're coming in here to a class server. You don't even want to have a discussion. All you want to do is talk your childish things. Don't you ever think that you could have a decent discussion if you actually stopped and asked the right questions? Like somebody as why does everything have to be a game to you guys? Why can't it be something
Miggy,
serious?
Miggy,
No,
they
I
think
mean,
we're a bunch of dumbasses,
if
right?
you're if
Hi,
Because
you're
William. We did, man.
if you're in here, man, like there's real people in here. You could have a conversation. You don't gotta act like a troll, bro. Like it's Saturday night or whatever, but who cares? Like you can at least have a decent conversation. The least you can do.
you might learn something.
do you know that the Flat Earth Society doesn't exist? There are no such people, right? That believe that the Earth is a disc. This is government, and this is YouTube telling you this shit. Do you know that those people don't exist? That's not real.
No one here thinks that we live on a disc. Not one person. That is all
What do
just
we live on
made
then?
up shit. It would be nice to know entirely. You know that. I don't think that any of us know exactly what it is.
We
We live
know
on a stationary Earth.
We live on
that the water, right?
stationary, yeah, and the water's
We
flat.
know that
There's no
water.
doubt.
We know that water is level. That's what we
Yep.
know. A lot
Always.
about water, right? But this is what we're told. We're told that that water, right, is bending. It's not actually level. So there's no evidence that the Earth is a ball, right? And what
And
we
water
know about
can't bend,
water,
though. That's just it, Vaughn.
right?
It cannot do that.
What
It's an
what what we
impossibility.
know,
And so,
yeah, what we know about water contradicts the
yep.
idea that the Earth is a ball, right? So there's no proof that the Earth is a ball. Okay, so that's the first thing. What it is, I'd like to know too, because whoever's gone up there or out there probably knows. But this is what we're told. So you see. You see, we're not on a disc in space, and wherever you got that idea from, the government probably put it in your head. So you're coming here with the wrong attitude.
I lie.
Do you know what I'm saying? You know how a
I think
clock
I do.
works? Do you know how a clock works, right? A clock works. Yeah, a clock depends on the sun too, you know, but it goes around. It goes around a flat surface. It's how the sun moves around the earth. It's how the stars and the moon move around the earth. What it is, I don't know, but it's not a disk in space. There's no such thing as space.
There's no such thing as the vacuum of space.
Well, vacuum.
I'd say outer space. Bit different, but
Dynamics 5.
Attention on deck.
Yeah, yeah. There better be
All
attention.
these trolls, man.
Yeah, thanks. So listen up. Next Saturday, I'm going to personally annihilate fucking ether and pretender clown flat earthers. It's come to a point, and I'm not going beyond this point. 4 years ago, I put this shit out that I was going to fucking get medieval, and I put it off and put it off. I shouldn't have done it. So now, next Saturday, it's the end of ether and the end of pretender clown flat earthers. I just want you to know it's coming next Saturday on Ballbusters. Just want you to know that.
Really?
Yes. Please continue
Can I
your
just ask
discussion.
you
Sorry
something?
for the. Please continue
That was
your
an
discussion.
Quantum eraser. Are you talking?
Please continue your discussion that
That
I
sounds like a
rudely
Terraria
interrupted.
weapon.
Are you
I
talking?
can't even
Right.
fucking finish the statement before idiots want to open up their incoherent pie holes. You just can't shut the fuck up, can you?
That's not very nice.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, what did I do to you?
Okay, so basically, my friend Old Dude said you're not allowed to say this, so I'm gonna report you to him.
Oh, fuck off. So, please continue with your previous discussion. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Thank you. I was just questioning Bummer on I'll ask him again on why he thinks he's spinning on a ball.
this seems
Are you merely repeating what you were taught in school, or do you have any evidence of your own through your own experiments or observations or measurements?
This seems like an exercise in futility, if you ask me, but whatever.
It is.
But I mean, they just realized they were barking up the wrong tree.
I'm unmuted. Okay. What was the question?
Why do you think you're on a ball? You live on a ball.
Because my dad told me, and I believe what my dad says.
And why does your dad believe that?
Because my dad he's actually Barack Obama. I'm not even joking. Like, he actually owns the United States right now. Hello.
Dad's Barack drone bomber.
So he believes the Earth is a globe because his daddy told him so. Was that the answer?
He's a troll. Because he's a troll.
No, they're just banned out here. I don't got time for that.
Trying to work this new interface on the phone, man. It's going out.
The Quantum just announced that after next Saturday we won't be able to drink more ether.
No, talk about ether. That's been on the agenda for some time, but he's now going to just crack some skulls.
It looks like William's friend is ready for a flat Earth discussion, if anyone want to take it.
Who?
William's friend. He's yapping in the chat, but he's in the VC.
Yeah, bring him in here.
He is in the VC, but in the bottom.
Well, William's friend. We don't. It's not just us that. It's not a claim. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson yells it out on the internet to you knuckleheads, right? That stuff is flat. You do not see the curvature of the Earth, so it's not a claim. Okay, it is it is the default. It is what science is built on. Flat. Get it? You're just too small and insignificant to see it.
All right, so William's friend, you said, Tim? William's friend, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Go ahead and open up your mic. We were talking about the shape of the Earth in this forum. What is your stance on the shape of the Earth? William's friend, are you there?
I was muted, sorry. I forgot I was muted.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to make no comments about shape of the Earth, right? Here's a tip. When you're trying to prove someone, you don't go ahead and call them insignificant trying to prove your point.
Yeah, well, that's not.
That's not.
Hey, hang on, Bong.
That's not
Hang
what
on.
I.
Bong,
Go
one
ahead.
second.
You prove a point.
One second. Don't let's not get tied up into what previous discussions just took place. Let's kind of erase the slate right now and really focus on what I just finished asking you. This forum is basically built on the idea of the discussion.
Let me clarify it. Yeah, let me
Bong,
just clarify
we're
what I
gonna get
said.
tied up, brother. We're gonna get tied up in this whole
No,
discussion.
real quick.
It's gonna
It's
bog
not
us
me
down,
calling
Bong.
you that.
It's gonna bog us
This is
down.
the explanation. This is an explanation why flat, right? Why
right.
it appears flat. Yep, go ahead.
Watch this. Now I wonder if he's gonna pay attention to my question or answer that one and go off into another tangent. William's friend, are you there?
Leading talk. Irrelevant.
I don't know if you're saying irrelevant to him or to what I asked you.
I didn't hear what you asked.
Okay, so my question to you is that where is your stance on the topic of the shape of the Earth? Because this forum is built on that topic alone. So where is your stance on that? Globe or flat?
Did you just kick me?
I'm sorry?
Did you just kick me?
Nobody's kicked you.
Yeah, because I disconnected from
Put a kick me sign on your back. I don't know who put that there. Ow, who just kicked me?
All depends where you felt the kick.
Under the table, someone's kicking my feet.
Hey guys, let Mickey do what he's
Oh.
doing.
Yeah, William's friend, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you please answer the question?
All right, my views on stance of the Earth is why should it matter to me? Well, why should it? It could be flat. It could not be flat.
Right, but
so what?
The question that I was asking you is what
is my stance on the flat on Earth?
So the question that I was asking you is what is your stance on the topic of the shape of the Earth? And so it's either I believe that the Earth is a globe, or I know that the Earth is flat. It's one of those two, right?
Well, how much does anyone know? You said you know that the Earth is flat, but unless you've been to space, mate, how can you know it?
William's friend,
you own a rocket ship.
William's friend, why do you obfuscate and not answer the question?
He sounds like a globe skeptic.
Okay, I don't know if I'm talking to William's friend or who the heck is answering. William's friend?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening, and I'm talking.
So I'm asking you a direct question that should possibly get a direct answer, but I don't know why you don't want to give me that answer. Is this going to be a complete time to
because
have
I don't know the answer, mate. It's like me asking it.
Listen. It's a simple answer. Simple. You either know it's a globe or you don't, sir. It's that simple.
So you just said that you know it. That I either know it's a globe or I don't. Meaning you're insinuating that the fact that the Earth is a globe is a fact. Your words, not mine.
Who cares? I'm asking you your stance. What is your stance?
What is he doing?
Well, what is your stance?
Why do you keep asking me? Like one more question that you're going to ask me what my stance is when I'm asking for your stance? You can leave this.
I don't know my stance, mate. I don't know my stance. One of my mates said that the Earth is a globe, and you were like, "That's wrong," and then you bullied him off the fucking chat.
You're gonna leave this chat. This is a serious chat, and if you don't want to answer the questions, then there's gonna be no discussion with you. You can leave the server.
I answered your fucking question, mate.
Leave the server.
Calm down, man.
Can I say something, Mickey?
Give him a break, man.
No, you're gonna answer the question or leave the server.
I've answered your question. It's a fucking globe.
It's a globe? All right. See how easy that was? Wow. Now we're getting somewhere. All right. So now that you think it's a globe, please give us the evidence for it being a globe.
Sorry, if I do keep delay, I'm not being rude. It's just because I keep forgetting I have to push to talk.
Go ahead.
Well, you see, I don't have my notes with me because I wasn't exactly prepared to be put on the spot. But if it was flat, there wouldn't necessarily be a center of gravity and mass, meaning we'd be floating in space right now. It's like, do you ever balance on one leg, right? This has relevance, bear with me. Do you ever balance on one leg?
Sometimes.
You have to do it so that the center of your body is balanced so you don't fall over.
Gracious, you're a retard.
Yeah, I know.
This is
Hey,
fucking
I've got
belly
four
lapper.
fucking
This
rights and
is
still
worse
you
than
Yankee bastard.
2015. This is worse than 2015. Are you retarded?
Why was 2015 the year your dad fucking left?
Yeah, that was the year. That was the year we got your mom.
My mom's dead, mate.
You're a fucking moron.
No. You said you fucked my mom, but my mom's been dead since 2011.
Your proof of the earth is standing on one leg and your balance and your fucking fairy tale gravity.
No.
Let's
America's
go with
fucking
mass.
proof that's happening,
what the fuck
mate.
is mass? Define
You
mass.
think you're on top of the world, but
Define
people laugh
mass.
at you. Define mass. This is what.
Yep. Define mass. And then post the citation here in Livestream. Or shut the fuck up.
Man, you guys are hardcore tonight, man.
Yeah, in fact, you're going to shut the fuck up until I see a citation in Livestream for mass. Mr. Blowtard retard. Because you're a retard. You're just mindless parroting wiki. You have no fucking clue of what you speak of. None. We're gonna see it in spades when you don't show what mass is. Because you don't know what it is. Guaranteed. I know you don't know what mass is because Max Born didn't know what mass was. And he's a hell of a lot smarter than you fucking are, that's for sure. You're just a clown. Just like all the rest of them. Balance on one leg. Get the fuck out of here. Why don't you try to pass your arguments off to a preschool class? And when they stop laughing, then maybe you can consider coming in here. Until then, just shut the fuck up. Stop embarrassing yourself. We ain't even gonna get your fairy tale gravity, of which you have no clue of what you speak of. But I'm going to just deal with mass to show that you don't know that. How about that? How you like me now? So let's get to it. Is mass. Citation, please.
He's still muted.
Yeah, I know, but he has to put a citation in there.
Oh,
yeah,
my
he's
bad.
waiting for him to post something.
Yeah, my bad.
Thanks for your help, though.
Yeah, you don't need much help, that's for sure.
That's the salt.
You wouldn't accept it anyway if you did, would you?
So I'm looking for William's friend. I'm not seeing any fucking posts in here.
He's
taking too long for you, isn't it?
Hey, I have a friend, and his name is William.
Oh, he fucking bolted. Yeah,
He's
a good move.
No, he's actually detained. He's actually detained. He probably curves in the chat or something.
He types it in.
He's balancing. He's balancing on one teddy. What a clown!
They believe this guy.
And on one leg.
Let's see. We got who else? We got. We got Elemi whatever, hamster avatar. Let's mute that guy. All right, Mr. Hamster Avatar is gone.
State your purpose.
He just left.
Oh boy.
Who's next?
It's Saturday night.
What's happening, Miggy? How's everything going? How's you and yours, man?
Really well, sir. Just in here, kind of seeing what's happening here. You know, doing the usual roll call.
You're invited to the show next Saturday at 1 o'clock. Now it's 2 p.m. Central Time. You're invited. You can still come in.
Yeah. I'll see if I can work it in the schedule.
Yep, Saturday, 2 p.m. U.S. Central. Ballbusters, be there. I don't have the thumbnail just yet, or I'd be fucking adding that thing till the cows come home. But when I get it, look out.
You got it.
You know, there's ass whoopings coming. You already know that, right?
Of course.
I mean, this is easy. Ether is easier to defeat than that fuckwit gravity. That's how what a belly laugher this is. Yeah, it's going to be a short presentation. Doesn't need to be long. Ether is the flat earthers, as gravity is the baltards. So, I should have dealt with this 4 years ago, but I've had appeals from people to keep the peace. And I'm usually not a patient person. That's one of my failings. I lack patience. You'd never know, right?
You're kidding.
So I'm just to the point where it's time. I'm going to get fucking medieval. I really don't have to. A second grader will be belly laughing after this one. I'm sorry. A second grader that can fog a mirror. I have to qualify that.
So what is the claim of ether? Is it like a blanket that is moving everything around?
Not going to get into it right now.
I am. I'm asking everybody. It's not just you in here.
Okay. Yep, that's true. I thought you were asking me.
I mean, if you're not going to answer, I'm just saying that some people has been bringing it up.
I was not going to answer. How did you know I was not going to answer when you just addressed it right after I got done speaking?
You're not going to answer.
Yeah, you can over fucking talk me too.
Yeah, if you're not going to answer, what is it? Who's
that'll work?
it?
Why did you fucking bring the topic up after I just got done speaking? After I just got done speaking, and then say, "No, it's not addressed to me." I don't like your fucking attitude. Don't fucking treat me like that. You understand me?
Hey,
didn't
I
treat you like anything.
You better understand me.
Answer it right freaking now, QE.
Yeah?
Yeah, right now.
You know what? You're climbing up. You're barking up the wrong fucking tree, son. And this is one big ass tree.
I'm actually peeing. No, I'm not barking.
This is one big ass tree, son.
Who gives a shit, QE? Calm down.
Shut the fuck up. Who fuck asked you?
It's a palm tree. It doesn't matter. With coconuts.
You can ask other people. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm saying.
I could tell. Right? Not too hard. So go ahead and ask your question to the group. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Guys, you can act normal. I know QE is here, but you can open your mic and say what you want to say. It's okay.
We appreciate the both of you fellas.
What the fuck? What's this wee shit?
All liquors.
Can you grab some of the ether, put it in a cup, and paint it purple?
The Candyman can.
I think I heard the argument the other day, and they were saying ether is something and gravity is nothing. What the something is? That's the question. I think the right person is here, or two of them, Bong and Deuce. Come on, please, Ether.
Inkry, is that your fucking name? You wanted the shot at the title, son? You chat skanking fuckwit. Come off mute. Come off mute, son. You don't know who the fuck you're dealing with, do you? No. Friggin' pussy. Go ahead, keep chat skanking.
Who, me?
No, fucking Inkry or whatever the fuck it is right there. You another pretender clown flat earther? Because you're on my list. I'm not going after baltards anymore. They're retarded. All right, everyone knows that. I'm going after pretender clown flat earthers. And let me tell you, business is booming. Chat skank wuss. Not as dumb as you look. You better stay on mute.
Yeah, you can't trust the ones that never speak.
I'm pushing the reset button.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Why is Bong and Deuce ignoring me?
Because I don't want to sit here and fucking argue about bullshit that I have
You
no
better
fucking
reply
idea about.
right freaking now.
Did you not hear me? Gemsy, is your fucking ears open?
Yes, but they're dirty. We Ether.
Open them up and shut your fucking pie hole. I don't want to fucking argue about shit I don't know.
We've already been through all that. There are a lot of words said and nothing said at all. So I'd appreciate if we didn't go through that again. Another hour of it.
If you want to have an argument, Gemsy, you go right ahead.
I want to speak to Bong.
Scream into the ether.
Because Bong always has a reply for something.
Yes. Go ahead. Yep.
Bong,
I got one.
what's Ether, Bong?
Ether is a rap song by Nas. It was, I think it came out in the late 90s, yeah, and it was a very famous, and yeah, around the New York area. Ether, yeah, good song. Hip hop, keeping it real.
I think it's like a drink or something you huff. You huff it and you get real fucked up. Something like that. Isn't that what ether is?
Oh, like petroleum ether? Naphtha?
I think that's what that is. Yeah.
I used to make DMT with that stuff.
Oh, super. Aether? Are you saying ether or aether? Because one is.
Well, here, listen. Neither of them are applicable in this conversation. How's that sound?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sure.
Because I don't care either way. You set yourselves up for that one.
It don't matter either way to me either.
Hey, Glatt.
Yeah.
If I join your thing, can I tell you to shut the fuck up regardless if I'm there?
Wait, to do what? Slower, please. But it's probably yes, but let me hear it slower.
Okay. If I join your channel, can I still tell you to shut the fuck up?
Absolutely. Even you'll have more venues for it. Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Joining.
Oh, good. Glad to have you. Should I put you on the indecisive role? Not sure just yet.
Yeah.
Well, that's if you're describing his sexuality.
No. And no, you know what? I can hear the confidence in Deuce Volt's voice, so I don't think you should treat him like that, Gen Z. He's
It kind of sounded like Jesse was hitting on me, honestly.
I'm just trying to change the subject because yes, that's exactly what it sounded like, and you're making the whole audience uncomfortable now. So
I'm hitting him on the head. Yes. Either way.
What were you talking about?
Ether.
I don't think we were. Conversation
I mean,
was like
QE
3
brought it
hours
up,
ago.
so we have to continue the conversation.
No, we don't.
Ether, flat
Yes, we
earther or
do.
not
global?
about that. See, and here's the deal too. Listen to QE, destroy the, preponderance of non-evidence of an ether, right? And then we can move on from it, and we never have to fucking talk about it again. That'd be nice.
Aww.
You know me. It's curvature or kick rocks.
You got curve?
I do. I'm getting more curve. I've been lifting weights.
Moving isn't lifting weights, Clark.
The fuck it isn't.
It's just lifting weight. It's not lifting weights.
That's true. I am one entirely too obese mass to be saying that I could ever lift another weight than my own body weight. I could barely do that. So
I don't believe that.
So next week we're gonna have a debate between Quantum Eraser and someone that knows about the ether.
No.
Yes.
No, we're not.
You're not gonna be here anyways.
we're not. Isn't he going to do it on his channel live?
That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not doing it live. We'll play it back though.
Well, either way.
Yeah, I just want to know. So like, okay, so I've heard a lot of children come in today, and because of their insecurities about these subjects, they just pop off at the mouth. How many of those strapping, bright young lads do you think actually have what it takes to understand this topic?
2%, about 2% of them.
No,
every
I think
every
all
single
of
one of them. Every single one of them.
all of them can do it. Absolutely, that's what I was trying to say. Yep.
I think the problem is that they were mentally hijacked early on, and it's going to be a tough go for them at this point. I think you have to try to start teaching kids logic before their brains get corrupted like that.
Nah, just ban them all. All we gotta do is ban him, and that's it.
Ban them? Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Come on, Gen Z. Come on.
That's my policy from now on. Just ban him.
It's not
logic.
Ban on site. Yeah.
Jemzy's
Ban
being sardonic and sarcastic. He doesn't really mean it.
Cults don't have any logic in it. Like, it's not about logic. It's about trust. It's about like clinging to a support system type of thing. It's not because their logic is wrong. It's because trust and faith. It's like what happened to all of us before we became. So
yeah,
I think you just gotta hit them with the right angle or the right topic.
The main reason they believe in the globe is peer pressure. It doesn't have anything to do with logic or geometry. So if there was like a tipping point where enough people started to realize what was going on, most of those guys would follow.
Most of the people, the kids that came in today, right? Every single one of them that were trolling came here thinking that we were the flat Earth society. That's the biggest problem, and we have to kind of identify those people when they come here and straighten things out, because they're never going to listen to anything. They don't care to hear numbers or anything from people who think we're a disk floating up in space. So that has to be cleared up, because almost all the kids that came in today.
Yeah, I hear you.
Maybe they have to hear something about ether.
Again, sardonic and sarcastic.
He just wants the drama. No, Jemsy, is that it? It just need the drama.
I mean,
I think we just gotta give them a reason. We gotta give them a reason to care, because when they come in thinking this is the flat society, they absolutely don't care. what any of us say. They just
They haven't heard any serious. They haven't heard
Saturday
any.
night sardonic sarcasm with our buddy Gemsy.
Hey,
Come on now.
we had like we tried many approaches. Like 5 people got banned in the last hour, so at least we could try Ether. That might work.
Yeah, but they haven't heard any serious arguments for flat Earth, though. They've only heard the mockery and the ridicule, though. Right.
Gemsy, I understand you're a little hurt. Let it go.
Hurt? Yeah, I am hurting.
I don't think these teenagers are interested in math or science until it hits them, right?
They're
That
just
what they believe in is not true. So they're not going to have that interest, in verifying.
Don't give that
anything.
energy. Just give it positive energy, dude. Please. Like, we don't have a lot of time to fuck around
don't do
anymore.
that.
Like,
Yeah, I don't do.
just like say that they can handle it, and then like think about belligerent Globers all of a sudden getting it. Imagine that. Put that energy out there, please. We got to change this up. Fuck.
Well, they're interested in fitting in more so than the truth, right?
I know, but let's reverse that with everything that we do.
So you would have to make the truth somehow palatable. Make that the cool thing.
Well, I don't want a gimmick. I don't want to convince anybody. I don't want a gimmick. That's all. That's my answer to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just simplify it, and memes are pretty simple. I mean, they kind of hit hard.
I just think that there has to be a tipping point culturally because, like, they don't believe in the globe because it's true or it's reality. It's because it's what everybody else around them thinks. And they don't want to be that one oddball. So they're just fitting in and they're just doing the social proofing thing. That's all it comes down to.
We have a Vision in the VC, so welcome, Vision. Vision? You've been unmuted by Deuce Volt.
Vision.
I'm on another page. I didn't unmute anybody.
I'll do it then. Vision, welcome to the Flutter Discord. How are you?
Thank you. I am good.
Welcome to Not the Flat Earth Society.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
If Earth is
Shut
flat,
up,
there is
Sasha.
curvature. If Earth is flat, there is curvature.
There is no. If Earth is flat, then there. What you mean?
But okay.
Yeah, tables are flat and not curvature.
Your fucking
So
table
there's no
is wrong every time, table.
I love it. The table or the pool of water. Whichever flatness
Guys,
you prefer.
Why are you guys making jokes? We had multiple people banned for making jokes. Do you want to get banned?
How dare you?
The fuck? This is a serious server. Don't you know that?
Yes.
Yeah. I like fun of that.
And I am a serious person.
Can we talk to Vision real quick, guys? Vision,
What's
are
up,
you
Vision?
I'm
Vision.
trying to be him.
I know, Sasha. It's hard.
Vision.
Sasha, don't speak to him because I try my language. I don't think yours is gonna work. Deuce might try that. Maybe he liked that one. Go ahead, Deuce.
You don't know who he is. Maybe he's Croat.
Yeah, he could be He could be a Croatian.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Then we can speak.
Vision, the Croatian, are you there? Are you Slav squatting right now?
He's actually playing a video game, so he's probably busy at the moment. So never mind.
Yeah, he is. He is.
We also have DSO, new guy in the chat.
DSO, how you doing, DSO? You've been unmuted, DSO. You can open your mic and reply with voice. See, you guys scared people.
To the Vision.
I think they see quantum eraser in here. They don't want to. They don't want to open their mics.
They're all traumatized.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Stay down.
Yeah. Stay down, you baller.
Keep your head down. I want to get whacked. Ow.
Nothing.
Well, I guess we can speak to Deuce and Bong.
We got Bong in here.
Yeah.
Yep. We got Deuce and some gems and some we got them all.
Bonk, do you have any question, Bonk?
No, yeah, I have many questions, but no answers. So like,
If you
how
have,
do we
if
know
you
how
have,
many protons are in like say oxygen? One oxygen, what is it called? A molecule, an atom. How do we know how many electrons or protons or you know what I mean? Like how somebody count?
it's written,
Where do these
it's
numbers
written
come
in
from?
every book, Bonk.
Yeah, like on the table of elements. I'm like, who counted those? How are there numbers?
It's called a periodic table.
Yes, yes. I've always wondered that. Like, who did that? And can we
I
do it
think
today?
there is the guy who made it. You can find it.
Yeah, long time ago. But can we do what he did today? Our technology.
Mendeleev, I think.
Can you do that what Einstein did?
Can we verify that there are this many, like protons or electrons in an element?
Why you need that?
Oh, I just, it's a question that's always bothered me. Like, where do these numbers come from? Where does
Well,
the system come from?
They're just an agreed upon convention. Just kidding.
It's a language,
You
man.
can separate hydrogen and oxygen from water using ultraviolet light.
How does that help us with the atomic structure of hydrogen and oxygen?
I used to call it alchemy. We all know what alchemy is, right? Like,
No, what is it?
I don't. Bong, go ahead.
It's the transforming of a man into a god. You know what I mean? Oh, sorry, of the mind. Transformation of the mind. You know what I mean? They say it's
Okay.
like lead to gold, right? But there's all these other ways to interpret or explain what I'm saying. The craft or the processes.
Making water.
Listen,
The ritual.
if you can't turn lead into gold, I don't know why you fucking talking about this, mister.
You can always roll it in glitter. I mean, what's up with that? Painted gold. So yeah, I mean chemistry. Yeah, I mean, what is it? Alchemy. Yeah. Now these numbers. You guys don't remember that in high school, like wondering like when you're gonna see an electron or saw germs, right? You look through a microscope. Oh, there they are, germs. Oh, there they are, cells. When are we gonna see the curvature of the Earth? I mean, a proton.
Hey, I have a question, Bong.
Yeah.
Is it? Wait, let me look it up right here. Yes, I just forgot. I just need the context. Is it Ether, Aether, or Ether, Ether? Which one is it?
Either.
Well, can you spell it for me in the freaking chat? 'Cause I need to do research on this thing before QE gets mad at me again.
It's either or.
I'm gonna have to wait for Quantum to drop
It,
his
it,
link
it,
so I can know which one he's talking about.
it was proposed by.
Ether.
Just post it in the text chat.
It was one of Aristotle's ideas. You know how you got the four elements, right? Well, there was a fifth element. Haha, haha, the movie.
You just read that in Google.
No. I read this a long time ago. So that fifth element is the ether, and I guess they got rid of it, and then chemistry showed up and got rid of everything. And now we've got these, these elements. Yeah.
Bong. It's fifth element.
So
can you go to the live stream voice text? Go to the message bar, type it, send.
What? How to spell it?
Yeah. There you go, Sasha. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Love you long time.
You're welcome.
But look, it's the idea that it represents the metaphysical, right? Versus the physical elements that was known, or whatever they knew back then. Fire, wind, air, water, and earth. Heart, by your powers combined, I, Captain Planet.
Captain Ether.
Go Planet. We're the Planeteers, and you can be one too. And keeping the thing to do.
Can Ether be inside of fog?
Here's what Captain Planet has to say. The power is yours. Dun, dun. I know, right? I memorized the whole damn thing. I was little.
Sad.
I know, right? And you know what came after that?
You're
Ninja
programmed.
Turtles. That's why I watched it. Well, I had to watch it to wait for the Ninja Turtles to come on. So it was like, it was like, damn it, hurry up. And I'm watching it,
Bong, who was the man?
Mother Earth.
Bong, who was the man who put all these size of air? Numbers. It must be some man who put that numbers.
I mean, it's a man we're told was a man.
Like if they say Einstein theory of gravity, Newton laws, but who did that measurement of radius, that number? Who wrote that number first one? Must be some name.
I keep forgetting how to pronounce his name. It's Italian. How do you say his name? I keep forgetting his name. It's the radio guy. I think that confirmed. Eratosthenes or that guy.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's who did it.
No, but Eratosthenes he measured shadows, but he didn't get that number.
Somebody help me out. Damn.
Piriami.
Moroni, I think
Nairobi.
it's Moroni. He did that, the long
Biruni.
the radio transmission, or something like I forget.
Marconi?
But Marconi, yeah. So,
Marconi.
that song, We Built This City. Marconi on the radio.
Macaroni?
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, but NASA can't even do that. They can't even measure the curvature of the Earth. Show us some freaking cartoon.
I think the ballpark distance around what they call the equator must be similar to the circumference. So I always kind of think maybe it was reverse engineered from something like that, but can't confirm. Like, I mean, if they were claiming like a 1.5 million mile circumference or something like that, like a way big ball that obviously wouldn't square with their equator or anything, it would be just obviously stupid. So the numbers kind of have to comport with reality to some extent, I think.
Sorry. Just laughing at what QE said. Shit. He's tired of arguing with Glovers because they're too stupid. Go after the flat, fake flat. Ooh. They are a bit, slow. So Ether, what happened, man? Like, what happened? Somebody discovered something? The Ether. What's the drama? What's the whole suspense? It's kind of
Well,
killing me.
QE is working on his link. Once get his link, we can look forward for a new day on this saga.
I'm like you, I can't wait. It's like, what happened? Like, what's going on? Like, tell me now. So, anybody know the story? Like, what happened?
Some people say that Ether is something, and Glovers say that things are going through nothing. So I guess QE is gonna debunk both sides.
Like light is? Do they mean like light? The way light is something, or not? Like the way light people argue about light. Is that what they mean? Ether being something?
Yeah, I've been listening for a few people talking about it, but I don't know the whole thing. I didn't know even how to spell it because when I Google it, I see two spellings or three, and I was like, which one are we talking about?
So it's not the electromagnetic field or waves or any of those. It's not like they're saying it's
I
something
think they're
else.
trying to say it's like a background medium that those things propagate in.
Yeah. Like a medium, like a background medium that everything is happening in. Like, I don't,
But that's a theory, right? Like that's a theory, right? I mean,
I guess, yeah. Don't say theory too loosely like that, please. Deuce is
sorry.
here.
Bonk, I can tell you what is that from one perception, from gravity perception, Like if Glober claim gravity, that's ridiculous, that's stupid, because they don't have proof for that, But when flat earther claiming ether, that's clever. Even they don't have proof for that, but that didn't come from Glober, that came from flat earther, And
What are they claiming ether is doing?
But because it's good to assume in that because flat earthers know how to assume on better way than Globers,
Yeah, but I've never heard of ether doing anything. It was just an idea that they put into because of that experiment they did. You know, where they were looking for the things. What's it? I forget the names. Um, um, you know what I mean? You know the experiment I'm talking about. I mean, that's the only time the ether comes in is to explain something that's
Oh,
not moving
something
or
is
moving.
moving. Ah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, with the no result. But you know, like outside of that, like what? How do you know ether is a thing that's doing anything? Like, how can you make a claim that ether is even a
But
thing?
easy, I told you, Bonk. Because we need to research. We need to assume in better way.
Is that
Because
what QE is pissed off about? Pissed off
yeah,
about
because
me?
globers doesn't know how to assume. They are stupid, you know. But we know how to assume better, you know.
But we shouldn't assume either. Like any
Uh, But
assuming, right, should
we
eventually be
we like to assume it's because we are flat earthers. We assume better. You don't
Well,
listening.
no, we don't assume. Like who? No, there's no assuming in flat in our community. We don't assume anything. That's how we get into
But I'm
trouble. That's
telling
how
you
we
only from one point of view, nothing else.
no assume. We
Okay,
don't
well,
assume anything.
before we go further, can anybody demonstrate an ether or not? Can you
Right.
physically show me the ether or not? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question because then we can move forward.
No.
Why hasn't even
Thank
been
you. The
defined
answer
for
is
me
no.
yet?
The answer is no.
Yeah.
So please, can we go back to flat Earth? I know there's an audience begging for it, whether or not they know it, and I know the whole panel doesn't want to talk about this. So that's my 2 cents there.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to talk about Narnia. Yeah.
Maybe exist.
No.
Who knows?
I asked Branch the other day, Branch, is a table flat or is it curving? And he got so angry at me, right? And I was like, that's what this is, man. Like, what did you think this was about? Why is it obvious that it's not curving? Like, what are you so angry about? You know, and people get angry about that. Like, obviously it looks flat. Don't insult my intelligence. Playing
Well,
football.
it's not just that. It's telling
Yeah.
them that if you would accept the truth, you will be ostracized, and you will also have to battle with
People laughing at
what's
you.
no, well, it's not just that. It's there. Okay, so there's a certain insecurity in these staunch anti-flat earthers and globers that is partially satiated by maintaining a position in the mainstream, the popular kids, the cool kids club. Does that make sense?
That's their problem. They dug themselves at that hole.
I
Yeah.
understand, and it's not our job to get them out of the personal insecurities hole, but and it's not our job to do anything. All I can hope to do is lay out the smorgasbord of truth meats and truth cheeses that I have for tastings, and to see if if anybody's smart enough to taste. Anyway,
If you can tell the difference between chicken and fish, or
it was a metaphor. It was a bad metaphor. Sorry,
difference
charcuterie
between
metaphor.
Just talk about it like it's normal. Normalize sanity.
well, people. I think it's funny that people think it's ridiculous to ask them if a table is curving. I think that's funny
Oh
because
yeah,
then
I
they
wanted to
can.
say it's an emotional response because you're telling this person um, that their insecurity is not satiated with righteousness and facts and truth and reality. It's satiated by a lie. And for somebody to say my worldview that keeps me warm at night, helps me sleep at night, it's my little binky and my blankie, is not based on solid evidence. That's scary as shit, right? It's a paradigm shift that if you told someone, hey, tomorrow this is going to happen to you, they'd be like, no fucking way. And they do everything not to have it happen to them. You know what I mean? Like this, it's not easy. Waking up to shit is not easy. And that's the point.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a when you were in high school, when I was in high school, right? I actually believed everything that we're being taught has already been proven. It's like up until when you get to your 30s, right? That's when you've lived in long enough to start thinking on your own, like, to start rejecting some of these, because you start experiencing the oppression in society. Then you start thinking, you know what I mean? Like more. But when you're younger, you don't really have that. You're busy trying to, compete and be good enough, trying to be recognized. Some of this guy over here is like, people are going to laugh at you. I know that's petty, right, and vain, but I think that's the reality of most people. They're more afraid of, and then there's the realization that you've been lied to. I mean, that's another layer. It's like, well, that would mean everything is fucked. No, like the this kicks in, and then it's just
I'm just going to keep having these conversations out around people like it's normal, and just hopefully that'll eventually normalize the truth. I mean, yeah, single-handedly, I'll normalize flat Earth.
I'm gonna keep using the table.
Hi.
Hello, how are you? Some questions?
Um,
Done any thinking about how
be
you can
quiet.
prove?
You've been thinking about celestial navigation lately, Pythagorean theorem. What's on your mind?
I'm scared.
Sorry. The 180 degrees. Do you believe in that? Do you understand that? Like what that is? What that means? At least. Okay. Now pi. Do you understand what pi means?
It's food.
No, the pi for a circle. You know what that means? What it means? Versus 180 degrees or 90 degrees. See, like, have you guys ever thought about those things?
You mean
Difference?
3.14?
Quantum eraser.
If you imagine a straight line, right, and you're in nothing, and it goes on forever, right? Will you eventually start forming a circle? In my mind, how? No, that's silly, right? But then when you think of a very big circle, right, and then you go zoom all the way in, can it ever be a 180-degree straight line? The answer is also no. But we're told that a circle or a curving line, right, can also be a 180-degree line. You think, and if you think it's not, right, if you think the Earth is a ball, then there's no such thing as 180 degrees. It's yeah. So there's 180 degrees. You know what a ball looks like, and you
Is
know what a
quantum
table
eraser
looks like.
here?
No, you're safe. You can talk. I don't know. I didn't check the phone. You can check the list. I don't think he is. Hey, are you following what I'm saying about circles and straight lines, degrees?
No. Yes, Bong. I'm listening, Bong. Don't worry about anybody else.
Who? Because that's what water is. Water, bit level, right? It's 180 degrees. If you're a photographer and you use a little water level to level your photos, you know what 180 degrees is if you're a builder. You know, we all know what water does, right? So that's a straight line. It's 180 degrees. So how can that be a straight line? If you think the Earth is a ball, then that's not a straight line. And this idea of 180 degrees is not science. And yet that's what people use. It's a,
I hope you're not talking over people's heads, man. Come on.
I'm trying, man. Can you help me, man? Say what I'm saying, man. Like,
Who are you addressing in the first place?
I'm talking to Mighty Dario. Dario.
What was his question?
Nah, she was here earlier. You know, it's just they're trolling. You know.
Oh, the trolls. Oh.
Who?
Yeah,
No, Devil Eyes is not a troll. What are you talking about?
Oh, is it Devil Eyes? I thought it was Dario. Sorry, man. Sorry, Devil Eyes. Sorry, you know, it was my shit.
I'm sick of being called a troll in here.
I screwed it up. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, get what I'm trying to say here? Like, balls have curves, not straight lines. Straight lines cannot be curved. Understand that? Put a ruler on a basketball. Understand that?
Who's Dario?
She's
Some
not
other
listening,
girl.
bro. She's not even listening, dude.
But Bong made mistake. Don't.
Who's Dario?
She's like, who's Jerry? She didn't hear nothing you said.
Like, yo, hey man, you there? Hey, pay attention. Talking here.
Who's Dario?
Dariel is a person Dariel is a person who is not here. But Bong thought that you are Dariel. And he spoke like that. But he said, I'm sorry, I made bullshit. Yeah.
It's a guy and a girl that share the same account. And I thought you were girlfriend, sorry, or missing. But have you been listening?
Yeah, Bong. There is no curvature in reality.
Yeah, we heard the ruler on the basketball. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean by ruler on the basketball?
Hey,
No, I don't think Dario knows.
Do you know that scientists announced today that the Earth is moving faster than ever?
Oh no.
And their heads are spinning because they don't understand why. Oh, for real? It's in the news.
No, that was a good one. Their heads are spinning.
So we should be able to feel the movement now that it's accelerating, right? I can feel it now.
Look, Google Earth spinning faster than ever. You're gonna find it in the news. I'm not lying.
That's what I felt. Yeah, no, I felt a little acceleration there, but then it stopped and my body adjusted. And now I can't feel the fucking movement again. Weird.
Yeah,
it's
so
back
cool.
to not feeling like it's moving. How'd that happen?
That's
how
so
it
cool
works.
to know that. Yeah.
And which hemisphere happened that?
I think that's a bit racist. I don't think the Earth discriminates against, both hemispheres are part of it.
But what speed? Orbital or axial rotation?
It's probably only where the rich people live. Where it accelerates faster.
Around the sun or well, we are still going 66,000. That's the same speed.
There's a lot of people in here. We don't have one Glober in here.
Yeah, I think Devil Eyes, I think, might be a Glober.
I think she's flat. I think it says flat.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
You banning
No, she's not flat. She's FE beginner, ladies night valued. Okay, so hey, Devil Eyes or Deville, yes.
Are you banning people?
What?
Are you banning people?
Am I what?
Dude, why is a chick in here? We can barely hear her in the first place, and then
Well,
she's not
I
even.
think she said, "Am I banning people?" I
It's
can't
kind of
do
non
that.
secular.
Yeah, I
She
can't do that.
obviously needs to be banned.
Anybody
I'm just
else?
gonna ban her. I'm done with her. She's
Okay.
banned.
Bye, Deville, yes.
She's actually Deuce's niece, so you cannot ban her.
Oh,
I think that actually makes her more bannable, doesn't it?
Don't ban her. You guys are scaring her.
Oh, I'm just joking.
Dude, Bong, she had no idea what you were talking about. Okay, so
I
I mean,
know.
I just have people
like,
drinks tonight.
Listen, we can ignore her for now. I'm looking for Globers. That's all. No Globers to come in. No, so it would be that you have nothing to defend if you're not here defending it. Okay, that's how it works.
We don't have Globers because they're banned.
We don't. Oh,
And
you don't have to defend.
the next Glober that I hear in here, I'm gonna ban him.
You don't have to defend some, Freemasons ideas. You can always just have your own ideas.
Like Matthew.
Where is
don't
he? Is he here?
conjure up that dude, please.
They'll summon him. Yeah, Matthew.
And that's a special individual, man. Boy, I tell you.
Yeah, I got some more things to say to him.
Who's banning people?
Yeah, how's she talk? Can't you at least mute her or something?
Yeah, what's all this talk of banning people?
You said you were banning people.
Oh yeah, we've moved on from that.
Civilized.
We are
Do you have
now not spanning people.
Yeah, we changed our mind.
Civilized. Do
Clearly,
you have
you're still here.
any other question apart
Bruh,
banning?
I'm fucking half gone.
I
Yeah, me
didn't get
too.
it. Okay. She right here.
She's
Jamesy.
dedicated, so
Bong.
she's receptive.
She sounds
Bong.
You're right.
Bong.
Yeah, what's up?
Is Roy's courtroom?
Pardon?
I see Roy's room. that I'm getting from Devil Eyes till now.
Bong's a homie.
Yeah. The same thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
možeš ti pričati na srpskom ako ne možeš na engleskom.
And I was all trying to explain straight lines and pi to her.
So I just had a bunch of people run from my server and from me when I asked for a simple laser test over water at rest. They just run screaming. They can't do it. Bring up anything else that they want to try to talk about. And it's interesting. It's interesting because
They would love those if Earth was a globe.
well, hold on. Well, yeah, that's true. So, but here's the thing. It's like any other server, right? I'm trying to make it so that if you want to talk in my server, you have to just have already once gotten a direct physical measurement of Earth curvature, or at least performed a measurement, and then we can go over the data. But unfortunately, because I don't trust Globers, I know it's weird, I'm switching it up, but I need start to finish video of the entire measurement, right? With the laser over long distance flat water. Do you know why this is required, Globers? At least in my server, because do you know how many times our side of this has performed a laser test, a laser measurement? Okay. If we've done 5, we've done 5 more than you. Does that make sense, Globers? So get out there, okay? Let's see that curvature, and if you can't find it, you need to admit it isn't there. Not because I want you to admit it, but because your life will be so much more valuable if you can be honest like that. Thank you.
If
Best
a
I can do.
measurement of curvature is required to speak in your server, that means that nobody can speak in your server because
I guess
nobody
not.
has ever
I
measured the
guess
curvature.
not. You know, I'm holding people's feet so close to the fire, they're on fire. Get the fucking measurement now.
I mean, if you're asking for
Best I
if
can do
you're
is the height
asking
of I
for
dip angle reified as Earth curve.
Define measurement.
You calculate
Glasgow,
nothing.
Glasgow
You
just said
physically go from point A to point B, and you physically measure it. Got it?
but nobody can do that. So
Oh
nobody can speak
no,
in your
then
server.
don't fucking come to me complaining about that there is Earth curvature.
But you
Nobody's
cannot
done.
measure.
And here's the biggest deal. Nobody's even tried. Like I'm kind of being ironic in my asking because number one, there is no Earth curvature to be found. So it's fun to watch them squirm, but I'm not that insecure that that's going to satiate me. What I really want to see is just one effort. Go laser measure, and then we come and talk about it. We've done it. You do it, Glober. That's it.
Did you ban Jesse Gordon from your server?
Absolutely.
He's
Glad,
banned.
but they did that on the National Geographic. You know, the deadlines on the boat.
Anyway, you know what I'm looking for. I'm gonna go away for a bit. You know what I'm looking for. I love you all. Bye.
Very glad.
You will not get that. I'm sorry. He's asking too much. That's the point.
Yeah, anybody that doesn't have a curvature measurement in here cannot speak, okay? If you don't have a curvature measurement, mute your mic.
That is not at all the case, Jemsy. Because listen, you know as well as I do, they have the burden of proof. We don't have to do shit. They're come screaming at us saying, "Hey, reality actually isn't real, and here's what it is. It's a globe instead." Do you understand? They're coming against us, so they need to prove why, basically. And
We're
they
gonna
can't.
ask KY. Let's ask KY. KY, how you doing, KY? You've been unmuted, KY. You can open your mic. Oh, dropped out. I guess he didn't have a measurement of curvature.
I think James is scaring people here.
Yes, that's definitely me. I'm scaring people because
Jersey is not scary.
No, but I don't know. Nobody wants you ask Vision, nothing. You ask that DSO, nothing. Now this guy gone. Can you, James, you be quiet and let somebody else?
yeah, they've been watching too much Mexican mafia videos, and now they hear my
And,
voice, and they're like, "Oh no, one
and
of you up there."
you said that you will ban everybody. That mean.
Yeah, if anybody calls Gladflow mommy, I'm gonna ban them.
That was cute, though. I think he was trying to pull the whole server, like, to say it against me, like, "Oh, he treated me poorly in his server, and what do you guys have to say about that?"
No.
KY is back. KY is back. So go ahead, KY. You've been unmuted. You don't have to jump out again. KY, save this conversation, please.
Told you, Jamesy.
Yeah. Oh. KY unmuted, but muted back. Go ahead, KY. You can try it again. You can say hi. Reply.
But let's make a rule. If he start the question with if, ban him immediately.
No, I don't ban people.
But nobody can start question with if.
I'm the equalizer. I ban people. So yeah. So KY, you can unmute your mic at the moment. You can pause your video game and reply to us. What do you think? Damn it.
Are we waiting for KY?
Yes, Bon. I said you can't speak without measurement of the curve. So go back on mute. I'm trying to find someone with curvature. I'm looking for curves. So you don't have any curves, don't speak. Vision, you're back, Vision. I'm gonna unmute you again. Go ahead, Vision. Vision. Yeah, you unmuted. You can unmute and speak. It's okay.
I'm here to listen.
Sacha is here. You can speak to Sacha. He's Croatian as well.
Vision is Croatian.
KY, your mic light up, but couldn't hear you. What's happening with people? Are people like socially awkward or something? They can't speak in the internet?
It's like it's like moments of awkwardness, right? It's like weird, yeah. I've noticed that too. Some kind of vibe. Of the vibe.
Well, we can speak to ourselves like every night.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing either. Yeah. Cool.
Oh, Vision and KY are playing the same game. That means, therefore, they are teammates. So, I unmuted both of you so you can speak. Both of you, go ahead. Vision and KY.
It almost sounds
What
like
are
a privilege.
they playing?
Yeah, they're playing the same game and they have the same in elapsed timing. So I guess they are playing together. Do you play in the same server?
Playing footsies with each other too.
It's just video games. It's okay.
Oh, just video. I see. Now they're the socially accepted pastime of the youngest generation of our
Jamesy,
future.
Yo.
you
Hey,
have another one.
DSO, I see you've been here in this server for a while and you jumped out and in. You got anything to say, DSO, by any chance?
In and out and out.
DSO.
What's wrong with people?
Try with bong.
Yeah. What's up?
Bong, why you are here? Do you have any questions?
I'm here to
To learn.
share. Yeah, to learn and share what I've learned. Yes, yes.
Yeah. What you want to learn?
Everything. Yeah. Everything.
And you think that this is the server for everything?
Yes, for yes, for almost everything.
You need to go 24/7 everything. You're on a Bronx server.
You're in the wrong
Something,
server.
something is making the Earth spin faster and our days shorter. Earth spins faster than usual and records shortest days ever. Earth is spinning too fast. The consequence for time skipping may be unprecedented.
You could
Earth
also say,
is spinning faster than it should be, and no one is sure why.
Here's why. I'll
or
tell you. I'll tell you why. I'm going to help the Globers out with this one, guys. Here's your response to when flat earthers do this shit to you, okay? All right? Ready? Here's the response. Oh, well, because space-time is almost done bending one direction and is now going to start bending a complete different direction. So, it's going to speed up while it slows down. See, Globers, that's how it works. Okay? So it's starting to bend in another direction. That's what you need to tell people, and they'll fucking eat it up. Thanks.
okay, sounds legit. Could work.
Well, they're saying that the shortest day ever, June 29, 2022, was 1.59 milliseconds less than the same day before that.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think that's what we call unfalsifiable. What do you guys think?
Well, all I hear is that the sun
I
is moving faster than usual, but
I
are the
felt
days
that.
really getting shorter? Let me ask my plants. They don't know. I don't know. Let me go check. Maybe I should start. Maybe I should start timing it. Maybe I
Just
should start
start.
measuring how much
Hey,
daylight.
hey, when all you hippies out there are hugging trees, make sure to ask them. Is there?
Hey, how much sunlight? Is it really? Hey, what about you over there? Tree over there. He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh
How
shit!
much sun you getting? He's like, I don't know. Not enough. Never enough. It was cloudy yesterday, mate.
I love it. Let's do it. Let's start talking to the plants about what's really going on.
Let me go get some real data for us. Let's go
I
back.
mean, it's realer data than a Glober speaking. Okay, at this point.
Well, the sun could also be moving faster. I mean, if it's not a ball, which it isn't, which we don't have any evidence for, then you could also say that the sun is moving faster than usual. See? Easy.
Oh, here's what they're spinning. This is genius. You know how they feign resource scarcity? With oil and food and shit and water. Well, now they're going to feign time scarcity. They're going to say that eventually days are going to get so short that they don't exist.
Well,
Come
we're
on.
gonna have to.
I
We're
mean,
gonna
listen
have
to
to
it. Listen,
call.
you could follow. Listen, you could follow that line of unlogic, illogic, right? You can see how they would say, "Holy shit, we're going to run out of time one day because it's just getting shorter and shorter."
Yep. We're gonna have to ask the trickster gods to slow
They're
down the sun
they're
again.
like, we're 100% certain that our great 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 grandchildren will die of lack of time.
It's a shame they'll never see what a 24-hour, or is it a
Well,
10-hour
back in
day?
my day, we had 16-hour days. Really, Grandpa?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that 48 hours in a day. Remember that?
Yeah.
For those?
There was one time
Yeah.
I heard they had a 24-hour day. No way. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy.
Grandpa said. Science. Yeah, we used to be able to go to the moon back in the old days when we had that technology. What happened? Oh, destroyed technology. That's what happened.
So funny too. It's like, wait. Hold on. What happened to the technology? Did you like upgrade it? What did you guys do with it? What does it look like now? We fucking obliterated that shit. Yeah, we can't get to it anymore. There's no way we could even rebuild it, and we're too lazy, honestly, to try again. So that you'll just have to accept that answer. Yeah, but we completely destroyed it, just
That's
pieces
right.
everywhere. So yeah,
The legacy of man.
right.
Well,
Man's
he
man's
walked on the
greatest
moon.
achievement. So let's not keep any of the evidence.
Nobody needs to know about this. This is good.
And they're
This
laughing.
kind of
They're all
experience.
laughing. They're like, all we gotta do, guys, all we gotta do is tell them we went, and they'll believe it. No way. Yeah, dude. Just fucking. All you gotta say is that we went. Buy it,
Say
bro.
it, watch. Works. Like, but you can't just do that. Why not?
Why not?
Run the world. Shit.
Yeah.
Don't believe anything. What do you care? They're just a bunch of stupid people anyways. I don't care about them.
I'm gonna
Let them
calm down,
alone.
but that was great, Bong. I love you, buddy. That was great.
Well, good stuff, you know. Like, never run out of content with these guys.
Nope.
Check it out. Make a wish. Any wish. Like Aladdin. You guys remember the genie from Aladdin? Never had a friend like me. You want. Except kill people, because I don't kill people. Well, it isn't anymore. Killing people. Wait, what? What are we talking about? Oh yeah, lying to people about things. That's right. I forgot. That's why you have to take this. Sure. Get me the moon. That, that. Nixon. Oh, the guy. I'm not a crook guy. President. Guy said, "Get me the moon." Like that's rehearsed. Say it right. We'll do another take, Mr. President. Take two. Get me the moon. Can you like make it a little deeper? Say it in a little. Take three. All right, Mr. President.
Hi.
Hi. Get me the moon. Would you like the moon? Hello. You caught me. You caught me. My
Hi.
skit. What's up? Yeah. Welcome.
I said, just got this.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just. I was gonna say I'm sharing this video of NASA scientists being arrested for uh, trying to save the planet.
What was he
I guess
doing?
he chained himself at a door in a Chase bank to raise awareness that we are running out of time and we have to save the planet.
Well, has he ever heard of walking, like these marches or runs to raise awareness? I mean, I think that would have been more effective. He probably wouldn't have gone to jail. What kind of
Yeah, bro,
scientist?
he's been trying to tell people for 16 years and no one is listening.
Right, and lighting yourself on fire in the middle of the street is not going to help people
No, no, he chained
start.
himself. He
Oh.
chained himself on a door.
Hey, is that it? Oh, some scientist. So he got arrested for chaining himself to a door, or was he like blocking the public? Was he obstructing public access or something? Like,
Yeah, man. Go ahead
sounds
and
like
watch the video. Just
something
posted
from a
it.
movie. Sounds like something from that movie Up. Missing Up. Don't look up. Don't look up with Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Don't look up.
Yeah. This NASA scientist was arrested for locking himself to a Chase bank. Oh, because the bank. Not a very smart scientist, though, is he?
I mean, he's a NASA scientist. That's the cream of the crop.
Of what crop? Hey, if you want to know what's outside of the, you gotta go there, right? If you want to, nihilistic Chris wants to know, wants to talk about what's beyond the ice wall.
Penguins with AK-47s.
The answer to that question, hey, how do you get the answer to that question? How you're like, what ice wall? What the hell are you talking about, boy? We're in Kansas. Like, well, scientists are saying in a school, well, the ice wall is over there. It's all across the ocean. Well, how are you gonna know, right? What's your dad gonna do? What? Let you travel across the ocean to check? It seems like we've got better things to do with our lives, boy. You go get a good job and an education. Take care of your mother, or whatever. I don't know what. But you know what I mean? Like that. Like, how do you answer that question? Like, what's beyond the ice wall? I would know.
Hello?
Hello.
Is the AC annoying? Because I'll probably have to wait till it turns off.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
Okay. So someone asked me in the chat. I can't. His name is obvious. I'll just say that. He asked me like if I was a Glober, and I said no. I'm on the fence. That leans more directly to, being a flat earther, which I already acknowledge that it's a flat plane. There's no curvature. But the reason I avoid, being a flat earther because I'm still learning and there's a lot of things I need to learn. So I just want to avoid from creating a contradiction. That's why. Because then if I say one thing, then I could say something, then I commit a contradiction. And then
You don't have to be a label. You don't have to be anything. You're not two letters on a piece of paper. You're not. You're not two words. You're not flat earth. You're not Glober. You're not none of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, basically, when you're like, holy crap, I think I've been lied to, and you step back from that, you've done what you needed to do to now you're gonna have a closer look, and that's good. You don't have to be anything. I mean, flat Earth is a term coined by the CIA. That's why there's Flat Earth Society, and that's why there's all this mocking of it. So you don't have to even think about. Yeah, it's just a term that we're using to gather around because it's convenient.
It's a weaponized term, but we take it head on to falsify the claim that the Earth is a globe spinning through the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think what you're doing is smart, is wise. That's the that's probably.
That's what Modest Monkey told me to do.
Oh, cool.
It's another moderator in here. He told me to, it's great to recognize that you're committing a contradiction, etc. It's best to research more and get, to understand the topic, all of them. There's probably like a few more I need to cover, and then I need to to understand all the laws and these other theories. Yeah. I've been on this topic since 2020, way before Trump election, etc. That's how far. Actually, it was during that time during October. Yeah.
What did you think about it when you first heard about it?
I was trying to, when I come to any topics, I try my best to remain open-minded. Obviously, when I came in the server, I knew felt like a bit skeptical overall of how it was going to go. I was not sure, I didn't know this server was known to be trolling. I'm going to be straightforward on that because I'm an introvert, so I personally, I don't, I'm not like an extrovert where patrol, I guess, but for me, I just came in the server just to be open-minded and see why do you mates think the Earth is measure flat and etc. That's why I came. So yeah, I think the first moderator I interact was Rogers, the text. He thought I was a troll, which that's what everyone thinks when new people come in because there's trolls or not. But the more I was to learn and etc. From there, they gave me a flat earther role, and then eventually when I got to learn more and more, gave me a value flat earther role, and that's pretty much how far I went. But I kept leaving the server and etc., so I lost the role. So yeah, that. But pretty much learn a lot. I would say I think the very first thing I learned in the server was about the Cripple and me. We were talking about the moon, and he was I asked him at first since I was a Glober during the time I said I think it's a ball, and he was making just an observation of what it is, and he was saying no one hasn't been to the moon and etc. That was the first thing I ever talk about. You see about. And we talk about NASA pics, and then when I started looking at the NASA pics, I'm like, yeah, that's computer generation. all connected with the blue marble guy. Where all those pics that they claim, oh, this is a picture of our home. This is a picture of Earth and the planets. It's all cartoons and CGI. It's not, real. It's all done through the computer, basically.
Yeah.
And then, further that, I went to watch documentaries, which you can't find them on YouTube, but they're in the server. Link it. Like the first one I watched was The Funny Trip to the Moon. That was a really good one because it shows like the different angles where you think the light would reflect and etc. And there was a lot of arrows to that. Even when they were in space and etc. When they claimed they were in space, but they were actually, this was done in a set, a Hollywood set, basically. And there was another one I saw, and I was like, wow, they did a really good job on doing this on the news. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but there's this one where this was shown on the news where you could see a rocket, and behind there, the irony of this, you see a man face there, and then he pulls himself out. So there's giants in space, right? Which is pretty hilarious.
I saw that one.
I was like, Jesus. And they pull off really good bullshit for that long. Sorry, I won't swear here again. My bad. That was like probably the most damning thing I ever seen in my entire life. That giants in space. How can a glober explain giants in space? I showed that to my friends and I asked them, what do you think about that? And then they say, I don't know. They give me an answer, but let's see. There was another one. I can't remember what was it. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Oh my God. Okay, so there was the Mars expedition thing that they claimed they were going to Mars and shit. There's rats in Mars. You know that?
Yeah.
Rats.
Yeah.
And then when you there was a video that was done on then where a guy explains it, and this was done on somewhere on Earth here, where these were actually animals of rats, but yeah, it's just like what the heck. I think like the third most damning one was when, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but so there was this was done in the Hollywood set, I guess, but it shows like Earth, this globe with the Earth, obviously, and then it shows like this rocket, this, I think it's like a satellite, and on there was rats on it.
A mouse.
I'm telling my friend who's also a flat Earth, and I tell him, what the hell is this? There's rats on this thing.
Right, it's a rat, right? It's like, dude, you guys got rats in your studio. No, you're in space.
No. That's space.
Dude, that rat is not in outer space. Like, no, it's in the studio.
But to be honest, like when I watch those videos and photos, I think to myself, so the millions of people who are brainwashed, they don't realize rats can be in space when they claim that there's no oxygen at all in space. And then the problem with space itself is that it violates the second law of thermodynamics, which this is why I was explaining earlier where I need to learn about the laws, where gas pressure must be contained. And if gas pressure is not contained, then there's an open vacuum of space. And if there's an open vacuum of space, then air goes all over the place, and we wouldn't exist if that was the case. So gas pressure must be contained, because if it's not contained, then we wouldn't exist. Nothing would exist for the most part. But
you ever bring up gravity?
In the special relativity by Einstein from 1914. Is that what the one you're talking about? I don't.
They usually say gravity to say like, well, gravity keeps the air, the gas contained, so gravity,
Okay.
and then they just shrug, they just shrug and say, so yeah, gravity. Well,
Gravity is just a theory. It's just a theory. It's not proven.
Right.
That's the thing. All theories are not proven through the scientific method. Therefore, it's physics science. It's bullshit, basically. It's not realistic.
Yeah, you sound like a flat earther to me.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I mean, once you understand the second law of thermodynamics and the implications for the globe Earth, I mean, the globe can't exist. We can't exist, as you said. I mean, it's dead right there.
Yeah. I think like the you guys familiar with Professor Phil? I don't know if you guys are. Maybe I'm not sure because when I bring this guy up, everyone doesn't want to talk about him, and I get it. Because Quantum Razor have dealt with him, Nathan Oakley, and etc. So I did counter him and debate on him, and it just came to the point where this guy wanted to just ad hominem me. And, he claims to be a professor. I don't think he's a professor. I don't think so. I think he's probably a pay act.
I believe he is. That is the standard of modern day professors.
Yeah.
Effectively.
The way it ended between me and him was when he kept saying that, you guys don't have, you mates don't have a map. And I told him, well, maps are not 100% accurate. It only shows the territory as it is. It's limited. That's what a map is. And he kept saying that maps are all 100% accurate. And I was like, I can't deal with this guy. I was like, I told him, look, mate, good night. I'm done. That's it.
Globers don't have a map.
He didn't want to get into the Black Swan argument, which I was trying to get into it, but he didn't. He kept moving the goalposts when we were on talking about the horizon and etc. Where I told him, like, if the horizon is visible and it's apparent that you can see it, which the horizon just means like it's not physically it's not physically touching the sky and the waters. It's apparent.
Yeah, it's an apparent location.
Yeah. If it's not, okay. So the Glober says that there's curvature, but in order for there to be curvature, the horizon must be blocked. It cannot be seen. It has to be like a drop. You know what I mean? So that's how. But when we look in these pictures and etc., there is no curvature. If there's no curvature, the Glober argument goes to hot garbage. So, yeah.
It's all just perpetually, magically refracted up to exactly eye level to pretend to look like a flat Earth, but it's a globe.
Yeah.
No matter the range, no matter what observation you make, the refractive conditions are always perfect to make it appear as a flat Earth, but not. It's ridiculous.
Professor Phil is intellectually dishonest type of people.
Yeah, he's an anti-flat earther.
Yeah, not even worth the time, your time.
He wanted me to get in a debate with Drew, another guy, and I said no, because the problem is, like, in debates in general, it's once you enter to their arena, it's their rules. That's it. So if they mute you, that's because they can mute you. He wanted me to debate him, and I said I was not going to do that. No.
Mm-hmm.
Fine with text. Like,
I mean, the bottom line is objective reality is not up for debate. You just demonstrate what it is.
Right.
So the people that can demonstrate, that's the people you listen to. They can't demonstrate any of their claims. That's why they want a perpetual debate, because debates, it just quickly devolves into I believe, I think, this and that, therefore, and it's just war for, weaker minds that are not willing to do their own research into things and come to their own conclusions. There's always a place for having the discussions, of course, but fundamentally, objective reality just is what it is, But you're right. You get dragged into their territory, and they'll just, as you said, you were one-on-one with Professor Phil, and he was ad homing you. You know, it's not going to be any different if you're surrounded by 20 zealots.
Yeah, but I didn't think it was gonna. I was expecting him to, to go far against me, but I was like kind of astonished that he kept bringing up the same thing over and over and over, and I'm like, is this all he got? This is it? Really?
Yeah, because all they've got is lip service, endless lip service. They don't have demonstrations of anything.
Yeah.
Can't prove any other claims.
What's weird is these celebrities like basketball players or
They are weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like they would start talking about flat Earth, right? And then somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson would
Just pops up
never come.
out of nowhere.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
Hey,
comes in.
yeah.
Don't tell me
like,
how to
dude.
feel.
He's always just hiding around the corner waiting, peeking his head out.
Yeah, just pops out of nowhere and like, why doesn't that guy? Why doesn't he ever come here? Like.
His masters won't allow him.
Somebody, I forget the name of the other guy, the video gamer, designer, developer. He came here. What's his name?
Was it the
calculator?
Tony Hawk's guy? What's his face? I forget his name.
Oh
he
yeah,
done
that
the
guy. Yeah, that guy.
Calculator, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. That guy. Well, he is considered what you call it, science communicator, like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Really?
Like like all these guys that speak for science. He came here and he got like he went back like, oh yeah, don't go there, guys.
What's his name again? DS, do you know? Do you know? Mick West. Okay, there we go.
Mick West. Yeah, Mick West. So even people like that, the only people that would dare come here are the the fools, the idiots that don't know what they're dealing with, or agents
like me.
What? Exactly. Like us, like we. But yeah, or are the champions of the globe?
It's pretty slim pickings nowadays. Nobody wants to step up to the impossible challenge of proving the globe anymore.
Stay away from that place.
They believe that it is a foregone conclusion, so they don't need to defend it.
Yeah, they're just zealots, just religious.
That's weird. That's weird that they would go to the rescue of celebrities, right? On YouTube, social media.
Exactly, Tim. They already got all of the consensus they need.
Yep. That stuff is flat. Can you guys explain why you guys claim the Earth is flat?
That's some furious typing.
I was about to say that.
Watch. Freaking YouTube. Of course they're watching.
I personally think they've got the whole flat Earth topic pretty well isolated on the internet at this point.
I'll be back.
It's a word of mouth game.
And we're on Discord.
Because Bong, think about like Bong. Imagine how difficult it is to research flat Earth by yourself if you don't know where to go now. You know.
Yep.
It must just be fucking impossible. You know.
Overwhelming. Frustrating, right? Are you trying to research flat Earth on Google, on the internet?
Yeah, but because you know you send you speak to someone, right, that's fresh to the topic, and you know they're predisposed to siding with the consensus, and then you send them off to the Google algorithms at this point to research flat Earth. Yeah, okay, that's never going to end well. You've got to walk them all the way through until they can grasp the main points, you know. Because they'll just fall down some Professor Dave rabbit hole or something like that in 5 minutes, you know.
Yeah, well, that's why I think it's simpler and easier to keep it simple. You know, people have to. This is what proves a ball. I mean, it's right keeping it that simple. Anything beyond that, you know, being asked to believe that a flat surface is a ball. I mean, obviously, that's not simple, right?
Yeah, well, I just typed that earlier in the chat. You know, it's people have this. If it's not convoluted, it can't possibly be true.
Right.
Basically, that mentality. People
That's
are they're so anti simplism, you know, if that's even a word. But yeah, they're, you know, life can't be simple. Things can't have simple answers. Everything must be convoluted because only when you have the idea of like needing convolutedness can you then have priest classes that are necessary to decipher and interpret things for the dumb people, you know, the common person.
Yeah.
So
your review groups, right?
yeah, essentially.
They can't compartmentalize it if they, you know, it has to be set up so it can be compartmentalized so that, you know, like when you try to question, I think the reason why people don't question it is because, well, how am I supposed to question? I'm not an astronomer. I can't go to space. But yeah, you also can't go to Narnia and, you know, and prove that it's false.
Yeah.
You have to go to Narnia to prove that's not real.
You know, you should go on like Marvel forums, people sitting there endlessly fucking debating bullshit about superheroes and just come in there and be like, none of you are Stan Lee, you're not qualified to be speaking about this shit, you know?
None of you know.
But they all know better for that topic, you know, they're all subject matter experts.
Exactly. You watch Star Wars.
That really irks me, man, that there's people in this world that will fucking devote literally years of their life to sitting about talking about total fiction, and they won't give 10 minutes to having a proper conversation about something like this.
I think people like that.
And then they claim that, you know, we're anti-reality type people, you know what I mean? You got these fucking man children walking about in fucking, you know, Hulk t-shirts and bullshit like that.
Yeah. I think those people are. I think those people, you know, scientists kind of convince people that we figured everything out, life is boring as, right? One day you're gonna die and you're nothing. We're all at spec and it all means nothing. And the best thing we can do is contribute to the evolution of mankind so that our children, they can become the gods that will evolve and, blah, 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 populate space and all that crap that they, you know what I mean? It's like people, life is boring. I'm just going to live in this fantasy world created for me by the globe, we're
Yeah,
superheroes.
it's just everybody's totally fucking apathetic, you know.
Yeah. I hate life, care how trees work or how plants grow, that kind of attitude, like, because science has convinced them that.
Yeah, you know,
that
and
they
at the
came from
same
a moon.
time, you know, these depressed, nihilistic, apathetic people, they turn around and say, look how amazing science has made our world and all this shit, you know what I mean? It's, well, it fucking seems like the whole world's totally messed up, you know, so. Not to deny what technology has done for us, yes. But it's been, you know, utilized in the wrong ways. It's had really bad effects.
Yeah, I mean, look at how much data we can now collect of every single person in the world using Facebook and social media without even them knowing before. This kind of thing was impossible, even unethical. But now, thank God to technology, we can now have all the data we need on every single person. I mean, good or bad, but oh, maybe that was a bit too much, but yeah, technology, good and bad. The sword, good, and it's bad. Depends on how you use it. Like
When they
saying,
say
how
when they say that, you know, science has given us like made the world so good, you know, they're just talking about their own personal convenience in life. You know, everyone's easy and straightforward and laid out for them. They don't need to think. Because the reason a lot of people don't come to any kind of truths, that they don't ask questions about anything that leads them down a path that they eventually get to something like flat Earth, is because they don't contemplate on any bigger level than their own little individual sphere of life, you know? So,
yep.
because, you know, you take one look at the bigger picture of the world and it's clear it's not heading in a good direction. But they don't see that.
See themselves as these being creatures on this planet, right? Like, and then there are other creatures on another planet in some other galaxy somewhere, and they want to go there and they want to come in. That's what a lot of people.
Isn't that
That's
funny?
the
Like, was
reality.
it with Americans? Like, it's only like 50% of Americans have a passport, or something like that. Yeah, like 99% of Americans probably ready to go to Mars or some shit. Like, you're not even been out your own fucking country, bro.
Exactly. It's funny. I've been out into the ocean, even almost stranded, like without a paddle type of thing, and it's scary. Especially, I was in the Navy, and you're out there in the ocean. It's scary, especially if you're alone. And just being out in space, right?
Mm.
Can't even handle being in the ocean by yourself. You go to space. Wants to go to Mars where there's nothing because he's sick and tired of all this life here on Earth. A zombie.
Yeah, I mean, the average modern person can't sit still for like 5 minutes without needing to be entertained by something. But they want to go and colonize a fucking dead planet. Yeah, okay.
I think people treat it like theme parks. They they want the government and whoever to go there and build them a theme park that they can take a fucking vacation to or some bullshit like that. You know how people
Yeah, but
always want to
they
go.
never think about anything in any kind of practical sense. What would it really mean to undertake such a thing? You know, what would the experience truly be like? They just constantly think in these fucking fantasist, fucking stupid meme ideas about it. You know, oh, it'll just all be great and wonderful, and Daddy Elon Musk will figure it all out for us, and put it in place, and we just need to buy a ticket, type stuff,
They're like this, like, wouldn't it be cool to live on a planet where it rains diamonds?
Jesus.
Right. You believe that shit, eh? You dumb motherfucker.
They'll have a little sign on the wall like "Days Without Death from Diamonds,"
I know,
Zero.
right? Safety. Hey, congratulations, boys. 2 weeks. No one has died from a diamond falling on their head. Starting to get sick and tired of all these diamonds. If I would have known better, I would have stayed on Earth.
You could just get them to stand under the Eiffel Tower or something and have people throw pennies off of the top. That'll give them the same kind of experience.
Yeah. Why are we going to this planet again? We're gonna mine diamonds. Why? For the Microsoft. They need more diamonds so they can build that thing they're building. Oh yeah, that thing they're building. That's right. Like, just do your job, right? Get everybody back home. The world's bravest drillers, and they're gonna save our planet from this asteroid. Right, boys, don't forget the diamonds. You guys seen Don't Look Up? It's so funny. Reminds me of Armageddon, Bruce Willis.
It was a good film, that.
Yeah, it was, right? The 90s.
I actually watched last year. My girlfriend watched Greenland, with Gerard Butler, which was the latest iteration of asteroid fear porn, essentially. Yeah.
It's all fear porn.
It's like and it's like, okay, every 5 to 10 years they need to come out with a big kind of asteroid catalysm thriller,
Something's coming.
Yeah. You got to keep that in the back of people's minds,
Right?
Yeah.
You never
keep
know.
that fear
At
high.
any moment, an asteroid could appear. Our scientists and astronomers are keeping us safe, by providing us with the newest telescope that NASA is building.
Every other day, there's two types of articles that pop up every other day. There's the solar flare article, and then there's the close pass of an asteroid article. These just constantly pop up in any kind of news feed. It's like the solar flare one gets me because it's like I've never even had any electronics even flicker on me. In if there's not a proper issue with like the power cable or something, Never been walking about the street and my phone just flickers for a second, like there's some kind of interference, which they're always saying, oh yeah, it's gonna knock out the power infrastructure and stuff like this. It's like nothing ever fucking happens. It's like, how do people not see this shit? I said that they probably use that AI that they have for generating news articles to generate them articles. Just to come out every few days.
Yeah.
So.
Funny.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome back. Yeah, I think like 80%. Like a lot of the traffic. What's up? Ooh. They're not muted.
She sounds like she's having a trip, man.
I'm fine. I'm honestly fine. I just feel like Quantum Eraser hates me.
Why? What happened?
Oh, don't worry. He hates everyone.
He blocked me,
It's not personal.
Blocked you.
and I don't understand why.
I mean, he's a mod. It's a conflict of interest to PM people like that. Just
Yeah,
told
don't
you
worry
this.
about him.
Is it?
Forget about it. You know,
Bro,
it
I'm
doesn't.
about to DM every mod on this list.
He already
Oh,
forgot
you get
about
banned
it.
pretty quick.
So don't worry about it.
But why does he hate me?
He doesn't. It's just like that. That's just the way he is. You know,
Hate
grumpy people.
means that he has feelings for you. I don't think he has any feelings for you.
Yeah, there's this phrase, rough around the edges. He doesn't really hate you. He's just rough around the edges.
Exactly.
Hyper
That's
rough
the way he is.
around the edges, yeah.
Yeah. He's like that with everyone. It's all right. He's cool. Don't worry about it.
Can someone ask him to talk to me?
Yeah, that's not a good
Please.
idea. He probably
This is a
doesn't
good
have any
idea.
idea what's going on.
This is
Probably
Bond. This is a
busy.
great
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah, he's probably busy. I'm telling you, he's not going to. So yeah, but what's up with you? Figured anything out yet?
I think he'll see your tag in voice chat. I'm not sure if blocking people stops that. So if he wants to speak to you, he will.
Fuck that.
Here's some advice for the future. Don't don't go up to grumpy people like that and be like, hey, can we talk?
That's not what he did. That's not what
Okay.
he did. I thought we were friends. And then he just blocked me.
Okay,
I
you
guess
know,
you're not
like
friends.
in boot camp, like in the military, you know how the instructor is like really mean to everyone, but he really means well. Yeah, that's the way he is. You know, like, so don't take it personal.
I just
All
don't
right,
like
moving
having
on.
enemies.
There are no. Oh man, no enemies. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I doubt you're enemies.
They say, judge a man by his enemies.
Minute, anemone, anemone, anemone. Is the enemy of your enemy your friend or your enemy?
Well, he's your enemy. He's just a temporary ally.
Yeah, I know. He's your friend until he's your enemy. Until he's your enemy.
Till the bigger, badder
But
enemy's out the way.
but in our case, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Yeah, because
Who would that be?
enemy of no, Jesus, of course.
I don't know. Maybe the libertarians. I got a good answer to that question. Who would that be? The libertarians that still believe that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah,
They will defend your right to say the Earth is flat, but they won't say it themselves.
Yeah, I'd agree. They're almost there.
I mean, you have the right to say. I don't think anyone can take away your right to say anything. It's just the punishment, I guess, for breaking someone's rule, right? Somebody who doesn't want you to say something, right? It doesn't take away your right to say it, right? But fear, I guess, is what they use to take away.
Once they make a, if someone were to make a law somewhere like that and then not enforce it, then what you're saying is more so true. But if someone somewhere makes a law like that, you're not allowed to say X, and then it gets enforced, well then yeah, they're taking away your rights. Unless you want to spend the rest of your life in a prison cell, you don't care.
Right, but you still have that right to say it. The consequences of saying it, I think that's irrelevant. I think the reason why there's that law is because of the power of what they're banning. Because if you keep saying it, it'll affect people. So I'm just trying to the right to to speak or to speak the truth or to say something that's supposed to be said. When somebody's got a gun to your head, don't say it. It'll blow your brains out. Don't you dare say it. Like, this guy is so scared that I'm gonna say this that he'll blow it. I'm saying it. Say it. And he blows your brains out. But you said it.
You must have fun in front of the mirror, Bong.
I know, right? I'm gonna say it. I would be like, whoa. No.
Don't you say it. Don't you dare say it. I'm gonna say it.
I'm saying it. Father, no. It's really fun. I'm sorry, guys. Questions? I was in the middle of hanging up my laundry and I stopped to do the whole gesture. Yeah.
You know how the Glovers sometimes remind me of Beetlejuice from the movie Beetlejuice?
Yep. Yep. Why, is it the saying things 3 times or?
Oh, that they repeat things. They're involved with repeating things. His very summon, the way you summon him is you repeat his name 3 times. So he has something to do with repeating things. But he also just runs around and just says wacky things and like flails about. Yeah, Michael Keaton's character.
Yeah, Michael Keaton. Have you guys heard of that? People are saying that when they have their ayahuasca trips, that they see things that look like gestures, things that look like Ronald McDonald and Beetlejuice, like. You heard of that?
Yeah, it's probably
Black and
where
white
this
stripe?
imagery comes from, honestly. Demons.
Yeah, well, yeah, these are the things that are communicating to people, like these mediums that talk to people and say, we are the aliens from, this star, whatever cluster.
Yeah.
Jesus was one of us, and we are the enlightened. Yeah, it's a strange world. They're the world that these people live in. Alice in Wonderland type of strange. It's that's where the ball comes from.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. So I kind of take issue with calling every endeavor into truth going down rabbit holes. It's not going down rabbit holes. It's climbing out of the rabbit hole you were always in.
Yep.
Just the analogy of the cave and all that stuff as well.
Everyone's mad down there.
Yeah, it's Alice in Wonderland, as you said. They don't even realize.
I imagine you're.
Imagine a world where most people believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, when it's not.
In the world.
I wish I could experience or just be around and alive for the time, if it ever comes. I hope it does. I wish I could be around when they write about this time and this religion that is the heliocentric model, and just the ridiculous nature of it, and then fucking have museums of fucking all the globe statues that have been put up around the world, and it's like, yeah, this is what these fucking retards believed, you know. It'd just be hilarious. I wish I could be there. But proper, just people that have their mind intact, just reviewing this time period in the human story. And looking at it completely objectively and just be like, yeah, these people were on way too many drugs, you know what I mean?
What were they smoking?
It was smoking consensus. It's something I've asked before. Like, do you guys think that this lie is been used before, potentially, you know, sometime in human history? You know, and then the cataclysms and all potential cataclysms and resets and all this stuff, and then, you know, they recycle this lie, you know, because I'm not too sure, but it's always a possibility.
You mean the heliocentric model?
Yeah. Probably not being, you know, it's far out there idea. Because
It's hard to say. I mean, we don't even know how long this world or mankind has even been here. I mean, they tell us stories, you know, 4.6 billion years the planet Earth has been here, you know, but
yeah, that's
who really knows?
That's what I go off of, you know. It's just we really do not have a clue about what the actual timeline is, the extent of it. So, and
I just realized recently it's fun to say the words, I'm not interested in saving the planet.
like environmentalists and that.
That's pretty much what I said to my brother Zach as I was driving in my car with him as we were returning a rental of his, and he needed a ride back, and he didn't want to spend like $50 on an Uber just, you know, for one silly ride. So I was like, you know, and as we're driving my plug-in hybrid back towards our houses, he's like turning to me and he's like, you know, like, oh, well, it's a good thing you're doing your part, you know, driving this plug-in hybrid or whatever, you know, at least you're saving the environment a little bit. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, I bought this thing because electricity is cheap and gasoline's expensive, and suckers pay for gasoline, and I don't for the most part. And I was like, no, man, I'm just doing it to save money, and I like electric cars. And I just thought it was funny, like, his reaction was like all disgruntled, like, oh, you doesn't even care about the environment. Like, no, dude, electric cars are cool, and electricity is cheap, gasoline's expensive. Like, you don't need... Yeah.
He's trying to compliment you, but got told off.
Like, I wouldn't be saving so much money if I had bought like a fully electric car, because the battery sets in those cost like, you know, $10,000 just for the battery set, pretty much, or whatever. But a plug-in hybrid, those are economical.
It's probably the reason for most people, honestly. But a lot won't admit it. They'll just use virtue signal with it, you know.
It's a little ironic. I'm the only member of my family that has a plug-in hybrid. I don't even believe in global warming. I don't believe the Earth's a globe. They all do, though.
Funny how you plant a tree, like, fuck yeah, okay, why? Okay, you buy a car. Hey, good job saving the world. What? Bought a car, man. What are you talking about? Yeah, that means you're helping to save the world, right? By buying a car? Yeah.
Oh, helping to save the planet.
The planet? Yeah. Hey, tomorrow you want to go for a walk to raise awareness? Can you walk my dog while you're at it, please?
You want to cycle to work? No.
Hey, you want to go eat some ice cream to raise awareness? What? Hey, you want to go skiing to raise awareness? Dude, I'm pretty sure you're just making up excuses now to like go do stuff. Why do you have to keep saying to raise awareness? Like, that's what everybody's doing. You know, and get a bunch of views on your IG. You know, do that. It's like, yeah, that's people today, man. Why people do things? How people do things? Like, let's go save the planet by going for a walk. I didn't just show up to the walk
Just more
yesterday.
human fucking arrogance to think that we're even capable of remotely damaging this place in any lasting manner. We're not.
Hey, but you know, it's like I don't think this is about saving the planet, is it?
No, we know it's not about saving a fucking make believe spinning ball. Obviously.
God, why would you say that? Don't you care? You know people are dying.
Who? Where?
What?
Show me. Fucking
Yeah,
people that build their house at the bottom of fucking volcanoes.
Like, you know what? I got a better idea. Why don't you guys come over to my house, right? And we can smoke this ounce to raise awareness. How about that?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, let's
Get
do
behind
that.
that. I'll be an environmentalist. Let's
All
do
right.
it.
Yeah. Hey, let's save the planet. Let's do this. That's the bomb.
We'll feel the spin, Matt.
Let's all get a better view.
You got to get higher, man.
Let's move into the get higher room to raise awareness. Man, yeah. I was just, I just think it's funny. $2022. Oh, I remember back in my day. Back in my day, 5 years ago, we used to. Right? That's how we'll be talking in like 5 years. Change will happen so fast.
What is their back in my day going to be like? It's like back in my day, I had to wait 30 minutes for a gigabyte to download or something.
Yeah.
Is that that's what it's going to be like?
Oh, 5 years ago. What that's gonna be. No one's gonna remember anything from their childhood. Gonna be on the internet.
There will be no back in my day for like Gen Z. They don't have the attention span. Back in my day, will be like 10 seconds ago for them. That's all they can remember.
Back in my day, when YouTube first started, 3 years ago, when I
I'd
first
be like,
started.
back in my day. Oh wait, no. Let me just show you the post I made back in my day. Oh wait, no, wait. Thought police deleted it. It's not there anymore. Back in my day, only 70% of my posts got censored. Now it's 100%.
You know how they gather data on everybody, and it's like they've got this book where they record. They're trying to record your data into a, like how God has a book, opens the book. It seems like
What was it called?
your life is
The
also
Akashic
being.
Records or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what those are, but it's a record. Yeah, a record of activities or transactions or deeds that were done while alive. So it's almost like they're playing God. They're trying to play. They're trying to do what God does. To be everywhere and see everything. Know everything.
I like Quantum of Consciousness, Matt, the guy from Quantum of Conscious, his take on it, where he, at this point they're probably just simulating humanity, like in the background, the decisions, and all that, the trends.
Yep.
So I mean, they have that much metadata on everything now.
And the more data they gather, the more accurate the predictions.
Yeah.
It works. Freaking works. So easy. Like because our lives are so routine, especially with jobs or so routine that just gathering data on your
Yeah, but like
your
for
mind.
example, they can probably predict how long a rebellious phase of some section of the population will last over some topic,
Yeah. That's crazy, yeah. That kind of detail. Like what? These cameras can see all the it's like that. These cameras everywhere.
So they can predict the peak moment when, like, I don't know, I think about like the truckers in Canada, what they did, and all that stuff that was going on. I don't know if it's even still fucking going on. It's just faded out. But they probably could predict like the peak days of the demonstrations, and then have their whatever news stories to break to deflect away people's attention. Yeah, stuff like that.
That's scary because that's all using data and automation. And the AI can create some very convincingly realistic images, videos, sounds, and it's just starting. It's just at the beginning. So
That's what I mean. Is like we as flat earthers like to think we have a good grasp on things, but I'm sure there's stuff out there that would fucking blow our minds still.
Yeah. But don't be afraid of the technology.
Nah, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what capabilities they have.
Learn the devices of the enemy, how you use it, and use it. Tools are tools, right? A gun is a gun. If you don't use it, he's gonna use it. So you may as well use it too.
It's not about fighting them and winning any kind of war. It's just about being true to yourself. Being true to, the creation. By recognizing it.
The Croatian?
Creation. Croatian.
The Croatian. Yeah, and the news story, they use it to create fake news. I use AI to write an article, a couple of articles, blog.
Oh shit, gas is $3.95. It's down a whole 5 cents from a week ago.
Yeah. Damn. Talking about for. Sorry, man. I'm really high right now. I lost my train of thought. I'm fraud.
We were talking about gas. Gas being $3.95.
Yes. How are we gonna fix? How are we gonna fix gas in cars and all this? How are they gonna fix it? How are they gonna fix? How do you guys think? Transport is gonna work in the future. You guys think cars are gonna go away and self-driving, automated cars, public transport is gonna happen? 'Cause this is not
Most
sustainable.
likely. Most likely.
It's gonna go to what is it? The Road Warrior, where you can have
Yeah.
that masked dude with
Yep. Gee, I'm ready for that.
coming to your town, sitting on a car, talking about, "We'll let you leave. Just leave all the fuel." Yeah, what that was the name? The humongous. What's his name? The humongous. That's awesome.
What energy? You guys reckon it's gonna be fuel or energy? Like, I think it's energy. Yeah, it's the same thing, isn't it? Musk, electric cars.
Oh, we're already there. We just need the automation. Or the automated driving. Which we're there as well. Just we need the infrastructure.
Roads. Maybe gas is something they're using to kind of, slow the people down. Like kind of keep the people from.
I don't think they care either way, to be honest. The only reason they're doing all the climate change is because they just need that agenda. They just need to make everybody feel bad about existing, and also tax them for it.
Also, wealth redistribution. So the carbon taxes rake in a lot of money and, distribute that money to not regular people, corporate entities.
Yeah, exactly. So they don't care either way what's running the fucking supply lines. But for the sake of that agenda and everything it achieves psychologically on the populations, they're making the transition or forcing it. I mean, they fucking own everything, so what does it matter?
Yeah. Oh,
It's just like fucking, okay, just send the customers to my other shop over here. That's it. There's no difference to them.
Yeah. Keeps them, busy, and nobody has time to think.
Yeah. Just gives, the common person more and more stuff to worry about. Worry with quotes,
Yeah, something I don't understand. I mean, there might be some cause or set of causes behind this. I don't think it's just cultural. But here in the United States, like a couple of years ago, I was actually trying to go out of my way to buy a pair of headphones made in the United States. And I guess I found one guy that told me about this one company in Florida that did it, but I just ended up buying headphones from some other company somewhere else, in like some other country, China or the United States, somewhere else. But the thing is that you can go to a gun store and you can buy basically any kind of gun or gun accessory, including a laser attachment for like a Glock, take for instance, that has a green laser on it and a flashlight and a strobe option, you know, or whatever. And it's, you know, a very, very advanced piece of electronic equipment. And it's made, you know, the one that I have for my gun, one of them, you know, it was made only about a dozen miles to the south of where I live. It was made in Oregon, you know, in an industrial district. But I'm just wondering, why is it so easy for me to find this, you know, really expensive, like 150, I can't remember how much I paid for it, but it was like $150, you know, laser attachment. It's very advanced and very efficient. And, you know, how come I can buy this made in the United States, but I can't buy an MP3 player or, you know, a set of headphones so easily made in the United States? Like, why is that?
Probably the distributors, or you know, something like that, or the difference in the kind of products. I don't know. Guns are a bit.
But there aren't any electronic. I mean, there aren't any electronics that are American made. I mean, except for like what, Zenith, and do they even make anything anymore?
Well, yeah, another example is, you know, night vision. Like, if you want to buy, you know, a really cheap pair of night vision goggles for $150.
The electronic components inside this stuff, where's that from?
Well, yeah, that's another question. But ultimately speaking, as far as the more expensive components go, even with, you know, like $4,000 night vision, like you can buy night vision that's really good, that the military would use, like military grade, for $4,000 a piece. You know, I thought about buying it. I don't know. I never did throw down that much money on that thing. But, you know, in a really bad case scenario, it'd be a great thing to have, especially a really high quality one. You can see in the dark and nobody else can, you know. But the thing is like, you can buy that.
Night vision on.
They make those. Like, this is pretty much the only country where they make $4,000 night vision of that quality. That, you know, this is pretty much the only place where it's even made at all. But yet, again, you can't buy an MP3 player that's made here.
But that's what we're good at, dude. Is war. That's what this country's good at, bro. It's war, man. That's our quality.
But is the cause? Is that the cause for the economy being the way I'm describing it? Is that the cause, or something else the cause? That's what I'm asking.
Well, put it this way. I mean,
The two leading industries of America are weapons and propaganda. So.
yeah, but I mean, why would you outsource if you cared about your population? You would never do that, right? That's something you never do. So they obviously don't care about it. They care about the line in their pocket.
Yeah, but I'm not saying we should outsource it. I'm glad. You got to understand, I'm happy that we make guns. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm happy that we make guns and
Oh, I'm not talking about the guns. I'm talking about the electronics. I'm talking about the electronic parts, because that part, not everybody buys guns. Not everybody loves guns. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, but everybody has electronics in their house. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the fact that, you know, if anything you produce here in the U.S., they tax you almost twice what you do if you outsource. So they penalize you.
It's a little loud. You're back off your mic a little bit.
But dude, they penalize you for building things here in the U.S. So basically, that's pretty messed up.
Well, we're making electronics. We're just making electronics for war.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not stuff you can buy and put on your freaking countertop, or you know what I'm saying, or put on your TV stand. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, but that's what I'm asking is, like, if we have that, how come, you know, we don't have MP3 players made here as well? I don't know. Whatever.
I'm saying they don't care about you that much. You know, guns are for killing, so they don't care that. They wanted to. Dude, if South
We lost you, fraud.
Well, I mean, that's why South America's poor. I mean, the factories there make a lot of money, but they don't
Fraud,
make
you're
money.
coming in and out, man. We're only catching
All
like
right,
every
it
10
fucking
seconds.
sucks. Yeah, I'm doing that press thing, and I got lotion on my hand because I was massaging my girlfriend's up. Fuck, I can't press good.
Well, all right.
You sure you ain't beating off, bro?
Well, why do you think I had the girlfriend so I don't have to do that?
So you say.
Not today, buddy.
Did you guys talk to Sartorius at all? Sartorius, do you believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
The Earth is flat.
What happened?
Hello?
Yo, who's that? Is that Sartorius?
Yeah? What up, bruh?
What brings you to the server?
Well, I'm very drunk and I'm very bored, and that's why I'm here.
So you're a Glober, most likely.
Yeah, can't really deny that.
So, what would be your best globe proof without NASA or pointing at the sky?
To be real, I don't have any proof at all. I just take what's common knowledge because I'm drunk and retarded right now. And nobody else is fucking talking, so I really don't know what to do. So I figured I'd throw myself in the ring and get my ass beat.
Yeah, so you're probably either between 13 and 26, and you went
You're
through
one off, buddy.
potentially, and you went through like 13 years of school minimum, and then you get to this point, and somebody asks you for globe proof, and they're actually you don't have any.
Well, normally I don't argue with retards, so I don't really know what to say. I'm 27.
Normally, are you retards? Kind of ironic saying it like that, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you could call me one. That's totally fair because I'm wasted
I
on
didn't.
my mind.
Well,
But
I didn't call you one.
you should say it. Call me a retard. All
I feel like I
drunk
don't
people
want to
should be
because you
called.
asked me to.
Oh,
I'm just
so
a naturally born rebellious
you're
individual.
going to disagree with me because I told you to, huh?
What does your name mean?
My
Victoria.
name means nothing. It's just what I came up with.
That's cool.
It's my World of Warcraft name.
Sounds fitting. For World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
So
I
do you
just
believe that
like
the Earth is a planet?
I do think the Earth is a planet, yes.
A spinning ball in the vacuum of space, to be a little more specific?
I do indeed think it's round.
Well, round and
I
flat
am
are not mutually exclusive.
absolutely. I'm open to being convinced that it's, flat or whatever. I'm just here because I'm fucking drunk out of my mind, so. If you can convince a drunk idiot of anything, then God bless you.
You are so cool.
I'm not trying to be cool, man. I'm just trying to fill my ears with something that's not the demons in my head.
Well, what's the number one reason that you believe that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space?
Well, I don't have number one reason other than literally every fucking thing in my life has told me that it is. It's a spinning globe, so I decide to believe that. And really, even if it's not, I really just don't fucking care. Because I'm just trying to live my own life. So whether it is or not, that's cool, bro. Honestly, it doesn't really make that much of a difference to me. It doesn't solve my personal problems. It doesn't solve anybody's personal problems. Unless you really got nothing to worry about. So that's where I'm at.
Well, Sartorius, I should point out to you, there is such a thing as unknown unknowns. So it is possible that this knowledge could benefit you in the future in a way that you haven't come to realize yet. You just simply don't know about yet.
I'm open to that.
I mean, it does, after all, function as a foundation of truth. It's the foundation of Western civilization that's a lie, because the globe, the heliocentric model, is the foundation of Western civilization. That's why we're taught it in school. Well, there's always a globe on the teacher's desk. That's why the Universal logo plays in front of every Universal movie, and it's always a globe. It's the foundation of Western civilization, and it is in fact a lie, which is a hard pill for some people to swallow, but it doesn't make it any less true. So yeah,
are
I mean,
ice walls a real thing, or is that some horse shit that my friend told me?
well, it's important to not get two different things confused. There is an ice shelf to the south. So if you go far south, you get further away from the sun, it gets colder. There's some ice that eventually you come across that's an ice shelf. Now, we'll call it an ice shelf, not a wall, because a wall implies that there's, like, another side that's been scoped out or something like that. But if you get up on the ice shelf and go further south, it's really just unverified how far it goes. But there's no reason to think it goes forever, because no one's ever demonstrated infinity in the realm of physical reality, so there's no reason to assume that it's infinite. And as far as we know, eventually you'd run into a physical barrier of some kind or another, which is the reason why we have gas pressure to begin with, because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Like I said, I'm open-minded, so I'll consider anything.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, it shouldn't be that surprising. I mean, in a certain sense, all we're telling you is that your senses do not deceive you. You see the Earth is flat, you feel it is stationary, and that's because it is flat and stationary. In fact, I even had a funny thought to myself the second time that I climbed Mount St. Helens when I was a teenager. I was just looking out. It's only 7,800 feet, but I was looking up from the top, and I was like, really does look flat from up here. And like later on, I realized, it's because it is flat.
So is that your story as to what convinced you?
Oh no. That was many years before I ever learned that the Earth is flat. I had no idea that flat earthers even existed back then.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
30.
Okay, so I'm only 3 years behind you. So, I don't know, our age is pretty damn young, so we have a lot to experience and learn, so, I'm just trying to get the whole picture here. I do currently believe that the Earth is, a globe, but I'm open to whatever. I mean, like I said, I'm fucking idiotic right now, but I'm kind of just here to just, talk and shit, because I have nowhere else to go. Even though that means nothing, but everything means nothing when you think about it.
Does it? I mean, again, unknown unknowns. Maybe there's something you don't know that would make that untrue, that would render that statement false.
We're all
You just don't know.
life, you know what I'm saying? In the end, none of us matters. We'll die just like anything else.
Well, think though, Centaurus, about the question I just asked you and the answer you gave. I asked you what the number one thing is of why you would, the number one reason why you believe the Earth is a planet. And you said pretty much because everyone everywhere has just told you so. Said the word told.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. The word told. You didn't say, because someone demonstrated it should be a ball by measuring it directly and showing me the measurement. And someone proved it to me. Someone demonstrated it to be, a ball to me. You didn't say that, Think about that.
Are you saying that 99.9% of people have lied to me directly?
Well, no, because you got to keep in mind the word lie. I think part of the definition of it involves intent to deceit. So, no, very few people, like maybe the head of NASA maybe a few politicians or people high up, maybe they are lying, but your teacher is just repeating. It's misinformation. It's not lies. It's
So,
misinformation.
do you think most people are just unintelligent, or do you think most people are malicious liars?
Well, I'm at least reasonably intelligent. I'm not very intelligent, but I'm reasonably intelligent.
So you
And
think
I
most
have no
people
idea that
are retarded?
No, I'm just saying that,
Be
I didn't
honest.
realize the Earth was flat until I was 24, so.
Can I ask you something? Even if the
Sure.
Earth was flat, how does that affect your current life?
I'd rather know the truth than not know the truth, because I'm a very big fan of the truth.
Even if it's true, though, how does it affect your existence personally?
Oh, well, I can tell you one really great way, is that you can
Okay.
use it to wake people up. So someone who might be brainwashed about one particular subject, like something that's been going on for the last 2.5 years, the reason why people strap these funny things on their face or whatever, and all that blah 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 stuff that we're not allowed to talk about on here because we're broadcasting to YouTube. If we get censored here, we want to be censored for flat Earth, not other things. And so basically, what I'm saying is, if you want to wake people up to that, or other things, you may be more successful in waking them up to other lies if you can expose to them the largest lie. And the largest lie is the lie involving the ground beneath your feet. It's not actually a spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
So you care about waking other people up?
Well, it's not entirely noble. It's just 50% noble. I'm doing it half for myself too, because frankly, it's kind of like my own libertarian political activism. I'm just kind of paving the way for the future, because basically people, societies that become politically lazy end up like North Korea or Germany in the 1930s and 40s. I don't want. The point is, I don't want to end up in a shit country, because I currently don't live in a shit country, and I don't ever want to live in a shit country. So I'm doing my best to make sure this country doesn't turn into a
I
shit
don't
country.
know what country you live in, but to be real, isn't any country shit because it's run by human scum? Humans
Well,
in general
when
are
I
just
say
pieces
shit,
of
I mean
shit.
let me be more specific. Livable.
Are you in North America by your accent?
Yeah. I'm in the Pacific
Okay.
Northwest. Are you in
I
America
mean,
too?
yeah, of course. I live in Pennsylvania, but I just feel like no matter what country you live in, it's going to be garbage because humans run it, and humans are inherently evil. And no matter what, it's just going to turn out to be shit because of that.
You can't
Humans
possibly think
create
that
all
about
destruction
every.
on Earth. I
Yeah,
know
but we
that's a
build
whole
everything
different
interesting too.
topic than the flat Earth, but that's just how I feel.
But think about it. You don't see a monkey painting the Mona Lisa, do you? Or what
No,
MC Escher
because a
created? Are you
monkey
familiar?
is free from, the burden of humanity.
Do you know who MC Escher is, Centauri?
I do not.
He's a very famous artist and a mathematician as well. He lived, at the beginning of the 20th century, and he's my favorite artist. I'm just saying, if you're really thinking that everyone is stupid and full of shit, you should go and look at MC Escher's artwork. Just take a long, hard look at it. Men and women
Art is
in
going
different
to
places
convince
can
me that
create beautiful
humanity
things.
is not evil inherently.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's not to really refute that. It's just that not everyone is a stupid piece of shit, is what I get from looking at his artwork. That guy was certainly not a stupid piece of shit.
If I may ask, what do
Someone
you
that smart
think
can't
that
create those
evil
things.
is?
I mean, someone that stupid can't create those things. What is evil?
What do you think an
I don't know.
evil person is or represents? Is it
I don't know.
anything to do with the Earth topic at all, or is it entirely different?
Well, there might be some secret societies that know the Earth is flat but want to keep that information themselves. I think that's evil. But apart from that, I don't know.
Okay, that's fair.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that you can achieve pressure of any kind by pressing against nothing?
I think that, I mean, like I said, I'm an idiot, but I think pressure comes from something working against yourself. So me working against something, I mean, I think that could dispense pressure, but I think the majority of pressure itself comes from something trying to come against you.
But I'm not talking about that sort of thing. I'm talking about physics here, sort of. So like take for instance, you got a car, right, or a bicycle, right?
I do own a car.
All right, and you got about typically around 36 pounds per square inch in the tire, right?
Sure.
So you wouldn't be able to have that 36 psi around the rim without the tire, would you?
Is there a way you can, like, explain this without complicated numbers? Because I know a lot of people just like to throw shit out there with, like, oh, this number and that number to try to make me feel stupid, but they can't explain it in a way that a normal person would understand. So that kind of, like, fulfills their argument because they feel smarter because they use all these
No,
different
I'm not trying to
metrics
do
and
that.
shit.
I'm not trying to. This isn't involving math. I was just saying it's very simple. It's just 36 psi. You know, what we breathe at sea level, you know, when we're standing next to the ocean, is around 14.7 pounds per square inch psi. You got 36 psi in your car tire, and in order to have a vacuum, we have to create a vacuum chamber, right? In order to have a vacuum, know what I'm talking about?
Kind of. Like I said,
And,
I'm just a normie idiot.
well, what I'm saying is, in order to have any of these things, in order to have the 36 psi around the rim of your car, you know, that's greater gas pressure than we breathe. It requires the tire. And if you have, say, just 1 psi or, 0.5 psi, so technically a vacuum, anything less than 1 psi is a vacuum, I think. So if you had 0.5 psi and 1 cubic foot in a vacuum chamber, a small vacuum chamber, you know, that can't exist for, without the chamber. You know, you poke a hole in the chamber, you know, the air just rushes into it and it, finds its equilibrium. So what I'm saying is, in order to have gas pressure or a vacuum, either one, it requires a container. And you can't press up against nothing. You know, they tell us that the vacuum of space is above our heads. But,
So,
gas is
are you saying that
omnidirectional.
space is fake in general?
Well, no, to be a little more specific, the vacuum of space is fake. But there is space
So
between
you
you and
can
I. But
breathe
there's
in
air
space.
between you and I. You know how there's air between you and I? And there's space between you and I?
So if me and you were in the space, we could breathe together through our mouths.
Do you mean the vacuum of space?
I mean, if we were thrusted from the flat Earth itself into the unknown of space, where there is apparently nothing, if we traded breaths, we would survive.
Well, so back to the original question. Do you think you can press up against nothing? Or push off of nothing? A vacuum?
Well, if everything means nothing, then yes. I am nothing.
Said like a true Glover.
I do indeed believe that we live in a globe, yes.
Yeah, and you got gas pressure that you're breathing right now, right? You're breathing air. right?
I do think that what I'm inhaling is air itself, indeed.
Mostly air, at least, right?
Unless it's something I don't know, I believe it is air.
Well, it's gas, one way or another. So you're breathing gas pressure. So, and gas is omnidirectional, right? You know what that means?
Which means it's in all 8-way directions of the
Yeah,
joystick.
exactly. And it would fill the available space, right?
Okay. So we can breathe in space.
Well, I mean, if we were on a ball spinning and falling through the vacuum of space, and gravity was a real thing.
My ignorant self ask a question. So, if the Earth is flat, does that mean that space does not exist?
Well, yeah. Again, it's just. I mean, you can say that, and most people know what you mean. But it's just you got to keep in mind in this.
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, I'm just saying it's just that we use this specific term, the vacuum of space, because
So
that's their claim.
space
That's what they
does
call it.
not exist if you believe in flat Earth, is what you're telling me.
The vacuum of space, but space exists between you and I.
So,
but there's
like,
air between you and I.
Space as in the space bar on my computer, or space as in the stars and planets and all that fucking shit?
Well, I mean, the lights above your head are real things. We observe them. But it's just that you've been told a story about it. And to the best of my knowledge, that story was never proven to be true. When they tell you that they're orbiting bodies just falling around each other in a vacuum. They're just unverified lights in the sky until you can prove what they are.
Can I ask why everybody would lie to me about this? Why every teacher and parent and everything would decide maliciously to lie to me about this?
Well, I guess you're a little drunk. We went over this at the beginning of the conversation.
Very drunk.
Yeah, again, they didn't lie. Very few people
So
lie
they're
about
just
this. It's just most people
ignorant.
repeat. No, yeah, exactly. They're just ignorant. Repeater.
Okay.
People repeat things, like what the TV says.
And exactly how does this affect our day-to-day life?
Oh, I feel better. Don't you?
You feel better just knowing something that isn't the cultural norm?
Well, I was never really one to try to fit in that kind of way. Like, I was never really I've always had friends, but I've never been the go along, get along kind of guy.
Inherent benefit to getting into all of this, other than you know the quote truth. Or I'm sorry, not quote. You know the absolute truth. How does that affect your day-to-day life as a human being if you believe that is what you are?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, actually. It's actually really fun to just simply tell people that the Earth is flat. Because, some people can accept the truth. That's always good.
And I
it's
like
good for
to
people to
tell
accept the
a
truth.
guy that
But
he's a girl.
I didn't get to the fun part, though. The fun part is when people get angry. That's kind of fun.
Okay.
It's
So
hilarious sometimes.
basically, you just like to troll people is what it sounds like.
No. I'm telling people the truth. It's just that some people react in funny ways to the truth.
But in
They're
their
kind of funny in
mind,
the head.
it's trolling.
That's not trolling.
If you don't mind me asking, why are you trying to convince a drunk retard of anything regarding this? As the
Actually,
idiot
is
I
the
am.
same reason you said you're here. I'm kind of just bored and I didn't know where else to go. I went into another server, but they were just yelling stupid shit at each other.
That's all I needed to hear, and I respect that.
keep in mind, I'm not really trying to convince you per se. I mean,
Yeah,
you gotta
you're
convince
just
yourself, buddy.
telling. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, to be real, in my current life, whether the Earth is flat or round, it really just doesn't fucking matter to me.
I actually don't entirely blame you for thinking that, just because when I
It's
found
not
this out
gonna
in
solve
2016,
any
I
of
just didn't know what to do
my
with this
personal
information.
problems. I don't know. I just don't know why most people take up this fight when, in the all reality of things, with your human lifespan, it really just doesn't fucking matter. Other than just trying to, like, get one over somebody saying this is real and you're an idiot. And in the end, where does it matter? Who's gonna go into space and fight whatever fucking space demon that
Space?
causes
What do you
it?
mean? What do you? I don't understand what you mean by that. Who's gonna go into space and do that? What are you talking about?
I just don't understand why the Earth being flat around even fucking matters in the slightest to a personal
Because it's
person's
where you
life.
are. It's where you are. It's where you live.
Yeah, it's kind of important to know where you are, as opposed to believing a
Who
lie about
cares
where you
about the
are.
cosmic
Well,
bullshit?
obviously you do, because you came into this server to talk about just that. So stop
I
pretending you
lied
don't
my
care.
way into here, being bored and drunk.
Yeah, well, you would have gone anywhere else if you didn't care at all, wouldn't you have?
It's just a meme to me, man.
So I guess you care.
Can you invite some of your
I care.
WoW friends in here?
No, I only have one friend in here, and he hasn't been in here in forever. I joined to humor him.
Still though, invite some of your WoW friends. The nerdier, the better.
Okay. I'm only just talking because everybody else just doesn't feel like it, I guess. I don't know. There's like 20 people in here, and we're the only two talking other than the guy who just started. So. I don't know. As a personal guy, I really just, whether the Earth is flat or round, it doesn't change my life or my problems. I'm just wondering why people decide to take up the fight to convince other people of what it is when
Well, I
they
mean, really,
generally
it
seem
always
to.
it always was flat. So in a way, nothing really changed. I mean, it is what it
That's
always was.
fair, but how does that affect your own life?
I have some semblance of an idea of where I might be now, as opposed to
So it
absolutely
just
none, and
makes you
just
feel
totally
better
deluded
than the
about reality.
average person?
Oh no, sharpens my critical thinking. I don't know. I'd like to have some bearing, about where I am.
So it does make you feel better than the average person.
No.
And to add on top of that, Centaurius, just in regards to many facets of life in general, in my own experience, ignorance is not bliss, despite what some may say.
I guess you haven't lived life then.
No, what I'm saying is I have lived life, and ignorance is not bliss.
What traumatized you?
Yeah, this isn't like a psych exam or something,
I don't know, I just don't see why any of this even begins to
Yeah, I
matter
know. You said
anyway.
that like 50 times, yet here you are in the server where this is what we talk about. So,
Because I'm bored and drunk.
okay, well, it's not a psych evaluation here. So,
I'd love to take one of those.
yeah, I guess you went to the wrong place.
Kick me out then.
Nah.
Mr. Heretic. Will you get off when going against God or some shit?
Well, the globe is God to some people.
Yeah, I'm a globe heretic. The globe's the religion that I'm a heretic to. The heliocentric zealots really don't like my take.
I just don't get how anything globe related or flat related solves any personal problem I fucking have.
Well, maybe it doesn't. I probably can't help you with your personal problems.
You're absolutely right. Personal problems are indeed personal problems. I just wonder why people decide to, contribute to this to where it's, that important. To where
I guess some people
Notorious.
care about where they are, you know.
So you still believe the Earth's a planet, right, Centaurius?
Indeed, I do.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to take you seriously when you say, I don't see how this information benefits people when you're not even acknowledging it.
I
knowledge.
personally do not care if there's any other planet besides the Earth.
Well, the Earth isn't even one to begin with.
So, what is it then?
Well, it's a plane of existence. A planet, for all we can confirm, is just a wandering light in the sky. It's just a star that doesn't move with other stars. That's all you or anybody can verify of them by looking at them, which is all we can do.
And how does that affect your personal life?
I don't know.
Fair enough.
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares how it affects my life? It's not the point, is it?
Well, I mean, that's fair. It just sounds like you're bored.
Well, I just like having some idea where I am.
Yeah, that's fine. That's all right.
I don't like to be deluded about reality if I can help it. I mean, to an extent, it can't be helped. But if there are things I can know, I'd rather know them.
And God bless that. I'm sorry, I don't really know what to say to that. I know that God is a controversial thing here.
I don't think anybody's going to be upset about you saying God bless.
It's just a term of endearment.
Thanks. I mean, to be fair, I still don't exactly know where I am, but I'm not as lost in the woods about it as I was when I thought I was on a globe.
Well, that's respectable that you can say that. Guess some people want to act like they know fucking goddamn everything and it's all clear to them. And I think being able to admit that you don't know exactly how things are is just, the rational humility choice.
Well, with the thing is that with the globe story, I thought I knew, and now it's more like I'm just finding out that I mostly don't know anything.
So if I can ask, do you get anything out of it, or is it just how you think, or...
Yeah, I think I have more of an empirical mindset. It's kind of taught me how to reason better a little bit, how to be, empirical about things, how to verify things. Challenge the things I believe in, ask myself why. What is it actually based on? Is there any reason for this? Is it just a story that I'm buying into, etc.?
Okay.
I think we should figure out where we are. I think that'd be beneficial.
I mean, I'd agree that it wouldn't matter if that was the last thing that mattered in my own existence. I know humanity is a joke and everything is small and everybody has their own personal bullshit to deal with, but I just, in no way in my life do I see that it actually matters whether the earth is flat or round.
Well, if we have some idea what the Earth actually is, we might be able to put it to better
Either
use
way,
than we
I'm
are now.
going to die, and in the end, it will all mean nothing.
I guess. Maybe.
Well, yeah, I mean, what effect am I gonna have on the fucking cosmic system itself? Nothing.
I don't know. You could leave some impact on this place.
Whether or not I even, like, encourage 1,000 humans, there's nothing they can do.
About what?
About anything. It's just how it is.
They can do some things.
What are they gonna do? Fucking take their guns up against the fucking Galactus?
No, I don't really think that will work. I don't know. Maybe we could just start to break down the deceptions at play here and, I don't know, just figure this place out, figure this situation out, and make the best out of it that we can. Because if we don't even know where we are, we definitely can't make the best of this place or our run in it. Or we could be nihilistic about it and say, who cares? It doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? I'm going to die. I'm nothing. So I don't care if I'm deluded about reality and what my life is or not. I guess it's your prerogative.
Well, I admire that you have something that you care about to carry you that far. Because
What?
I sure as hell do not.
Okay, well, you don't care where you are. I guess, that's on you.
It is.
All right. You don't have to, I guess.
Yeah, when you vote, make sure to write in your own name.
I did.
I mean, we haven't really figured that much out about where we are. What we've kind of started to do is get the lies about where we are out of the way so that hopefully now we can start to actually figure out what this place is.
Yeah, who knows? There might be some metaphorical skeletons in the closet of like major politicians or organizations, like NASA, for instance. I mean, their skeleton in the closet is them just saying the Earth's a planet when in fact it's flat.
Yep. And planets, aka wandering lights in the sky, really have nothing to do, apparently, with what the Earth is. Yeah, so if we can get those delusions out of the way, then maybe we can begin to figure out what this place is. But as long as we're stuck in like some kind of sci-fi cartoon fantasy about it, then yeah, we're lost. Could be more lands to explore. That'd be interesting.
There may even be ecosystems that we're not allowed to traverse yet. Although I'm not putting my money on that one.
Yeah, who knows? The thing is that people won't even ask these kinds of questions if they're content with the fantasy that they're on a spinning ball in space. So it keeps you dumbed down by stopping you from even questioning what this place is, what reality is, or what else is left in it. Because you just think that you're on a rock with extremely limited land in space, and there's basically no way off that rock. So, yeah, if there's other land or something like that out there, you're not even going to question it. You're not even going to ask that question, let alone find it or anything else. I think that'd be a decent reason to know where you are. Yeah, just so we could utilize this place better. But I don't know. I'm just one man. I can't do anything.
It would be great for the foundation of Western civilization to not be a lie.
Yeah. I prefer that. I just don't think it's healthy, you know? What's your name? Sartorius?
That was not me you were talking to.
You're not the drunk guy?
I am the drunk guy, but I haven't talked in like 5 minutes because I want to take a piss.
Fair enough. Well, you're the one I meant to talk to. Yeah, we don't need like this complete delusion clouding our judgment of what reality is, do we? Why would we need that? How can that help you? I guess it can help you fit in better with your peers and stuff and not get into arguments. If you just want to go along to get along, then I don't know. Maybe the globe's your best pick.
What would be the benefit of it not being? Me acting like I have a better place than everybody else?
I don't know. I don't really think so.
I just don't see why it matters to our insignificant human lives.
Well, yeah, but you obviously don't think that anything matters. You don't even think that your life matters. So,
In the end, it doesn't, other than to just me alone.
Or
the people close to me.
Well, you're probably not going to find meaning in much with that attitude. So, I don't know. Maybe that's a personal thing for you to work on.
That's
I probably can't
Maybe
help
you should cut back on the World of Warcraft. You know, like draw a picture or something, write something.
Okay.
I mean, I could apply that attitude to anything. Like anything I do, I could just be like, fuck it. What's the point? It's insignificant. I don't matter. Who cares? I don't need to do this.
Hey man, whatever gives you your meaning to live. I can't
guess.
argue with that.
Well, I guess I value truth. Like, I mean, if it is just this big, stupid spinning ball in the vacuum, I'd like to know. If it's not, then it's something else. I'd like to know. Just want the true story.
For certain reasons, I'd almost prefer it to be.
It would be easier to, I don't know, not get into arguments with people.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about those reasons. I was just thinking that, you know, fantasy.
Well, the only reason I came in
fantasize
here
the
and
vacuum of
started
space.
shit is because it was totally silent and everybody else is fucking muted. So.
What?
Well, that's just because we're all thinking and meditating.
Oh, that's fair. Let me just sit here and meditate for 48 hours. Nobody else wants to fucking say anything besides us three. It's
Well,
been
yeah.
that way for the last 2 hours.
I'm not even really the best conversation right now. I'm pretty fried from the sun. But oh well.
Oh, the sun fucked you up, my guy.
Yeah, finished me off.
In what way?
I don't know. It just burnt out whatever little energy I had left
Oh?
for today.
Man, I wish sunburn hit me that hard.
I should just go and sleep, but I'm doing this instead.
I'm sorry that the sun hurts you that much.
Oh, it doesn't hurt me that bad. I'm just being dramatic. I'm just filling some dead air here by saying stupid shit. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine, because nobody else wants to fucking say anything.
Yeah.
So.
Centurious, do you want to sing us a song?
I don't sing. If I had a good singing voice, I'd sing, but I do not.
Satori's singing doesn't matter. There's no purpose for it. You're going to die.
Matters.
Insignificant.
No, I'll tell you what really doesn't matter. World of Warcraft.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
It doesn't, because the game has gone to fucking garbage bullshit in the last couple of years. So, I don't even remember what the fuck I even said about that shit. So you can remind me.
That's how little it matters.
Nothing matters. I don't even remember what I said about World of Warcraft. I haven't actually played that in a real long time. But I'm so, wasted. I just don't remember. Yeah, I'm so cool, man. I'm so wasted, bro. But nobody else is saying shit, so I'm just here fucking blabbering.
Yep. I hear that.
Since there's how many people in this channel? And we're the only 3 even talking, so, fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck all you motherfuckers.
Yeah, put me on the spot like this to fill the dead air.
Nobody could, tell me that anything matters if I say nothing does, so, I don't know, I'm just sitting here bullshitting, but nobody needed wants to say nothing, so it is what it is. And I got through the fucking interview.
Now I gotta use my heat-exhausted brain to try to resuscitate the live stream.
Sausage brain, dude.
Yeah.
Hey,
Was that a new voice? Oh, Timbo's talking, bro.
Nice. All right, well, you got another one. Good.
Just wanted to say fuck you too, man.
Yeah, fuck me, bro. I agree.
You sound like you're having fun, mate.
Yeah, I am. At least you chimed in, bruh. God bless.
I'm just in the car.
Earth bless, I'm sorry. Whatever bless. I don't know what the fucking agreed upon thing is here. I just say that as a thing.
Well, everyone's different, so there is no agreed upon.
Architect bless you.
Everyone has their own opinions. Everyone has
You're
their own
right.
thoughts. Sure, there's some things that people agree on, but not everything. We all agree the Earth's flat.
Absolutely.
Or it's not a globe.
Can't seem to find any curve to it.
I think it's a fucking square.
That's where I have to disagree with you.
Why is the Earth not a fucking square?
Well, it's a 2D shape for one. Reality doesn't seem very 2D to me.
So 3D isn't real?
No.
That's not what I said.
I know, I'm just fucking with you, dude.
Fair.
I don't think anybody is here to seriously argue yet because they won't open their mics.
Nah, no one feels like arguing right now. It's all good.
That already proved that I'm a fucking retard, so nobody's gonna take the time to fucking try and convince my dumb ass of anything.
Well, I mean, you already said that you don't care, and you actually don't really seem to, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
I find
I
that
mean-
I find that a kind of a strange comment. Like, what do you mean you don't care? Wouldn't you want to know if there was a big lie? Wouldn't you want to know what the truth was?
Well, whether or not I lived on a globe, a plane, a square, a triangle, it doesn't affect anything that's going on in my own life. So what does it matter?
It would change your whole existence.
It doesn't matter. I'm gonna die at the end of my lifespan, no matter what.
Well, maybe death doesn't mean the same thing in reality as it would have if reality had been a globe.
Exactly. Because that globe makes you feel like a speck of dust in nowhere. If it's the ladder.
So if it's flat, then I'm not a speck of dust?
Perhaps not.
Perhaps not, but it would seem to lean that way.
Yeah, so if there's no, infinite outer space vacuum that this Earth is just a speck of dust in, and you just like a bacteria on it, basically. If that's not the paradigm that we live in, well, maybe your existence here does have more significance than you're giving it credit for.
And to say it doesn't have meaning is kind of giving up on life and giving up on everyone that you love and or your family. So, and more yourself than anything. I think we all matter. So, just maybe think about when you say stuff like that. It kind of works in opposite ways where you keep on repeating it enough, you'll actually believe it. So maybe change how you talk to yourself. That might help.
That's fair. I really wish I could, but I just don't think anything matters personally.
The Earth does seem to be the center of
We're
all
all
that we
just
observe,
animals. We're no
Okay.
different from the animals that live and die.
Really,
I'm not sure, mate.
I
Then
don't
you'd have
talk
to believe in evolution.
Just because we could talk and speak to each
Yeah.
other doesn't mean shit.
I've never heard an animal in the live stream discussing these things. I think we're a bit different.
I think there's one in here now.
I
Oh,
am an
true.
animal, bruh.
Yeah, my mistake. Yeah, well, speak for yourself. You may be an
I am
animal.
speaking for myself.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I definitely didn't come from an ape.
Well, I really hope there's a grander purpose for all of you. Because I hope that you get something out of believing in all this. I really do.
Not a belief.
It takes a lot of effort and courage to believe in something as different as this. So
Not much
I
of a
really hope
belief,
you
though.
guys
It's a lack.
get,
It's a lack of it, though. The globe is the belief thing. We just don't have that. That's the problem.
So you're just trying to be a contrarian?
No. That's how it is. Because the globe made specific claims about the Earth and how it should measure, what its dimensions are. We simply went and checked it out to see if those dimensions held true in reality, and they don't. Right? We can't measure this globe anywhere. Nothing we can
So-
measure aligns with what they said that the Earth was.
You're
right?
trying to prove something that's bigger than yourself, right?
No, I mean the ground just measures flat, therefore it's not curving, and therefore it cannot be this globe, right? With the specific radius and dimensions that they said that it is, right? So the globe is the belief. It's not based on anything in reality, and anybody who thinks that that's what this is just engaging in a blind belief, right? We don't have that, so that's the difference.
And if it's not that, then what is it? And that's the mission. What is
I mean,
it?
I don't know what anything is, really.
Well, see, that's the thing. I guess neither do we is kind of what I was saying a minute ago, but
It's
if you
just
think that-
everybody here talks like they know without a motherfucking doubt that this
well,
is how
it's
it is.
just that we know that it's not that globe because we checked for those dimensions here on Earth, right? And it
Or
doesn't
you
match
guys
that.
like traveled the whole thing, or
No, but you don't have to. You can just measure it. Even a 10-mile stretch of it should be
Oh,
enough
with
to
like my
find the
measuring
curvature.
tape?
Yeah, no, not exactly. No, usually like laser transit would be one of the preferred methods. Maybe you can look at the horizon as well, because that should be at a specific location if the ground is curving away from you, right? So you just go and check for these things to see if the Earth matches the claim of the globe, right? And when it doesn't, well, it's irrational to go on thinking that it's a globe, right?
Can I ask
Okay.
something? I don't mean
It
this in
doesn't mean that we
any
know
like.
everything. It doesn't mean that we know what this place is exactly. Far from it. It just means that we got one, false idea, I guess, out of the way.
That's fair. Can I ask one thing though?
Okay.
Has anybody here talked to anybody that isn't a part of this Discord about any of this?
We're talking to you right now.
What do you think we do all day?
I'm
every
a
day
part of
here?
this Discord though. I mean, like somebody in real life. Like, has anybody
Yes,
talked to
I
somebody
did
about this?
about
And
about 6
how did
people
that
today.
go, if I may ask?
I'll tell you. So this morning I went to go run some errands, and I told about 6 people that the Earth is flat, and handed a card to 5 of them.
But
And
why?
because I just think people deserve to know the truth.
Okay. And how did that go?
And let me think. I think about 3 of them, like so the first 3 were like positive interactions, and then the other 3 were like, they were like kind of just giving me this look, like no, I believe there was a ball, kind of look, and like, but one of these guys, he did something that was kind of, he was like pointing at it, and he was like, oh yeah, so there's a QR code, right? He was saying to me, and I was like, yeah, it's a QR code. I was like, Tom, you can listen on YouTube or whatever, or go right to Discord, even better. And he actually pulled out his wallet right in front of me. He was a grocery store, clerk or whatever, and he put it right in his wallet right in front of me. I was like, okay, I guess that guy cares.
And what do you get out of that?
It's not what I get, it's what everyone gets, which is the truth. Truth is important.
Yeah, it's a wake-up call. That's what we get.
Okay.
If you don't want one, you can just go back to sleep. Like I said, it's totally on you. But
I wish I could sleep right now.
we think reality matters, I guess. So that's what it comes down to. It doesn't have to matter to you, though. You can be nihilistic. It's your prerogative.
You are free to be as you wish to be.
Indeed.
It's kind of a funny thing. Like, it's happened more times. I've said this before. It's happened more times. And even one of those people with a positive reaction, it surprises me still when they're technically a masky, someone who chooses to wear one of those things, even though they're not being forced to for one reason or another, but they just choose to. And it's like, it's just funny when I like tell them the Earth is flat and hand them one of those cards, and they're like, yeah, this is interesting. Yeah. And like excited about it and excited to talk to me about it. But then I'm like, it's just, it was just that, you would, on the surface level, you would expect something different. And more often, people like that are like globers, the maskies. But it's just not as many as you would think. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think people in out in the real world are as apathetic as the kind of globies you find on the internet.
Yeah, these are the ones.
They can be quite receptive.
Yeah, the average person doesn't care enough about the globe story at all to come in here and argue with people like us.
They're
Like
not
most
even
people, they don't
aware
care.
of fucking. So they're not
Most
even
of the
aware
people
of
I talk to,
it,
they don't even think about this subject.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way it goes.
Yeah.
That's the only way to believe in the globe.
Yeah.
Don't fucking think about it.
Yeah,
As soon as you
don't
start
think
thinking
about
about it, you're like, wait a fucking second, this is retarded.
Don't scrutinize it. Don't look at the Earth to see if there's a match.
It's the only way any lie stands up You don't question any aspect of it.
Yeah.
How do people think lies manage to continue in any form? It's only if they're not questioned or challenged.
But like, I could see more people coming around on it than you would think, though, just because, yeah, like I just said, like most people just aren't that invested in the whole. Yeah, they're not that invested in the whole topic one way or the other. Like they don't think about it; they just go about their lives, right?
Yeah, but just from my own experiences and what Orion speaks about a lot, his stuff he does, and seeing like Dell, his street talks with one-on-one stuff is that people outside they're more open to having the conversation. You know,
Yeah.
it's easier to be trolly and hostile and just a pure contrarian on the internet. You know.
Right. Well, and the ones that come here to argue with us are the fanatics of the globe, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And the average person
they're the
isn't like
ones that they're coming off of, fucking SpaceX subreddit. They're raging
I
that we're
wouldn't
crushing
say
their
I'm any
fantasies.
of those things, though.
What was that, Centauri?
I'm just bored. Like I don't.
Yeah, no, I know. I can
treat
tell you're
any
not
of
a
that.
fanatic. Like we can tell the
Yeah,
difference.
we're not calling you that, man. But just the average of what we have to deal with that comes in here is
Okay.
pretty fanatical. If they're not fanatically trolling, they're fanatically fucking confused and illogical.
Yeah, that is
In
usually what
their-
we get here, and like you're kind of an exception, actually.
Yeah, I really
we're like
come
really
here,
mellow
so, yeah.
compared to most of them. It must be the nihilism. You truly don't care about the globe or
I
reality
really
or any of
don't.
it.
You're absolutely right.
But yet somehow you cared enough to come here and express how much you just don't care. You must care about something.
You never know. It may be the case that future tense speaking that he just doesn't
I'm
yet.
just trying to fill in my night.
He may
Be real.
develop his mind. You may develop your mind further and more so, and then you'll find a reason to care.
I hope I find a reason to care.
If not for one reason or another, it's simply fun to just tell people the Earth is flat and stationary, because a good 1/3 of the people react in an angry
fun
way,
to look like
and
an
it's funny.
idiot in front of
It's
everybody.
hilarious.
I agree.
Because you gotta understand, like, it's the foundation of Western civilization. It's what we all grew up with, and it's a lie. So just pointing out to them that it is a lie, it's funny to watch the reaction. I have a friend, my best friend. He's a flat earther because of me, because I talked with him for long enough about it, and eventually, after a period of time, he's a flat earther too. But he made it very clear to me he doesn't care at all. He really doesn't care at all about waking people up to the truth that the Earth is flat. But he loves talking about it, and he loves telling people the Earth is flat and stationary because it makes people angry and it humors him.
I'm kind of similar to your friend, all right? Yeah, that's me.
It's a fun conversation. You were talking about playing Warcraft. I mean, you could also do this. This is fun.
I'm gonna do both at the same time, my guy.
What?
He's doing both at the same time.
Gotcha. Got a bit of background noise. Couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's your fault.
It is